Call to order the October 28th regular meeting of the Dayton City Council. Stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I need a motion and a second for the agenda.
Yeah, Adjourn, so go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, Sarah and Dave, any changes? No changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Carries 5-0. On to, recap closed session from,
I didn't print it off. I didn't print it off for you, did I, Mayor? Sorry.
I thought we recapped it after the meeting. Was it gotta be in the next meeting?
Yeah.
This is the next time you're in open session.
We didn't, we approved.
Well, I can read it again if you've got it.
I have it here.
Oh, do you? Oh,
Is that
gross.
what?
The whole thing?
Is it the whole thing?
Yep, that sounds great.
Yeah, and then it's not required to be read out loud.
I don't think so.
You just have to give a summary of what you did in closed session the next time you're in open session. So
Okay.
it doesn't have to be
If
verbatim.
you'd like to give us something, that'd be great.
That.
Yeah. You can skim read it if you like. Nothing great.
Okay. October 14th, Dayton Council had a closed session pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D03 for labor negotiations. During the closed meeting, we considered a labor agreement proposal from the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees. Asked me, and the Teamsters. At the conclusion of their consideration of the terms of the labor agreement proposal from ASME, the City Council agreed to the terms of the proposed contract. And after the closed session, the city approved by vote contract. At the conclusion of the consideration in terms of the labor agreement proposal from the Teamsters, City Council directed the city administrator as to how to respond to the proposed terms.
Thank you.
Okay, consent agenda. Any motion and a second?
I'll make the motion.
Need a second? Second. Scott. Okay, discussion?
So I have a question about the purchasing of the extrication equipment for the fire department. Just about from a budget standpoint, like how, so is equipment like this not normally part of the fire department budget? Or, I guess I was confused about the budgeting aspect of it, so if you could just clarify for me, I would appreciate that.
Mayor, members of council, so this is part of the capital improvement plan or a CIP. So we're utilizing $11,000 from Blaine Festivals that we received as a grant. Also using roughly around $7,000 from our public safety dollars that we received a couple of years ago. And then the remaining balance, I think, is about $30,000 is the CIP dollars that we're using. So it was in the plan for next year.
Okay, thank you. And then speaking of the Blaine Festival, I was just, I want to clarify, because in here it says the $11,000 donation from Blaine Festivals, but then further in the agenda is $14,000 for a drone? Is that?
That's another
It's
donation.
another donation.
Those are two separate things.
Yep, so we previously approved the donation from Blaine Festivals, which is allocated for extrication tools to the fire department.
Okay.
And now this meeting, we are approving another donation from Blaine Festivals for $14,000, and that is requested for a drone for the police department.
Okay, but those are two separate things.
Two separate things, two separate donations, so
Okay.
technically total would be, well, we got $5,000 from AEDs as well, that was back in August.
Okay.
So total, I think we got us $30,000 total from donations from Blaine Festivals.
Okay.
And that was after they called us to request that, hey, we have a bunch of dollars that are available for donations.
Okay.
What is your request for public safety that are needed as well?
Okay.
We also did request, I don't remember how much was for the pillow. 26,000. So we did request for parks, because that's another area that they can donate to. We requested jump pillow, which was talked about at
Okay.
council, I think it was maybe last year,
Couple of years.
earlier this year, something like that.
Yeah.
Which was something that's popular over, I can't remember what country it was really popular.
I thought it was Sweden,
Iceland, so we
Okay.
felt like that was a applicable environment that we could probably utilize it with, but we were not successful in that one.
And that one, okay, okay, but those are two separate things.
Those two separate things.
And then what is the drone, okay, and then what's the drone, so then I'm done with my questions for B, but then 2E, which is the drone, what is the drone for the police department?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's used for missing persons,
Okay.
finding suspects in any situation as far as if we have a hostage situation, serious domestic, we can put up the drone to see what's going on before an officer approaches.
So it's like basically it's a camera, eyes on the ground to get eyes in
Correct.
different places, okay, okay, thank you, those are my questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can we circle back to B for
Yep.
the extrication equipment?
Yeah.
We had talked about this when we went through the budget, like the CIP. And I believe the direction that I understood it to be was that we were gonna see if we could get replacement parts. And so in here it says that many of the parts and components are no longer available for replacement. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, so we previously spoke about, during the CIP budgeting, we talked about the replacement need for extrication tools because of the current age. Reach out to the vendor, Homatro, and they had indicated that the hoses that we have are outdated. They are not, evidently, according to the sales rep, available. And so this is the next best thing for us is replacement.
The pneumatic hoses?
Yes, that's what we got back from the Jefferson Fire Safety.
So, yeah, they don't provide them, but I would imagine anybody that builds pneumatic hoses could.
Yeah, I just went back to the manufacturer we received the equipment from.
Well, they'll be.
Was that well,
That's very odd, Gary, because I talked with a Mike Kramer from Jefferson. Have we taken these units into them to actually physically let them put their hands on them at all?
No, we have not.
He's expressed to me that more likely than not, parts are still available. And in order to assess what it would cost to repair them, they would have to see the equipment.
Yeah,
So-
we just had the manufacturer out. I'm not sure who Mike is, because that's not who I deal with. I dealt with our
Okay.
sales rep, and they indicated that.
That
they
would be Tim Condon. Did you probably talk to him? Or Garrett?
Yeah, Tim Garrett's.
Yep.
And that's what the information that was passed on. They were out here a couple weeks ago when we did extrication training.
Well, I would think that we'd have some interest in, rather than spending $39,000 on buying new, just because we think that the other ones are not repairable, although we haven't made the effort to try and get them repaired. I would think that if it was me, I would certainly repair them, because I'm spending my dollars, not everybody else's. So I would recommend that we at least take a look at that before we spend $40,000.
If we're gonna go this route, we should probably,
Pull it?
yeah, we probably should have done that during the agenda, but I would need a motion and a second to move B out.
I would make the motion.
I would second that.
I would also suggest that we table it for now.
First we have to move it out though,
Move it
right,
out, yep.
before we can.
Okay, so I will move
Okay.
B out to,
You want to do a vote, Mayor?
what's that? Yep. Okay, I got a motion and a second. All those in favor of moving B out, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against, say no. Carries 5-0, so I'll put B just after,
We'll do it right after.
yeah, right after. Okay, so that's B. Any other concerns on consent?
This isn't a concern, I'm just curious why the Blaine Festival wants to give Dayton money.
So Mayor, members of council, Blaine Festival is actually running the pull tabs at Dayton Bar and Grill.
Okay.
And so they are the new vendor there, so they have been affiliated with Dayton, and they are, being able to put money back into the community, which is fantastic. So
They have put far more money back than they've taken out.
Yeah, I don't know the results. Like I said, when they call us and say, hey, we have some money available for donations, please send in your requests. I send in what we feel. I sent it out to the department heads. I said, give me something we can realistically request. We can request $100,000, but it's likely not going to get funded. So, and we did a great job.
No, that makes sense. I just didn't know what the
Makes
connection
sense.
was.
Good question. Thank you.
Any other questions about, because I had a few, but go ahead. Anybody else?
I do have one for Marty, actually, about his part-time public works administrative assistant. This role seems more like a marketing kind of a position, in my opinion. Does that get a bad rep?
No.
The title matters when you go out for your analysis of pay and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm just wondering, is this more of like a marketing role than like an administrative assistant, or would those duties kind of maybe morph over time allow them to do more? I'm wondering, could you just speak to that?
So the reason for this is Kelsey, who we hired as an administrative assistant, her role has morphed more into doing the communications aspect of the role. It wasn't part of the job spec at that time, but she's taken it on. She does the communicator, she does all the social media, she does the website updates. Right. And so we needed to get somebody to take on the role that she was initially employed for. So it's more of a office admin to help me coordinate meter deliveries, stormwater inspections, deal with phone calls, make some reports for me, that kind of thing.
So Kelsey would
Is
potentially
continuing in that.
continuing the things that you listed in the job description, and you would hire to backfill.
And this would give Kelsey 2 days a week to totally focus on the communications aspect of the role.
Okay.
That
makes a lot
I read that
more
and I
sense.
thought you were hiring somebody to do the media stuff.
Yes, and I was like, wait a minute. Okay.
Then it makes sense.
Thank you for clarifying.
So as long as we're on that one, I'm just curious what you mean by it's included in the 25 and 26 budget.
So this was already budgeted for this year for a late term, fourth quarter hire, and it's included in the budget for 26.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Wasn't hired earlier this year just based on staffing changes and whatnot for duties. So we wanted to make sure that we had it narrowed down of what that person was actually going to do before we went out and hired that position and had a good quality job description ready to go. So.
I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor for consent, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Carries 5-0. Item B. So we can,
Go back to that.
you just want to table that until we get
Well,
more
I mean,
information?
I think there needs to be some homework done there. I mean, before I would spend $40,000 on a piece of equipment, I would at least take it to even this Jefferson fire outfit or a hydraulic company, and then have them assess the hoses, and if there's other parts as far as related to the fire part of it, take that to Jefferson and have them tell us how much it costs to fix it, or to get the whatever parts you need for it.
I agree with you, Scott, but I have a question because there's more in this item than just
Yep, there's
that
other
piece of
items
equipment.
here.
So is
Yep.
it possible for us to modify it and move forward with the other pieces?
Yeah, I don't have a
And
problem
just
with that.
hold back on that, I guess is the third quote in there?
Yeah.
Would that be a viable option to move forward? Just
Yeah,
because I
the
don't
other
want to hold
stuff is more
everything
for,
up because of that, but just so we get some more information about the cost, I guess, benefits of replacing parts as
the
opposed to the
other-
whole equipment.
I don't know that the other stuff requires our approval. The vehicle lifting bags, what are those, by the way?
It's
So
for
those-
lifting
those-
stuff up.
Yep, they're actual airbags that
Yeah.
have the ability to lift.
Oh, they
Jack a car up or whatever you got to do.
Up off of somebody.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, sorry.
So we should,
No.
it seems like we should have to approve that, but.
You have to, any expenditure has to be approved by council, and the reason why we put these together is because it's technically one package. We could have done them individually. We
Okay.
did it as one package of extrication equipment so that the
Okay.
council knew that we were doing it as one package, not to try to.
So we can't easily break it up right now?
Yeah, I mean, we
Sure we
could,
Can
and
we-
we could have done that at staff level, but the idea was to provide information to council so that you could make a decision on all of it at one time. Doesn't mean you can't break that out now, but That was staff's direction and my direction was to do it as one package.
I would like to break it out.
And we don't have this lift bags and stuff now currently, right?
Mayor, members of council, Councilman Solonic, we do. However, they are past their useful life. They haven't been hydro tested in I don't know how long, but the fire service has 10 years. Kind of goes back to the hydraulic hoses on the extrication equipment itself. They're beyond that 10-year life. So if we can get them replaced, when I talked to the sales guy based on the age of the equipment, he said no, but if you talk to somebody else, I can reach out to them and figure that out. But airbags are a replacement for one set that we currently have.
Can I ask a question about the extraction piece? So do we own one of these? Is that the,
Councilman Fauchon, we have one for each station.
okay.
And the idea with this system is to, just to clarify a little bit, because I don't think it really describes in there, is that we're moving from gas-powered to battery-powered. So that's the change there too, which is more advanced technology and the ability to cut boron and so forth.
So when you say gas powered, do you mean gasoline or air of some sort?
Yes, gasoline-powered, and we're moving to battery-powered. That's what the request is.
Will, if it got delayed or split apart or anything, will that affect the donation from Blaine Festival?
No.
Not
Okay.
yet.
Okay.
I mean, we're just gonna.
It was designated, the donation from $11,000 was designated for extrication equipment.
Okay.
I don't necessarily believe that it was based on X piece of equipment.
Okay, so repair would
Okay.
also be fine.
I don't think it would be for repair.
Oh, it would
only
have to be
for
new.
It'd be
new
for the,
extrication.
it can be for the, yeah.
Okay.
So, all right, where are we going? Can we pull these out?
Can we split them up? If to make a motion
Sure.
to,
You gotta, make a motion if you make a motion to do that. Whatever you're looking for.
how do I designate between which quote? Do I need to put the quote numbers?
Nope,
Because there's
just say whatever, because in the packet they're in order, so just.
1, 2. So I will make a motion to approve the first 2 quotes for extrication equipment and wait on the third to receive a cost comparison of replacement versus brand new.
So that'll be a-
Repair.
Versus brand new.
So you
Well-
wanna table that third one?
Correct,
For more information.
correct.
Yep.
Okay, so for the first two, you're making a motion
To
to
approve,
approve those.
And then table the third is her
table
motion.
the third.
I'm good with that. I'll
And,
second.
okay. Any other questions about that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. That carries 5-0. And then for the third item,
That was tabled.
we're gonna table that.
Yep.
Any
And
motion?
that was that was in that
Was
motion.
it in my motion?
Yep,
Oh,
That was part of the motion.
I tried to get it all in
all
one.
right,
1-1.
we'll call it good. All right. Open forum. Anybody here for open forum? Anybody online for open forum? Open forum, done. Staff consultant council updates, Zach?
Yep, good evening, Mayor, members of council. I have one quick one, which I already talked to a few of you about, but I wanted to give you guys some homework for the next council meeting. That's in front of you. It's related to the animal unit ordinance. There is one page that's for our current ordinance and one page for the state statute ones. We can be more restrictive, but not less restrictive than state statute. So your feedback or my request for you homework-wise is to provide me back what you'd like to see in the ordinance. That way we can take some direction for staff and get you back an ordinance update that you are looking for. The last thing I want to do is have staff do it, spend a bunch of time on it, and then council just say, what in the heck are you thinking? Because none of us are animal experts, so.
I'm excited. Thank you.
Have a great time. Thank you very much.
I was
state
excited when I
statute
saw
first.
that. Oh,
I just
dang
want a
it.
goat, Sarah, that's all I want. I want one goat.
Whatever you'd like to make, so there you go. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Amy?
I just have a reminder that next Tuesday is a school election, which is held by the school, so the city doesn't really have any partake in it, other than we are a joint polling location, so there's some confusion with residents. They may vote in Dayton, but it is a school district-only election. That will take place next Tuesday.
And you've been telling them just that it, where have you been telling them to go? Or have you just bowed out of it?
So we just refer them to the school district, because I believe they outsourced their election to the county. So the early voting would be at the county. We're just happen to be the combined polling location. So I have zero information other than on election day they'll be here.
If someone wasn't sure if they are in, because not all three, because there's 3 different school districts in the city, correct?
Correct.
And not all 3 are, 4?
3. There are 3 school districts in
And are all 3 having an election or only Anoka Hennepin?
I'm only aware of the Anoka Hennepin one.
Okay, so how, if someone didn't know what school district they're in, where should they look that up? Or how can they
The
find it?
Secretary of State's
Okay.
website, which is on our website under voting information, you
Okay.
can go and see. And it will give you all your information, where your precinct is, what district you're in, and what school district you're in.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, Marty?
Mayor and Council, I only have a couple of quick updates. PSA 21 Park is progressing. Playground equipment is in. We're waiting for some port-in-place rubber to be put in to make it handicapped accessible. The irrigation system should be finished in the next week and a half. They are going to be hydro seeding out there with dormant seed to stabilize the site. Wellhead treatment plant. They're still working on process pipe on the inside of the structure, and the electricians are on site now as well. So we're progressing pretty well there. That's all I have.
Chief?
Mayors and members of the council, don't really have official update other than the fact that today is First Responders Day. So I want to recognize all the firefighters. So thank you for everything that you do, as well as our law enforcement partners and EMS and dispatchers.
Chief?
Evening, Mayor, members of the council. Officers participated in 2 trunk or treats over the weekend, one at Dayton Elementary and one at Bigness Foundation. I heard there was a lot of kids and a lot of candy handed out. Unfortunately, we did not win the contest at Dayton Elementary, so we'll try again next year. And we're continuing to see a rise in theft from vehicles, so just another reminder to take all your valuables out, lock your vehicle, and keep them in a lighted spot.
John?
Thank you. Regarding the A3 Comprehensive Plan Amendment, we did get a notice from Met Council, and they'll provide a more detailed report in the weekly updates, or Friday weekly updates.
What was on the notice?
Like good, bad?
More information is.
Oh, of course.
Did we actually get the letter, John?
Yep,
Oh, I didn't know. We talked about it this morning, and I didn't know we actually got the letter today. So.
this afternoon.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The only update I have is that the litigation counsel for the case from Housing First Minnesota against the city of Dayton and the city of Corcoran, the city's attorney filed the brief with the Minnesota Court of Appeals yesterday when it was due, so we're still in a kind of a holding pattern. But basically, the city is still saying the district court got this final set of issues right. Court of Appeals, please affirm the district court. So we're just waiting. From here, the plaintiff's attorney the plaintiffs still have a chance to file a rebuttal to the city's response to the petition. So that's another 14 days right there, and then after that, whether the court will schedule oral arguments is still kind of unclear. So if you have more questions, ask on emails. Because that's not something that I handle. I'm just kind of giving you the update that it is still out there. We're still waiting.
So is this the last step?
No.
It seems like we've been there a couple of times.
No,
So
I will
what
never
happens
say
after
it's the
this?
last step.
They can appeal forever.
Because from here, depending on what the Court of Appeals says, they could still, if the outcome isn't what they like with the Minnesota Court of Appeals, they can still petition for review from the Minnesota Supreme Court again. And then that's a discretionary act by the Supreme Court whether they accept the petition for review. So,
And then they can come at the appeal a different route.
we'll see.
So
They're nothing if not creative
Yeah.
and persistent.
they can appeal forever.
I got nothing.
Sarah?
Nothing to offer.
I have one is a follow-up. We've talked, I think, a couple times about possibly looking into progressive fining for certain individuals who are repeat offenders. I was wondering if that is if any progress has been made on that, or if that's been kind of on the back burner, or where that is.
Councilman Aston, it's been on the back burner.
That's fair.
However, we did look into the code and ordinance, and it does allow us to double the fines if it's something that the city administrator feels is appropriate, basically, is what's in the ordinance. I'd like to say that I haven't done anything about that, but that's where it is right now. So I would say that we're looking into it still, but again, not maybe on the top of our list of things that needs to get done.
Yeah, and I think, and I know you and I have talked about this, it's not like we have a ton of them, it's just the vast majority of people don't realize they're breaking rules in the first place. As soon as they get a notice that, hey, you shouldn't do this, they fix it. It's just we have a little tiny group of people who seem to not care, and we need to find a solution for that.
Our solution is always first to educate before we
Yes.
enforce.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is the idea, but there are still people that still need enforcement, yes.
Yeah. And then my second was just, this is just, I don't know. I had gotten I think several of us had gotten an email from a resident with some questions about the number of fire engines the city has, and I was kind of embarrassed to realize that I don't know the answer to that question. How many fire engines does the city have?
Councilman Van Aston, currently we have 2.
Okay, and so we keep one at each station, I would assume?
That is correct, and currently one is gone.
Okay.
One is being repaired from the accident that we had in July.
Okay, so we have 2, but not technically really right now.
Correct.
Okay, so so then, obviously, I'm gonna go on a limb and they don't have loaners. Like when your car gets in an accident, you can get a loaner. I'm guessing they don't have loaners, so what are we doing?
So what we've done is we've notified our mutual aid partners to let them know that we are down one engine.
Okay,
And that for the city of Rogers, Chief Ferens will be sending 2 pieces of apparatus, one from each station.
okay,
And then we've also let Anoka Champlin know as well.
okay. And then do we have a timeline for when our engine when we get it back?
Yeah, it keeps changing, unfortunately. We've had a radiator that we replaced earlier in the year, we rebuilt, I should say, that was damaged in this, so that was about a 6-week lead time, so that's being replaced. So some of it's kind of that just-in-time type stuff, so we anticipate hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks that we do get it back.
Okay, thank you for that.
I think, Gary, those would be good FYIs for us,
Sure.
because we did have a resident send us all an email saying, why does Dayton not have a fire engine?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Why are the neighbor fire engines coming before we have our own, And this relates back to Old Town. We're a block away and apparently we didn't have an engine there.
Councilman Solonic, that is correct, we did not.
Right, because it was out getting repaired.
No, that's not accurate.
Oh,
Okay.
We do not have staff available to respond in a that quickly. So, give a little brief brevity. For the last 3 fires that we've had, we've been beaten to all 3 calls. So the fire that was in Old Town,
Yep.
to your point, Rogers was there first.
yep,
What time was that?
we know that.
It was, I think, midnight. Maybe I'd have to go back and look.
Midnight, 1 o'clock, something like that.
Something like
That's
that.
what I recall, right?
What day was that?
A month and a half ago.
Yeah,
right now.
that was the
Maybe 2.
first call that we had. And then the next call was the, I guess, shed fire, lack thereof, fairly significant size, I'll call it a barn. That was on Labor Day weekend. Maple Grove beat us to that call. And then, obviously, the mobile home fire, we had 1 available firefighter to come to that initially, then 2 others responded a couple hours later. So a lot of it has to do with, not that the firefighters don't want to come, a lot of it has to do with time of day.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
That was it for me.
Okay, I had nothing. Dave?
Well, I mentioned this to Zach, so it's my turn to ask about the graphics on the city vehicles and where we're at with that.
I didn't follow up, so you're welcome, Chief. I got a text from the chief about when the date was, because we asked the date was, I think it's 3 weeks out right now. And that was the last time we had an update for it, correct?
Yes,
I
so
wrote that
RPM
down.
Graphics is scheduled to do that the week of the 10th.
There you go.
Thank you.
My apologies for not responding back. That is on me, not on the chief.
We
I
have
to-
we know what the graphics are, though.
Yes, that is my understanding, chief.
We do.
Yep,
Can we see that?
sure. It'll follow the same graphics that we have on the other, is it F-350s or whatever they are?
Well, they're going to look like that, but they are ghost graphics, just like some of our neighboring communities are doing, Oka, Champlin, or Rogers. So you will be able to see them during the day or at night.
You will or won't? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
You will.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
That's all I had.
I have nothing.
Okay, and then we are on to council business. Item G, Republic Services presentation.
Yep, Mayor, members of the council, we have Bev from Republic Services able to give a presentation for us tonight. If you want to come up to the podium here, you can run through your slides and have at it.
Thank you so much.
Let's go right and left on the arrows there.
I don't see arrows. Here's
Right on the keyboard there.
on the
There you go.
keyboard. Okay. Hi, I'm Bev Mattison. I'm the Municipal Services Manager for Republic Services. We're a proud provider of the recycling services here for Dayton, Minnesota. So it's been a while since I've been here. I see a few familiar faces and some new ones. So I wanted to provide you with an update on what's happening in our industry in the world of recycling. It's a pretty exciting time. This is just a little bit about ourselves. We've done a bit of rebranding. We've made a lot of strides in the environmental side of our business, and so I've listed just our new vision and our promise to you and the residents here. We're going to take just a couple minutes to talk about sustainability and environmental responsibility, and after this, certainly we can open up for questions. This is a real exciting topic for me, plastic circularity. I think we've all seen plastics and what happens with plastics. Are they all ending up in the ocean? Are they being recycled? Republic Services has made some very large investments in circularity with our plastics by opening up polymer centers. We here in the Midwest have our polymer center in Indianapolis. About 80% of our plastics collected in this area are transloaded there. In the past, you'd see a plastic water bottle, and a lot of those would get downcycled, meaning that they would end up being, instead of another plastic bottle, they'd be carpet, textiles, shoes, all sorts of different things. Now, through our polymer center and our partnerships with some very large manufacturers, we're able to recycle those water bottles into bottles again 6 to 7, maybe 8 times. So this is a really big piece of some exciting news here, and if you have questions on that later, I'll certainly take those. I think we've all heard a lot about electrification when it comes to vehicles. At Republic Services, we've made a lot of strides here in this area. A lot of our trucks are CNG and diesel, but we've made a real big commitment to moving towards electrification. In the municipal space, in Colorado, just last year, Louisville, Colorado became the first municipality in Minnesota to go full EV. That was super exciting for our industry. At Republic Services in 2024, we did approximately 24 pilots across the nation. With EV, the challenge has always been the technology of the batteries. How is this going to work in the real hot climates and the real cold climates? Some of the climates that are just kind of in the middle have done really well. But the technology is moving faster than what we thought it would. And so we will be bringing electric vehicles to Eden Prairie in 2026. We are building out the infrastructure, and that should be complete in 2026. And we'll do some testing with residential trucks. So the next time I see you all, I'll be able to give you an update on that. But really exciting times. Recycling contamination update. I had to put together this slide. This is such great news. I know it's a lot on one slide, but every year we do a composition analysis for the city of Dayton. What that means is we will take one of our recycling trucks, and it's servicing only Dayton. It will go to our recycling center. It will tip on a special floor, and then with a loader, we will take a big, huge scoop, about 250 pounds of that, put it in an area where it's manually sorted, because we want to see what are people recycling in Dayton. And so you can see here, back in 2023, we were struggling a bit in that during that sort. We had 28% of all of our recycling material in that test day was actually trash that was being put into the recycling bins. And then so a lot of education was done. City staff was all over it and did a great job. And we were able to reduce that to 16%. And then this last sort that we did here in 2025, 9%. That is less than our recycling center's overall average for the year of 2024. So really great job with the residents. You're a growing city, and to see that number continue to tick down year over year is one of the best stories we have across the Twin Cities. So really great job.
What drove that? Because
education.
But
I think it's education, awareness. I know we've participated in some events, educating residents. Residents will reach out to us directly. The county has a great website about do's and don'ts. The city here does a great job of educating, and our site also. We've got free downloadable education pieces for our schools, for homeschoolers, and it's really been a group effort. And I think a lot of the folks that have moved into Dayton also, I've seen a lot of younger families moving in, and they've been recycling, and their children are learning how to recycle in school. And so this is a great news story. And so we're thrilled to see it, and I'm excited for next year's sort.
So I have a question related to that. Mm-hmm. At what point is a load considered too contaminated, and so it just goes to the landfill?
Well, when our load comes in, it's tipped on a floor, and then it starts going, it goes on a belt, and it starts the sorting process. There isn't necessarily a load that's fully rejected. It's sorted at our plant. And so we may have some days where we have more contamination that is sorted out and then transloaded to a landfill. But where we see the most amount of contamination, where a driver might call in and say, this recycling dumpster is so full of trash, I think it needs to be picked up as trash. That's generally in apartment buildings. And so not so much in the single family to fourplex residential homes.
So you do some pre-sorting then to get rid of
There's a lot of sorting. In fact, at our recycling center, we do a number of tours. So if ever you and the rest of the councilors and mayor staff would like to tour, I'd love to take you through. The sorting process is very interesting. We've really expanded our number of robots, and there could be a shot of air blowing paper to sort out this way. There are eddy magnets that are picking up the cans and pushing them down another belt. It's really quite a process. Although there's a lot of technology involved, we still have hand sorters there as well that work for us full-time. But it's really interesting to see, and to see how quickly we process material. We can't close our plant without taking all of the material for the day through. There is really no place to sort it, and so everything that comes in that day is sorted and processed that day.
Okay, so you do that process before then you transfer it to
Right,
one of your
it's
other
bundled,
places.
it's baled, different products, it's baled, and then it's transloaded to the buyer. The trash that is sorted out is transferred then to the landfill. The plastics transloaded to the polymer center. Each place has a home to go to. And we're fortunate that at our headquarters, we actually have an entire department that sees that we have strong contracts with buyers, so we're not sitting on material. I think we probably saw during the pandemic, you probably read some articles where, oh gosh, there was really good recycling, not in the Twin Cities here, but in other parts of the country where it was sitting outside, and weather destroyed a lot of the cardboard and paper products because it wasn't getting moved or there wasn't a buyer. We've not experienced that here.
Okay. One thing that's always been a head scratcher for me is, what is the problem with pizza boxes?
Right.
Yeah, well, it is the food waste. It is the oil on the pizza. Now, I will tell you, if your top is dry on that pizza box, rip it off, and you can put that in your recycle bin. But that dirty, messy piece,
It's the grease that you don't.
it's the grease, yeah.
Because
Then
like
that
a lot
has
of
to
milk
go.
jugs, there's still.
That has to
That's
go
got
in the
nasty stuff in it.
organics bin.
Yeah.
Or if you don't have one, that would be in the trash. And I know that Amy set up, what was it, 2-3 years ago, you set up a dumpster for
Yep.
your residents for those products. Here's another piece about pizza boxes. I spent a fair amount of time at a recycling center. You would be surprised how many arrive at our tipping floor with pizza still in
them.
it.
Yeah, that's because it's old and dry.
Yeah, it's really pretty gross. I mean, we see diapers, dirty pet pads, all sort of things. And it is confusing for some residents, because on a diaper box, it might say this is recyclable material.
That's the
Well,
box.
that's the box.
Yeah.
So, that's where education is so important, because it can be very confusing for all of us, including residents, especially when it comes to packaging material.
Okay.
So when in doubt, ask. Staff knows how to reach us when they have questions, and occasionally they reach out because we get a few head scratchers now and then. But we can also, if we have a sample of some kind of oddball material, we can take that over to our recycling and say, what do you think, guys? Can we do this? And then, we certainly respond as quickly as possible. So we try to stick to the basics, and when in doubt, please throw it out.
So our last comment, and I know this is kind of a smart aleck thing, but I can't, that's what I do.
Okay.
So I assume then when the fleet is converted to electric, then the fuel surcharge on the bill will go away?
Oh, that was comical.
Well, being that the trucks cost twice as much, I'm not sure. But when we get to that point, I mean, everything, as you know, as a business person, everything has a pro forma and a price and a negotiation.
Was hydrogen ever looked at?
That's a great question. I asked that recently, not of corporate, but I read an article about hydrogen. And I said, is this something we might be looking at in the future? I don't have that answer yet. But I'm with you. I'm very interested in that.
My understanding was because it releases water vapor, doesn't it? And that makes
water.
icy roads. Like in California, they don't care, but here
Yeah.
you're basically all winter long icing the roads for the people behind you.
Yeah.
To me, it's a question.
I don't know but that's what I've heard.
Milling
I don't know.
lithium
Okay.
versus ice on the road. I'll take the.
And I think as time goes on, I do think that we'll start seeing and hearing of more opportunities to become more efficient
Yeah. Okay.
and more environmental.
All right. Well, thank you.
I think there's more.
There's a little bit
is there?
more.
Okay. Sorry.
So
I just-
the last space of exciting news is organics recycling. We talked about that with pizza boxes, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. I just want to make sure that I brief all of you on what's happening in this space because that's made most of the news, right? And organics recycling, what is it? Largely, it is food waste. And I know Hennepin County on their site and other sites has said that a quarter to a third of all of our trash material is organics recycling. It can be recycled, made into some good compost. And so Hennepin County does have a mandate. I'm sure you're all aware of it. And we have rolled out a number of curbside programs. Our latest was in Champlin, and I live there, and also Maple Grove, Plymouth, Brooklyn Park rolled out a curbside program. So across Hennepin County, there are most of the cities, all cities, 10,000 and above, have rolled out these programs. So it's been a pretty exciting space, and residents are very interested, and they've been enrolling in numbers that I guess I didn't expect. But it is really refreshing to see. It's been very successful. Those carts are generally the 30-gallon cart, the small cart. So you basically have a little tub in your kitchen if you wish. Collect those food scraps in a compostable bag that then goes into the cart. And why do cities provide organics recycling at the curb? Largely, it's because we want to divert more of the trash to recycling and really reduce the tonnage that goes into landfills into our burner. And I've listed some benefits for you. I don't need to go through all of those, but if you have any questions on organics, I certainly would entertain those. How do you get started? When the time comes, when your city is large enough, you're probably getting close to that 10,000 mark by now. When we negotiated our recycling contract, the organics recycling was included in that. So know that as part of that RFP process and that contract, we have everything listed there. When you all decide that this is the time, then we'll sit down with staff, create a plan, a rollout plan, come back and report that to you and give you progress updates. So, any questions about anything?
I thought, yeah, and this is probably for a later time, but looking at the slides, I was thinking maybe we were closer to rolling this out than perhaps we are at this point. But I guess I've got some questions about how the billing would work, and we can save those for another time.
Yeah, we've had very limited conversation on this so far, but when that time comes, certainly we'll sit down with staff and get you everything you need.
I know that we've got the drop-off site now. We
Yes.
use that in my family, and my observation is it's probably not very heavily used. And maybe I'm just getting there at the wrong time, but there's always a lot of room in that container.
Mm-hmm. And residents also can take their recycling, their organics recycling over to Brooklyn Transfer Station. So some may be using that also.
That's possible.
Some have chickens.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Or
there you
can
go.
make your own
Chickens.
compost with it. Yeah, there's lots of that shouldn't be the indicator of the level of recycling that's happening with that, but.
What we've seen is far greater participation with the curbside program versus a drop-off program. You are correct.
I'm sure. And I'll just say this because it was such a great idea that Amy Benting had when we first started doing this, was to take those little bags and throw them in the freezer.
Yes.
And that works great for, you run out of freezer space after a while, but then you're making it one trip a week instead of every other day because
In the summer
it's the
months.
In the
smelly.
summer months.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I can appreciate that. We have a spot in the freezer for that.
Yeah.
Good. Any other questions? Well, good. If something should come to mind, reach out to staff. We're in contact often. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to item H.
Fire away. We should be. We should have all the
Sounds
information.
good.
So, Mayor, members of council, there were several questions asked of me for different things. I was not able to get that out to you in slides. I apologize about that. I worked with the chief on today, and I think it was a little bit yesterday, to get those slides prepared for you. So they are in here tonight. They were not sent out to you last night because I didn't have them when I sent out at 7 o'clock last night. So we'll go through questions and fire away, chief. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tonight, we're going to talk about the staffing model for a 5-year plan that I put together. I know Councilman Fichant has been looking for this for some time in that capacity, so we will start. Right here. So, phase one, as you saw, there might be a little bit of discrepancy as far as data because I ran new data today as it relates to calls and everything as of today. So we'll get to that here in a minute. But phase one, worked with the department to come up with something that we could do to mitigate some calls overnight. So that's our medical teams from 10 p.m. to 04 a.m. in the morning, give them an opportunity to get ready and go to work. Basically, how this is going to work is we will utilize our duty crew tone. I'm currently working with Hennepin County Dispatch right now to get additional tones for us so that we can have a Station 1 and Station 2 and a duty crew tone. Currently, we only have our all-call tone currently. So with the establishment of medical teams, basically we'll have 2 firefighters from each station that will be signing up for their shift. With that being said, with those 4, because of right now we don't have the ability to geographically activate Station 1 versus Station 2, the duty crew tone will be activated. Those that want to listen to it, any firefighter can listen to it, but I'm assuming the majority of them will not want to. They'll listen to the duty crew tone. Between the 4 firefighters that are standing by, they will determine who's closest to the call, if it's Station 1 or Station 2. Additionally, those 4 firefighters would also respond together as from both stations if it's something fire-related at that time.
Would those duty crew members that are on this medical team, would they be on site or at home?
They would be at home, Councilman Fichant. Continuing with, this is a little bit, Councilman Fichant is kind of what you'd asked for. It is difficult to read it up here based on this, but I'll get to something that's more pertinent here in the next slide. Basically, this is an incident count by hour of day and day of week. So obviously, Sunday through Saturday is on the left. Total sum is on the right. And then the hours of the day are across the top. Councilman Henderson.
I'm blind.
No, it's fine. The next one will actually help.
Okay.
This is just more information, and we can send this to your exact.
I'm happy to send it to you.
That
Just
would be
get it
great.
out today.
I'm also my contacts are dry, so I'm it's just me.
Yeah, it's difficult to read. We'll send this out.
Thank you.
So, to kind of higher level a little bit, Councilman Fichant had asked the question of if we take our current or the proposed model and put it into play, this is kind of that slide. So when you look at this slide, it talks about proposed staffing model where we're looking at the different shifts are at the top. So day shift, primarily it is from 7 a.m. until 6 p.m. The duty crew that's proposed is from 1800 or 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. The medical teams, as we discussed, are from 22 to 0400. And then there's a period of time from 0400 to 0700 where there isn't any responses, if you will, that were scheduled, if you will. So if you look at the red calls, this is all actual data from today. So this is 540 calls. You probably can't read maybe the bottom, but on the bottom in yellow it says calls in red would be all calls. 185 or 34.2% of the 540 calls, there would be no station coverage. So they would be responding from home like we do today. But calls in white, or 355 calls, or 65.8% of calls would have coverage. So that is a little bit of kind of that previous slide, but done where you can actually see it a little bit.
Thank you.
We can come back to this in a little bit. So phase 2, implementing that duty crew from 18 to 2200, maintain overnight medical teams. We hire 1 full-time firefighter to assist with coverage. The reason for that, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. The reason for the additional firefighters is to maintain what we've worked with the fire department on and the firefighters to maintain 20 hours a month of response during duty crew and or all calls and training. That firefighter helps with that. Also, it helps with daytime response because right now about 60-ish% are from, 64% I believe are from 0700 to 1800 in the afternoon or in the evening in that capacity.
Would that full-time person be required to work weekends and like have a Monday, Tuesday off and work like a Wednesday through Sunday?
So currently we haven't necessarily established their working hours.
Okay.
So that is flexible. My initial rotation with that was Monday through Friday from 10 to 6. But again, that's up for discussion.
I was just up the previous slide.
Yep.
It was the Sunday and Saturday.
The only to
Oh, no, they're not.
Yep.
Not during the
No,
day.
Monday, Sunday,
So if I can hit on Councilman Van Asten's question. So as you can see in this slide, and 51 calls on Sunday and 50 calls on Saturday.
Yeah.
Significant amount of calls.
Yeah, Monday and Tuesday are your lowest during the
Right.
day. That's why I was wondering. So they can still have a 2-day weekend. Is just shifting it to Monday and Tuesday when you have less calls, so that they're available to be on the weekends when you have more calls. That's
Yep. The only problem with that is working with firefighters, they don't want to work Saturdays and Sundays outside of their regular job.
Well, this is for the full-time person. I'm
This
saying.
is for the one full-time person.
Yeah.
But I can't have one full-time person work by themselves.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I have a question about this because it says day shift is 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't currently, those aren't our, okay, backing up. If your duty crew doesn't start till 6 o'clock, right now, we're not staffing the station until 6 o'clock.
Correct.
So then I'm guessing, or I'm question is why on here, or is the day shift considered till 6? Because the first phase only adds in.
6 to 10.
Correct. So
This is just showing you the coverage for the most part. So this is when Kevin and I are here,
But-
from 7 to 5-ish.
Well, okay. Yes, but not Monday through Friday, first of all. Second of all, the 5 to 6 is a pretty large gap of calls. And so with the model, when I worked it out this way, 5 to 6 is still open, so who covers that? Unless you're changing your working hours to be here Monday through Friday until 6 o'clock, both
Yes.
of you.
So we're going to have to make some adjustments in
Okay.
that capacity. But the reality is that that's why when we originally provided this, we had requested 2 full-time firefighters to work in conjunction with our duty crew model. That was going to also help with the day shift on Saturday and Sunday. So the rotation originally is that the full-time firefighters would work into the weekends, have a schedule that it's confusing, but they would have like a Saturday, Sunday off, and then they would work whatever. And then we had other firefighters, like paid-on-call folks, that would fill in those gaps with them on the weekends. It was like 9 to 7 on Saturday and Sunday.
So in this model that you're presenting today, that would be an all-call time, correct? Would
Correct.
be
Those-
the 5 to 6, and then Friday. I guess I'm just trying to make sure that that gap between would be covered.
Yeah,
And
we-
is that all-call back on our paid-on-call to cover that?
No, we need to make sure that with full-time staff, and hence that's the idea of trying to work with one full-time firefighter, original understanding, or original thought process would be 10 to 6. So we've got one, and then one of us is here with that person working in that capacity to try to cover those hours. And then duty crew starts in at 6, because that gives firefighters the ability to come and start, get home from work and come to the
Yeah,
station.
so.
I feel like I'm not
Yeah.
understanding. Can you
I think
help?
there's, there's a little, I think the information is there, it's just trying to connect the dots is. So right now, it shows day shift means 7 to 6 p.m.
Yeah.
And that would be with a proposed full-time person working 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. And then having Chief 1 or Chief 2 work that time frame with them, whether that's 6 p.m. one day or they're not here till 9 o'clock or whatever it is, so that we'd have coverage from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. until we got duty crew modeling.
It
So
would be
it-
changing their work.
So
But
changing
then-
their working hours.
Correct, but then it
figure
goes back to Sarah's question. You're still going to have one person in the station. And so the reason why we're not doing weekends, what I'm understanding for that full-time person, is because they would be there alone, and you need 2 people to really do
And
a
that's what
significant amount of
we'd have to
work.
adjust.
So that's what I'm saying is even if you have someone not come in until 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock, someone is going to have to be here at 7 o'clock by themselves.
I was going to say you have the same,
You're having the same
issue on the
issue.
front end.
I guess
So I
I'm
don't-
trying to wrap my head
Yeah,
around how that
I'm not-
works. If we can't do it on the weekend, how does it work during the week? If-
My question would be, and Jerry highlighted on this, you don't need the full-time. What we need to cover, our biggest problem is daytime shifts.
Is it?
So that's what we're being told.
I mean, that's the numbers on the screen.
The 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. is our biggest problem.
Correct. And that's the numbers
So-
that you see on the left under the 7 to 6.
So why can we not?
Do duty crew.
The only thing I really got out of this 5-year plan that I like is your part-time firefighters. You can fill in with part-time guys during the day.
Potentially.
Like Maple Grove does, where they
I don't
open
know
up
who
their
does,
duty
but-
shifts and you sign up for them?
Yeah.
They have full-time, but they have a duty shift that you sign up
Correct.
for.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
you're just, however you break it out. I mean,
Yeah,
that's-
however you want to
yeah.
skin the cat there. I do have another question, sorry, if you want to answer
no,
that
I just
first.
wanted to clarify. So yes, we can have daytime duty crew. That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
As you see in further phases that we'll talk about, is that there is daytime duty crew. The only question that I have that's not answered is, can we get the day? Currently within house, we maybe have, Zach and I talked about this the other day, maybe, I know one for sure, but maybe 2 or 3 that are able to, we don't have the daytime staff to fill it with our current
Correct.
members.
But you might have to go outside the city to
Yep.
get that.
And that's
And if you do,
obviously-
so be it.
Right, and that's not a big deal. But I can't guarantee it because the challenge that we have is this, is the paid-on-call model, volunteer, whatever you want to say, used to be the foundation for full-time staff. So meaning they would funnel from here, they would possibly stay here, and then they would go and get a full-time job. What we're starting to see now within the fire service, and I'll use Burnsville as the example. Burnsville is currently recruiting firefighters that may have Fire 1, Fire 2, and EMT, and then they're bringing them on to hire them as paramedics. So now we're starting to go after the same pool of candidates where before they would come to us. And so what I'm trying to go out and advertise as one of my requests for tonight is advertise for 8. I'm not sure, and they're very wealthy. I just don't know that answer. It's an
Right,
unknown.
right.
I mean, as Jerry talked about, there's a lot of firefighters that are interested in doing, 6 hours here and then going to West Metro or
Right.
wherever they want to do in that capacity. If we can fill it that way, that's great. Sustainable, be sustainable for a period of time. I don't know the duration of that over time because full-time departments are starting to have a difficulty getting full-time firefighters. They rob from one to the other.
Sure.
I have one more question before we move on.
Sure.
your overnight response teams, I
Yes.
call them medical teams. That's fine, same thing. Can I ask what new information we have since the last work session we had? Because the last work session we had, the consensus was that overnight medical teams don't work. They've never worked. They didn't work when Paul was a chief. They didn't work before you were here. They didn't work, like it wasn't sustainable. So I guess I'm wondering, what other information have we gathered? Is that just the firefighters' willingness? Have we just a new proposal? Like, I'm wondering what is different now than when we met in, what was it, June, May?
May, June,
Something like that. I guess I'm just wondering, like, what's different now? I'm for it. Like,
Yeah,
the
so-
teams worked when I was a fire family. Like, I liked them overnight, but I'm wondering what's different.
The biggest discussion that I had with firefighters is, they didn't have an interest in it if it covered on weekends. So as you can see, if you look at the medical teams, we're working Sunday night, 22:04 until Friday morning at 04, and not doing Friday night into Saturday morning or Saturday night into Sunday morning.
Did we do Friday? I don't think we didn't do Friday before.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm trying to think. That was a while ago. I'm trying to think back.
But in my discussion with them, they were willing to go this direction
Okay.
in that capacity.
I'm all for the overnight. That makes sense to me. I think I've been a proponent for that for a while. I just wanted to make sure that we had more data or we had more conversations.
Yep.
So just making sure I'm covering all my bases.
Sure.
So I appreciate that.
We hit on this. So duty crew, firefighter, captain cost. Councilmember Pursuant had asked for a cost, if you will.
What was that?
So duty crew, firefighter, plus the full-time captain. You have, for the duty crew, you have $74,880. The employer Medicare, fraction of that. Para that we've talked about $13,000. The total annual cost on that is $89,219.
It should have been fire marshal. It should say captain. I took the future slide. You'll see.
Okay.
I tried to make it work.
Zach moved some slides around once I
I
gave
moved some
them
slide
to
around, so sorry.
So go ahead.
I'm confused.
This is 26 is what's in the current budget for 2026. This is the numbers, and I wanted to make sure it was consistent so the council saw it. The second number should not, or the second category should not say fire marshal. I took a future slide and tried to recreate it back to this one for 26 numbers, and I forgot to change fire marshal to captain. As you can see, captain's on top, and then captain's in the second line. I forgot to change captain.
So the duty crew firefighter should be the full-time fire captain.
No.
Duty crew
No.
firefighter is the duty crew established
nuts.
from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., which was discussed in the future proposed staffing model for 2026. That's what's in the current budget right now.
These numbers are not in the packet at all.
They are not, because these were requested after the packet went out,
Right.
and then I didn't ask them until Monday morning, which then Chief and I went through
Right.
numerous things, and one of these was this one.
So we can get a copy of that.
I'm happy to send it out to you. Yep, I just did not get it.
So this says nothing about the 2 full-time that were in the budget.
There is not 2 full-time in the budget.
There was.
That was
There was.
in 2025. There was 2 in halfway through the year.
And
Yes.
they're baked in
Yes.
for 26, right?
They
Oh,
are.
sure, they were,
They are 2 full-time people in the middle of the year. So
Yep.
this is part of the thing we talked about. How many meetings ago it was, but this is how it's hard to look at what's actually happening and what's the budget shows.
the delta. Yeah, I know
Because
that.
it changes
'Cause it's
every
baked in.
single year. It changes for what the budget is to what actually happened.
But there are 2 slots. There were dollars allocated a half a year in
Half, right, for
2025,
each.
and then for whole year 2026
And not
'Cause
spent,
it was
so
followed
they're
through.
still there.
For in 2025, there are 2 full-time members halfway through the year that are in this current year 2025 budget.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
And that's still there. That money's still there.
Money's in the budget.
It's in the
Yes.
budget.
It's in the baseline.
It is
It's
in
in
the
the
budget for
baseline.
25, yes.
That's the confusing
For
part.
full-time.
Means it's still in the jar.
Yes. But that was at $17 an hour for firefighters, which is what you're seeing the difference between.
Whatever that number
No,
is
the
in the job.
full-time wasn't.
Full-time was at 30, yes,
Right.
but the regular firefighter's at 17, yes.
Okay, I think I'm a little thick though, because I am still a little bit, I am so sorry. That duty crew, that's all duty crew? Or that is
That is from 6 to 10.
how many people, bodies?
That's 2.
That number's 89,
Two
right?
each or?
Yep, 89.
Two
Yeah.
2
duty
total.
crew
Okay, two total.
firefighters.
That's probably about right, because I've got 78 without the,
Yep.
The other
extras.
stuff? Okay.
So it's pretty close.
Yep. And then the second one should not say fire marshal. I apologize, it should say captain, because that's what the top line says, and I forgot to update it. But that's the cost for the captain that's currently on the budget, on the packet for tonight for approval for posting, and that's what's also talked about
And I think
during the discussion of the fire subcommittee from the council with the
Yeah.
firefighters. That's what was talked about.
64.
there might be a slide at the end that
There is a slide at the end that
will-
adds it all
that'll
up.
add it all up for you.
Yeah, but you can add it if you want.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So yes, this is duty crew firefighter and full-time fire captain, just to clarify. Phase
Tell
3.
me why do you need that captain?
So
I don't understand why we need that captain, because Jerry said we don't need full-time. We already have full-time.
We have full-time, but we need to also figure out some means to have daytime staff. So if
That's
I
where your
can't,
part-time comes in.
well, that's if
You're
we can
here-
get them, yep.
You're here part-time, or during the day.
Yep. But I guess the question is, and Zach has brought this up, Councilman Solonic, is what do you want my day to consist of? Right now, I mean, I can run, Kevin and I can both run all calls during that time.
No, that's where your part-time guys come in.
Right.
I mean, we already know, based on what happened here the other day, that you two were not available when that bell rang.
Correct.
So now if the part-time guy is there, he can go on the call. I mean, he's gonna be here. He's not gonna be at a meeting, or he's not gonna be at an inspection.
Yep.
Um,
We still need,
What we need to do in that situation though, and I guess, I'm not a fire guy, so I don't know why, but you guys have a radio in the car with you, I'm assuming.
Mhm.
So when Kevin went to that call, somewhere along the line between he went and you went, somebody should have said, hey, I've got my truck, we need an engine here. Because that didn't happen.
no, it did not. And the reality is I can't take resources out of the station, understanding, or the belief is that firefighters are gonna come and get on that truck.
But he was already there.
We were both not here.
I was told you were here.
I was out training with Phoenix, and then Kevin was over at Heinen's doing an inspection.
Okay.
But the reality is one person in an engine is not gonna solve my problem at that case. We need to have a lot of organization from a leadership perspective to organize how staff fights the
So-
fire.
Okay.
As far as what happened there, did you not see any lessons learned? Because you had 3 people sitting there without an engine. Tell me in what world that makes sense.
But, so I guess, Mayor, what is your point?
The point that I would see there, you're out training the dog, he's on an inspection, so neither one of you are able to jump in that rig.
Yep.
He's not here, you were here, or somewhere in the area here.
Yep,
To me, what could have happened is once you decided to go, you could have said, Kevin, I'll bring an engine. Hoping that more firefighters are gonna come behind you.
in
They
what?
could have brought the tanker.
Well, the one
Because the tanker-
firefighter brought the tanker.
Yeah,
See,
but
the
he
thing
was-
that I
he was
struggle with,
late.
honestly,
Yeah.
Mayor and members of council, is you guys struggle with understanding the fire service, yet I'm trying to explain it to you, but you don't like what I'm trying to explain to you.
Well,
I don't think it's that we
the
don't
simple
like
thing
what you're
there,
trying to
Gary, is
say.
You could pick a better time of the day rather than 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning to go train the dog. That's,
Well, Councilman Solonic, what difference is if I'm training the dog or if I'm going in a meeting?
well, when the bell rings, whether it's a dog or the meeting, you gotta go.
Well, and we did, we both responded.
With your trucks,
Okay, Mayor, help me understand what I'm gonna do with one person.
You didn't
had
have
two
one
there.
person,
You
you
would've had-
had two people.
You would have had two there.
And you
But
brought a tanker
you-
that's gravity fed that you can't pump water off of. If one of you had showed up with a truck, you could have pulled a line and protected other structures. And you're right, I'm not a fire person, but I've had enough people reach out to me about this to ask me what in the hell are we doing, that I'm questioning what in the hell that we're doing in that column in particular. And I'm not going to beat you up, I don't want to talk about that, but I think what, Scott, you're getting at is, are
It's just simple
we correctly
communication.
using, well, and I mean, backing up, even backing up below that, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm getting you wrong, you let me know.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing you say underneath everything is, one, what is the problem statement? Is the problem statement that we need boots on the ground and people in the truck during the day?
That's it.
That's the problem statement. So what I'm hearing you say is we have resources available, but are we adequately using those resources? Adequately using the personnel that we have, or are we not? And if we're not, do we have the right resources in the right places at the right time?
Correct, 100%.
Okay. So I think your question is we've got two people. When we moved from a part-time chief to a full-time chief, the understanding is that we were getting a fire marshal, not an inspector, a fire marshal to help with take away things from Metro West. That was the whole point, was to move in that direction, which we cannot. The second thing we believe we were getting was people to respond during the day. And then the ask came, we need more than one person. So now we need another full-time person to come in and help with those daytime calls. And so again, I think the problem statement here is, and what I'm hearing you say, and what I'm also questioning now, is do we have the correct resources to solve the actual problem statement, or are we just spinning our wheels here? And are we just adding more full-time fire captain, duty crew, this and that, when really are we solving the problem
Seems like
statement?
the goal line is just moving, so, yes.
So Mayor, members of council, what do you know about Mid-Osha and 2 in, 2 out?
I didn't say go in. I didn't say in.
So
I
what-
said protect surrounding before Rogers' chief got there, or when he got there and we waited. I don't want to debate it. I don't want to get into this whole thing. I've had enough people to talk through, and I don't want to go there. Like, the question is are we solving the problem statement or are we not? And I don't know that we've allocated our resources in the correct places to do that. Because I'm not talking about performance. I'm not talking about how anybody performs right now. I'm saying, do our resources solve the need that we have, or do they not?
I understand that there's going to be days where you're at an actual meeting or something, and you can't go to the call. I get that. But on this particular instance, all that would have had to happen is, Kevin, you're on scene, I'll bring the engine. By the time you get there, you have two people there. That's my point.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter because
I think
it's not
where we
sinking in
need to
anyway.
get
I mean,
to,
it's-
I guess, everybody up here is frustrated to different degrees, but, we've been talking about this for more than 2 years, and I think it's so easy for us to go sideways on things, individual calls. There should be, I assume that's a part of the process, that there's an after action on these kind of events, and you look at what went right and what went wrong, and you try to improve from there. But, okay, first I'm going to say thank you for putting together a 5-year plan. I don't know that I can endorse all of this, but now we've got something in front of us to work with, right? And that's what I've been asking for. And so we've got something. And the follow-on questions for me, which, I started with, with this model, are we putting the resources where the demand is? And you've done some work there. It's a little hard for me to, kind of see that from this distance, and it takes me a while to kind of analyze stuff. But, it's addressing the question, whether this is a final solution or not. I think what we have to get to is what's the model that we're willing to support so that it can get implemented. And I don't think it's going to be right out of the box. in business, people do all different flavors of these performance improvements kind of things. You know, PDCA, I think, is one of everybody. You plan, you do, you check, you act, right? Which accepts right out of the box that it's probably not going to be perfect when you implement it. And so you do it, you make a plan, you do it, and then you loop back and you say, is the plan working? Where is it not working? And then you adjust. I think that's where we have to be with this. I don't think that any of us, and certainly Stephanie's got the most insight into a lot of how this works operationally. None of the rest of us really do. We have our opinions. We see what we don't like. And even, it was Jerry that was here earlier. I'm sorry, continue to be awful with names. He even said that there isn't a model we can pull. Everybody does it a little different. And I think that's unfortunate, but maybe, that's the reality. And we've got to get to something we can endorse so we can move on. I think, we're frustrated, you're frustrated. I know when we met with the firefighters, they're frustrated. It's like, what are you waiting for? We need to we need to move on here. We need to get something going. And I'm really hoping that, I don't think we're going to get to the plan that we can all endorse tonight, but if we can get a framework of how to move forward, that would be real progress, and that's what I'd like us to try to accomplish while we're doing this.
I was a little, I'm not sure if he really answered that question, but I'm a little concerned about, if we're going to adjust call volume, that's going to be a significant impact. And it just seems odd to be moving pieces around. I mean, some of this might make sense to implement in parallel. But he also mentioned a number of times, one of the problems that firefighters face is having a real purpose to what they're doing, and I gotta believe constant canceled en routes, constant, what did he call them, tattoo bleeding scabs. I gotta believe that doesn't do well when somebody's getting a call at 3 a.m. and they're wondering, is this going to be another? Anyway, my bottom line is I really think we need to make that call adjustment at a minimum.
And is that part of implementing these medical teams?
So this is
Because
this
we're
is
mostly
another
talking about
frustration. I
medical
didn't see
calls,
that
right?
even mentioned in this thing, so that was a concern of mine.
So the mayor and members of council, the profile of the 5-year plan does include the 4 green on the top, which is roughly 101 calls, 8.5 calls a month reduction. Like the last 3 calls that we've had, I think we've had a pain and 2 ills or vice versa, whatever it may be. Illness and pain are the top ones that I put supported for response non-urgent, as I sent out a couple weeks ago. We can start with those. The one thing that I did state, I believe in my email to Zach, or however that got sent off, is that just because those calls come in that way, again, we've talked about this in the past, that it may not be what it is.
Yep.
And then North can call us out, PD can call us out, and so forth.
Have we all reviewed the medical call type that we received in that weekly update? Okay, well, then that's not gonna help us.
Well,
Because that would be what I would think would be the first step, and I would move to anything that is a 4 or less, that we put that back on North, essentially. And I understand that it puts it also on our officers, and if we can quantify that and how much more stress or strain or calls that puts with them, and I'm not, I guess, ignorant to the fact that the calls aren't just going away, right? Like, they are put on other areas and other departments and other things, but I really feel like those, again, are not ours to hold up for. We aren't providing the value, and again, like, looking at the value for their time and a pager goes off, like you said, at 3 o'clock in the morning, like you want to go to a call and know that you're doing good, you're making a difference. And so I guess that would be, if I was going to look at this 5-year plan, that would be my first step. Because in total, that's 122 calls so far this year, which is a huge chunk.
Gary, were you saying that it is included in your
When
numbers?
I put together the 5-year plan, I took that into consideration of what I had sent out, so those top ones, roughly that 102, is calculated in. The one thing that is just as a reminder, as we continue to grow, so does our calls. So we'll remove
Sure.
these calls, but other calls will replace them, you know,
I guess-
especially as we get more apartments and whatever the case may be.
Sure, calls are always going to grow. I guess what I'm confused then about is when I see, like, you're talking about reduction of stress index from
Yep.
7 to whatever. When we looked at that at the last work session, it was 7. So,
Sorry, go ahead.
and when I looked at the call volume, if it went down, say 40%, that knocked it down significantly. So I don't know if you have included that in here, because you have the 7.
Yeah, I'm looking for my sheet.
Well, it's a minor point. It just, it looked to me like you hadn't accounted for that. So that was my concern.
Sure, and definitely can go back and look at that math again without a doubt as far as that. It's really just number of call volume
Yep.
versus that reduction. So that's really what that's just representing as a whole.
Well, and I guess to that point, I ran the data. I spent the better part of my day this afternoon looking at this reduction and what the effects would be to the different, if we did a duty crew, like what would the effect to the hours that duty crew would cover? What's the effect to the paid on call? And the majority, I think it's 60, my eyes are blurry, 69% of them are paid on call are responding to. These, and severity 4 and under, the paid on call firefighters are the ones that are responding to those calls. So my question is if we moved in this direction, would we not reduce that stress index even if we didn't? I'm not against the duty crew.
Sure you would.
But we would, because
Absolutely.
the 70 or 69% of them are born on the backs of the paid-on-call firefighters,
Correct.
most of them on the weekend, to be honest. Those are huge days. What did I say?
Huge days for the
For
lower priority
the lower
calls.
priority
Yep.
calls. I
don't
mean,
doubt
I
that.
have on here that it is a 49% reduction. So I guess what I'm saying is before we go and we hire more staff to add more resources to a problem, that I still would like to look at how we're allocating those resources. But before we go and we add a bunch more people, that we reduce that call volume, because it will reduce substantially. And I have a graph in my 100 papers of what the trajectory looks like.
Yep.
And Zach will work with me and we'll send this out, because again, I finished this and ran out the door. But I think those are the metrics that matter to me, right? Like that's the metrics that matters, is what are we actually taking off the backs of the people that are doing the work. And I understand that duty crew gives you predictability, and I'm not against the duty crew by any means.
Right.
But I think that's where you start, is implementing the medical teams, because again, a huge chunk of these are also within that time. You reduce, gets a bad rap. We shift those
Someone's
lower
gonna show
priority.
up to those calls. It's not like you call 911 and
And no
one's
one's gonna
show up.
come.
Someone's gonna show up.
Someone's gonna show up. We're putting it on those
they do now.
that's yeah, exactly. And so that would I think would be my 1 to 2 year plan. I'm not anywhere near hiring a fire captain.
No, me neither.
I think again we have issues with how we're allocating our resources now. I don't want to add more resources to that mix. I would like to spend some more time in the data and looking at that stuff, and I would love to take anyone along for the ride that wants to come. But I don't think we're here, wherever that paper is, here.
You don't have a number, that 69% that you're talking?
Mm-hmm.
That obviously is going to,
I can't see
for
you.
me, it's about numbers.
Yep, 100%. I'm a data girl, I get it.
For me, we can 100% cover from, I've got from 8 a.m. till 10 p.m. I mean, there's another hour there that could be put in there, I guess. In my world, that costs $165,360 plus benefits, whatever benefits are there. Your 69% is going to take some of that money off the backs of the paid on calls. So that number's gonna drop some. And it'll also go up for all calls. I mean, there's gonna be some swapping back and forth.
It's not going to be perfect.
No, like I said, I think our biggest thing is we gotta pick up some part-time guys for the day shift, from that 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. That's our biggest concern right here.
But I
And
don't.
reduce them calls.
But I'll push back on you, Scott, and say I don't know that it is.
Well, maybe it's not.
With-
Maybe the 69% makes a huge difference. I don't.
Again, like, having gotten the data, not to anyone's, I found an issue in the data and I asked it to be rerun. So I did not receive the data again until much later in the day. So it was unfortunate that I haven't had the time to double check, because it's never perfect, and have Zach look at it and then share what I have found to get better insight. But I'm not ready, and I appreciate, okay, how do I say this? I appreciate the 5-year plan, I appreciate the work that went into it, but I'm not ready to pull the trigger on this. I could give a 2-year or a tentative.
That's what I want.
And I know we need something, right?
Yeah. So, does the fact that the data needs to be looked at more completely or
Closely.
in a different way prevent us from moving ahead with launching the medical teams?
No.
Because that's the
No.
2025
Absolutely not.
piece. So everybody is okay with
The overnight response team.
implementing
that's a
that, which is a significant change.
Yeah.
And I feel, we're going in the right direction. The types of medical calls that we're responding to, so if we're taking calls off the list, the bleeding tattoo thing, whatever category that falls into, is that information that the dispatchers have, that we no longer call Dayton for this type of call?
Councilman Pursuant, yeah, so I requested the duty crew tones, and then through that process, basically, we set up what calls we are going to respond to.
Okay. So somebody calls 911 and whatever this minor medical problem is that we've determined we are not very effective at, or it's, however you want to describe that, we're not going to go to those calls because we don't add value, would be the way I would say it.
That's exactly right.
Then,
The only way you would add value is if all of a sudden Paul's people decide, hey, we need some more help. That's the
Yeah.
only way you do it.
The other
They
thing-
could be repaged though, correct?
Yes, they could.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, no matter what, the police department's going to go unless they're on a call.
Correct.
It's your determination as if you want the police department to page out fire if we're unavailable. If not, then you're just letting North go. And I know Maple Grove has switched over to a lot of their police department is just letting ambulance and I believe fire now handle a lot of the smaller medicals.
So you just let North go, is what you're saying.
If you can't go. The first response would be to show up, correct, for police?
If we're available.
If you're available, and then if not, someone is coming.
Someone
So
will come.
I think that's the main
That's
thing to
very important to
emphasize
add.
here.
Someone's going to
is
show up when you
coming.
call 911. Like, I don't want any of our residents
No,
to
no,
think that someone's not
exactly.
going to show up. Someone will show up. It's
Thank
just a
you,
matter of
Sarah.
I would just like to jump in with where I'm at with all of this.
Yeah.
I 100% reduced the call volume for these non-urgent, the 1, 2s, and 3s.
Are you 1, 2, 3, or one? I'm up to 4.
I'm for sure 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it would be fair to say let's start 1, 2, 3, and then we can reassess. As Dave pointed out, we're not going to get it right out of the box. So let's try 1, 2, 3, see how that goes. Right? That would be my take. But I haven't seen your data, so if you have further data, I can. 4 is whatever. But I think reducing calls, I'm there, absolutely. Medical teams overnight, let's do that ASAP. I'm there right now. evening duty crew. I'm ready for that right now. I don't see any reason not to do an evening duty crew as soon as everyone can do that. I'm there with all of those things. I'm there right now today with all those things. And this hasn't come up, and I hate to throw another wrench in. I'm also like, where are we at with the $30 per hour? Did that happen?
That was the next thing.
Yeah, like, I'm okay with that right now. Let's do that today. Like, I'm down with all of these things. Where I'm a little stuck is, do we need a full-time person? And if so, when and where? Or is it a part-time? Like, that's where I'm not ready today to say yes or no.
With the captain, is that what you're
like
saying?
full-time captain, whether it's part-time, like that I'm not ready today to say yes to. But I think sometimes what's been happening is that we're kind of caught on these decisions, like these other bigger ones, and it's preventing us from making very easy. We're all on the same page for a lot of things.
Yeah.
Can we just do those things? And can we like get some progress on some of those things and like get them out and rolling? And then we can continue arguing all day long about some of this other shit. But like, we have been preventing some good things happening because we're busy arguing about this other thing way over there. And I'm really, quite frankly, sick of that. So I would like to make a motion, if I can, that we can just all go forward with reducing calls. Let's start 1 through 3 for now. Doing the medical teams and doing an evening duty crew. Can we like get that today and the $30 an hour and then come back to these conversations?
We cannot.
Okay, you're not there yet.
Because we don't know the impact, right? Like, we
Right.
don't know the financial
And the
impact.
thing is, if we reduce calls, my guess is you're gonna see more responses. You're gonna see more firefighters respond because, for many reasons. They're
But-
not getting called as often, what? Go ahead.
But why can't we do the medical teams and the evening duty crew? Why would that be a bad thing?
With the reduction,
I don't
you
know-
may not have enough calls
Yeah, I
to
don't know
warrant
that we need
having a
that.
duty crew.
I don't know.
My initial analysis says for
But I mean,
22 calls as of now. I don't think it's
okay.
20 for the whole year until today.
Okay.
22 total calls in that six.
Okay.
Like, I don't think it war. But again, I
So are
want
we
the
okay-
time to go back through.
Are we
and
okay
someone
with
look at it.
reduced call volume and overnight medical teams?
Yeah,
I'm okay with that, but I am 1 through 4
yeah,
Okay.
at least.
I'd have to look, but,
I think because 5 is fall.
yeah.
Lots of things happen there. We also have the community risk reduction to help with mitigating some of that, or
Yep.
and then because that can be a lot of things. And then broken bone is also a 5. I mean, painful but stable.
Yeah, that one's,
It's tough because if it's a compound one
Well,
versus
and it's tough. My son broke his femur.
There you go.
He was 2 years old, and we called in the helicopter. Like, it is hard. And so, like, I'm fine leaving 5s on there. 5 seems like a great spot to say, yep, we're going to go with that. 4 and under seem like if we're needed, page us back out, we'll be there. But I feel like it's enough of a reduction that, I mean, I don't want to throw too many numbers out, but even if we didn't get a single other call from 1 to 4, our call volume, the trajectory drops off the face of the earth. Like that reduction, it's 122 calls from right now. We've gone on 540. 122 of the 540 calls is a lot of calls. That's how many calls that if we looked back, if we did a what if scenario and we had not showed up, or we had shifted who responded, where we add value. If we had done that this year, of the 540 calls that we've been paged out to, we wouldn't have gone to 122 of them. That's a huge number. That's a huge reduction. And again, the analysis I've done so far shows that a lot of that is on the weekend. And our paid on call is responding on the weekend.
so when I've looked at,
Sorry, I'm yelling.
and we've seen some of these numbers that the chief had put up at one of the last meetings, when I'm looking at these call volumes by the cities, other than Rogers, per capita, they're almost half. So that tells me that even that list is probably fatter than what they typically see. So it'd be nice to know what other cities do.
Were we able to get that?
I do. I can give you this handout.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, I did request that from the chief and
Get
it from Anoka Champlin.
This is Anoka
Anoka
Champlin.
Champlin?
Yep.
Yeah, it'd
Take
just
a
be
look
nice
at
to
it.
see what they,
All of that conversation, the only thing that I'm not satisfied with there
Yes, sir.
is if we run in, I think our biggest problem is we don't have day people. And do we, I've got mixed feelings, because on the meeting that we had with the firefighters, some said, yes, we can cover our day shift, some said, no, we can't. So I don't know what we got.
Is that, again, a resource discussion? We have resources. Are we adequately using our resources, and are they the correct resources at the right times? So is that a whole nother conversation of this is how we are using what we have, and is that how we want to? I'm trying to be very careful.
I guess to me, if we cut, just mythically, if you cut the cost of 69% of the paid on call, there's some money there for some part-time. What we need to avoid, in my opinion, is there are going to be days where he's not training the dog and he's going to be at an actual meeting, or he's going to be out of town. That's going to happen. Sure. Kevin is one guy.
Yep.
And it may happen that we don't get another paid on call guy that comes. But if we have a guy here, then we have two, at least two. And hopefully one or two show up. So to me, you could take some of them resources from the paid on call savings and pick up one or two or three guys during the week.
I'd like to, try to keep the council on track a little bit. This is a 5-year plan, and we're focused really heavily on 2026, which I think is mostly L&M for the items and approvals, is L&M for the 2 items that we're looking at or talking about and discussing. That's heavily focused on what 26 is, and will likely be part of the budget discussion and item J as well. Yeah. So I want to be somewhat focused on keeping the 5-year plan in our focus here of like trying to get somewhat towards the 5-year plan, or giving direction to the chief so that he's able to do a 5-year plan and get this back to us, because it's something that the council wants to see. They want to see a 5-year plan, and right now we're stuck on year 1 of year 5, and we can't get off year 1. So I want to. But I don't call it 25. That's already most. It's on the plan.
It's on the plan.
I would
That's
agree.
year 1.
But I look at 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 for my 5-year plan.
How do you determine that?
I'm not okay with a 5-year plan.
And that's fine. We just need direction given to the chief so that he can bring it back, so that either you can deny it, give us direction so that we know what we're doing, so that the chief and I can work together to say, here's what we need to get to, because we're spending on year 1. I get we're not going to get to year 5. I understand that, but where are we moving here?
I'm not getting to any more full-time until we try this deal.
And I'm going to use your deal as item M, hiring some mercenary firefighters, whatever they're called, of part-timers to fill in the gaps of those duty crew times or whatnot. And we can establish if we want to do duty crew at 6 to 10, which is something that the firefighters, when I met with them and we met with them, they said, we want to do 6 to 10, whether that the data shows it or not is irregardless. I think at this point, when we met with the firefighters, that's what they requested and asked for. That forewent another evening night for them for not doing maintenance, which is something that they mentioned that they would like to have a Thursday night back, so then they have to work 2 Thursday nights, which was something that they noted. So I want to make sure that's known too, because I think we sometimes forget about, we've met with the firefighters as a committee. Scott, or Councilmember Solana, Councilmember Fashion, and myself met with them, and they were on board with this stuff, but that doesn't mean that, that's what we have to do. It's just we need to take their consideration into perspective here. So I know we're not going to do a 5-year plan. I'd like to get some direction made so that we can bring this back to you, so we can get something accomplished with direction, and then we can bring it back. Because again, I know we're not going to get to a number. That's totally fine with me, but direction is great. And then we can go, yep, bring it back, or table it, or deny it, or something, and we can. We're beating a dead horse.
I'm going to say one more thing, and then I'm going to be quiet. I understand. And I appreciate all of the effort that's gone in on both sides to say, like, hey, this will work for us. This is what we want to do. And I hear that. And, like, I'm not new to the pager going off at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, I lived it for 10 years. My husband left the effing radio on Hennepin County 24/7 in my kitchen. Like, it's eerily quiet right now. But again, very sympathetic. I hear you. I get the struggle, but I can't, in good conscience, make a decision that I am looking at the data that doesn't support. And that doesn't mean that I don't support the department, and it doesn't mean that I don't hear the struggles. But with the call reduction, I, at this point, cannot support putting a 6 to 10 duty crew looking at the data of what that call reduction would do to the number of calls we have in that time frame. Doesn't mean that we couldn't shift it. I would be more than willing to look at that, but I am not today ready to say 6 to 10 is the duty crew hours. Just by looking at what that reduction will take away from that time. I don't think we know enough to pull the trigger on something that'll be really, really hard to unwind in 6 months if we're like, hey, we've got people sitting at the station and we haven't had a call in a couple days, or we've had one call.
Is there a reason why if we start the duty crew from 6 to 10 and it proves that's not the time we need it, we can't change the duty crew to a different time of day where it is needed? Like,
It's
why?
a little bit of whiplash.
Okay.
You can undo anything.
Well, yeah.
You can reevaluate anything, but it's a very unpredictable schedule to get used to in the first place, which I don't know if you ever really fully get used to it. But then to say, okay, you're not going to respond to the pager at these, you're just going to come to the duty crew, and then you're going to maybe get a call once or twice. I think overnight, my numbers are a little different, whatever. But anyway, then to flip back to you're going to listen for the pager, it's like a whiplash. That's like going from nights to days to second shift back to night. Like it's not that smooth, first of all, and second of all, the financial implications for the city of that, if we're saying we're going to schedule, we know what this budget's going to be. If we go back to just listening to the pager, I mean, I would think it would go down, but there's no predictability in that.
So right now, to Zach's point, like, and to just also, we have a lot to talk about yet. Can we all agree on reducing calls? And I'll do 1 through 4. I prefer 1 through 3, but I can get behind 1 through 4 if that moves us forward. The overnight medical teams and like doing that today. Can we say yes to that today? And then can we say that we would like to table this until you have a chance to look at that data better to see if 6 to 10, like what a reduction in those particular calls would do to see where perhaps the best timing for duty crew might be. Maybe like, is that something we could all say yes to and move forward? And then this could be tabled until you get a chance to look at that data more, and then we can bring it back up next time and have this fun 3-hour conversation again.
I want to get a little farther.
Okay.
Than that.
Okay. I'm okay with
it-
getting farther than that too. I would like to make progress.
Yeah, I mean, this is not our first 3-hour conversation.
It
about
is
this.
not
And we've not
made any progress.
done
of
anything
any
about the
kind.
daytime
No.
calls. And so in my mind, I'm not there with the full-time captain, and it doesn't sound like anybody is. But we need resources during the day because we don't have them. The paid-on-call folks are not available for the most part, and we've got administrative stuff that, like it or not, pulls them away from being available during the time that we need that coverage. I could see us moving ahead with the hiring of the part-time, in the hospitals, we call them traveling nurses, right? And this is essentially the same kind of thing, people that are interested in pulling shifts in other places. And I think that's a viable path to get us some daytime coverage. Are we going to be able to get enough people to fill all those shifts? That's an unknown, but we don't know until we try, right?
Would it?
And
That's item M.
so, don't, if that isn't getting us where we want to be, then we loop back and talk about another full-time position, and we can argue about whether that's a firefighter or some leadership role, but it's the bodies on the truck.
Yep.
Not to minimize the value
on the
of
ground.
everybody, but if you can't pull a truck out until you've got at least 2 people, then we got to have at least 2 people.
Right. I agree.
So can we do the medical team, do the call reduction piece on what type of responses we're going to do, and move ahead with hiring the part-time people?
Whether it's 2 or 8 or whatever, I don't know the number.
Okay, there's
You're
It's
gonna
a
have to
big
do some
number
research on it.
in there. The only question I have around that for you, Chief, is the way it's written, it sounds like we're excluding people that live in Dayton from.
That's the way it sounds like.
and I'm wondering why that would be, or is that correct?
No, we're not excluding people. The difference is that we're hiring, every year I budget for 4 new people, like have no experience. So if they lived in Dayton and they wanted to be on the duty crew, by all means, that wasn't the idea.
Okay,
The
so I think
idea
that
is-
needs to be a little cleaner in that language,
Sure.
because
Yeah.
it sounds like it says you can't.
Because it said outside the city.
Yeah, it was just trying to articulate that we're gonna hire from not, we can still hire within. There might be some Anoka Champlin or whatever.
Yeah, you might have a Brooklyn Park guy that
Yeah.
has 3 days off and he wants to do something
Yep.
for 5 hours.
So
So-
you're
so
suggesting
can-
that this be a daytime duty crew?
The part-time people,
The part-time people?
Part-time people.
yes. Mhm.
Right.
So you're moving.
That would be the midday duty crew. So that's,
So 2027, you're
2027.
moving up. Because
Well, no, 'cause we're
the
being-
8 are evening that are in the packet today. The 8 those are the evening people. And so you're moving 2027, the midday duty crew up.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
see
in lieu
the,
of the captain
In-
position.
I see
In lieu of
the
the full-time
part-time
captain position.
people first and foremost covering day shifts. If there's
Yeah.
the ability to expand
That makes sense.
that and fill in these gaps in the evening, where we don't have paid on-call availability, or the weekend, that seems to be problematic because of the call volume and
they don't want to go.
the lack of any full-time
Right.
people on site. Is that viable for you to do that hiring and to advertise it for daytime shifts?
Yeah, we can advertise. I guess the one thing that I was gonna mention is just a couple things. Myself and Chief Astrup worked with the firefighters. Some of them are represented in the room tonight. But the one thing that we have to realize is that what they discussed with Councilman Pursuant, Councilman Solonic, is what they're looking for. So I just bring that up because they might not be agreeable to whatever that we're gonna get to, and that's fine. I'm just bringing it up as a point of, from their perspective. Also, the Relief Association. I don't know how this impacts budget dollars and everything else.
I wrote that down.
So we have to work through that, because the relief and the $30 an hour, I believe, don't go together. Zach can confirm that.
You have
They're-
so many dollars per month, right?
Yeah, they're loosely tied together, because if you don't make enough money per month once, then you aren't eligible for para, which means you have to have a retirement, or we forfeit those dollars from the state. So I'll have to do some more research on that, because the money from the state can't go to pay hourly rate, it has to go to retirement. It can't go to, that's what the money from the 2% money, whatever they call it, the insurance money. We would just, and I don't know how this works because I've never had it happen before, is that it's been less. So like we get the same thing for police too, but because the retirement for the police is much more than the number we get, it just washes in, and that's what it pays for, and it's a portion of it. But if the dollar amount for the firefighters doesn't I don't know, 425, I think that's the number?
I think it's around 400.
425.
425
Sounds
sounds right. If they don't make $425 one time, then they aren't eligible for para, and then that means we can't contribute para. After they make $425, then they can. So it's to make sure there's enough hours available for them at $30 an hour, which
Right.
again, it's not, as long as the math works, I don't care. I just want to make sure that the council is aware of, if we're going to have that money be forfeited, I want to make sure the council's aware of it, if that's what's going to be the case. I don't think it will, but again, I haven't run the new numbers. I don't know, like, if we reduce it by 25%, does that make a huge factor into the call? I don't know, so. I'd
The
have to
other
make all the math.
thing that I want to mention too is we do have a challenge, or not challenge, but bring it up for discussion, or not even discussion, more information, is that Otsego is going to go live with their department here 27, I believe.
Yep.
So Station 1, 50% of that department, 50% of that station lives in Otsego. So if they chose to, they could leave the city of Dayton and go serve their own community. So I'm trying to look big picture at that as well, and I just bring it up for information for council.
Yep.
So for Councilman Fashion's point is he'd like to take the part-time, which is item M, and again, we'll get to item M at that point, but
Yep.
would be to forego the captain position in this 26 budget to cover the daytime response, is my understanding. Is that correct? And that would cover, the captain was planned for 10 to 6 p.m., 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., that's an 8-hour shift. It would be covered by 2 mercenary firefighters in that opinion, in that process. That's my understanding. Am I incorrect or is that correct?
No, that's what I'm
Okay.
trying to get to, is that, we can't have nobody showing up at a fire, right? And we've had that happen, so I think that's a high priority for us to do something about.
What about the evening duty call, duty crew.
Well,
Right there.
I am okay with moving ahead with implementing
I am also.
the duty crew. I understand that when we understand or are able to see the data better, that those might not be the right hours, and that's, that's the adjust part of the process. We got to start with something. If it's not covering our need fully, then we have to flex to optimize it, I guess is what I'm trying to roll to. And the other pieces that go with this, because they're not insignificant, we've budgeted the $30 an hour part, right, already in this year and didn't implement it because we can't get past this discussion.
Yep.
Is that we move with that, and with that, doesn't the para piece then tag along with?
Para would hook into that pretty good.
Yes, like I said, as long as they have enough hours in a
Yep.
month to hit 425 one time, then they're eligible for para.
But
And then we just have enough, so part of it is that we have to have the relief dissolve.
it has to do.
It has to dissolve first because there are,
And when you
I'm gonna
move
use a
for-
term that you don't normally use with that, is it's first right of refusal. Like, they get the first right to the money first,
Right.
even though that's not really the correct
Yeah.
term, but in quotes. And then the rest goes to the city, and normally all of it just gets passed.
And what happens if the call volume drops, if this duty crew stuff, we're gonna have a lot of firefighters that don't make a lot of hours.
And that's part of my comment, is that if, let's say that, for example, what you said, Mayor, is true, and we don't have enough calls, and the $30 an hour doesn't get you to 425 one time,
Right.
we then forego the retirement dollars from the state at the end of the year. So if I only paid, I don't know, 80 grand out in retirement dollars, but I got 140 from the state, we have to give a check back of 60 grand to the state and say, we didn't pay retirement for firefighters of that money, here you go, here's the money back. Because it has to be for retirement, which is why it goes right to the relief right now, it's just a pass-through, like it's just 100%, here you go.
Yep, okay.
But just, I always want to make sure the council's aware of that, if that's the decision to make, because that's part of the duty crew, is that you don't have those set hours, right? So you don't have that set amount of time for, that you're paying the firefighters to be here. And so that goes into that para conversation.
Question
Yeah,
though,
go ahead.
the firefighters get to sign up basically for the duty crew, correct?
Correct.
Well, you could do it, do any model, yeah, you could do
But I'm
seniority,
just-
you could say
They
pick
can't.
first two,
I'm
whatever.
just saying that, okay, so maybe I'm not understanding, but if they need to reach, okay, so what's the dollar amount per month, or is it per
We
year
have
or
to
per
meet
month?
it, from my understanding with paras, it's $425 one time, and I don't know, and this is what I asked them, is, do they have to then meet it, $425 one time a month? And then, I don't know if they have to remake it again within a year, or what the time frame is, like, if they make it once, then they're eligible, then all of their payments go in afterwards, but then they don't get to go into para until they make $425 one time. So they could work 6 months without making $425 in a month and not give a single cent to para. They keep it all. And then that's when they hit the 6 months, that's when their para time would start.
Well, because my where I'm going with this is, if we can get that figured out, then when you sign up for duty crew, you would know that at least 1 month you maybe have to sign up for more
Yep.
in a given month so that you hit your target for the year,
Yep,
and then we're fine.
yep.
Yeah, they switched it from being an X amount per year
Yeah.
a few years ago to being X amount per month, which is $425.
But like, if we know this in advance,
Yep,
then
and they know
when you're looking at, when we send out here's the duty crew times you got to sign up, then if you know this, then 1 month you just put yourself on a lot for a given month, and now we're fine, right?
That'll be
Like-
up to the firefighter to
Well,
make sure
yes.
he's got time.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but like,
Yeah.
we know this in advance. How can this, and then maybe if we're like not meeting it with the evening, maybe we add a weekend duty crew so that the person who needs to get enough hours to guarantee this can like sign up for like a lot of hours on the weekend. But like, you just know you need 1 month that's gonna be kind of, I don't wanna say brutal, but like, 1 month is gonna be kind of stacked for you.
It's 20 hours for the month, that's what we
the month.
planned.
Well, and that's what I want to say, Mayor and members of council, is that when we worked with the fire department and the firefighters, is we stuck with 20 hours.
Okay.
So a month. So that
Yeah.
is 6 hours of, 6 to 8 hours of training. And then your duty participation of 2 shifts. And then maybe 3 or 4 all calls. So we're looking at 20 hours a month. So that's really what we've been working with them. So the 8 that I have or the 8 that I'm requesting future in the council agenda, may or may not be the right cost or the right amount, because it depends upon participation here. The other thing that comes into play is what Jerry had talked about, is we have some significant turnout gear costs that are coming this way as well, to around $5,000 a set. I've depleted our turnout gear on the shelf because it legitimately expires after 10 years. Instead of it sitting there, it does no good for that. So we are going to be in a need to maybe ask for additional funds from the council, and maybe that comes into however these numbers play out, but it's about $5,000 a set. So I just throw that out there as well.
So, but
In each one of those, what did you call them, mercenary?
Mercenary is the term.
And the duty crew already have those, but,
Yep.
oh, they may not, actually, if they come from out of,
Correct. If they're, when we hire them, we need to provide their turnout.
we would provide all that,
Correct.
and that's $5,000 a pop.
And that's just for coat and pants.
So the idea of having Velcro patches, that doesn't really work that way?
No, it does not. Because another agency is not going to want their turnout gear to
Right.
come here and we.
It's not gonna travel.
Right.
Yeah.
And the size is what it is. Like, you may get somebody that is 5 foot and 100
Right.
pounds, and you may get somebody who's
Right.
6'6". Like,
Yeah.
the gear is not,
So everybody
it
gets
has
their
to
own.
fit
Yeah.
correctly.
No,
I just wanted to clarify a question that I misunderstood maybe. If someone signs up for duty crew time, are they, and obviously if there's a call, you go to the call. But if there's no call, are they not then doing the maintenance and the other things?
No, they still be here.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
So that, because I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
But, I think, I understand why we need to be cautious of the whole para, making sure we don't lose that money, but like, I feel like there's a really easy solution to that, and we know it in advance, and it should not be hard to just make sure everyone signs up for enough hours in the year to like.
Are there any, so I know we've talked about this before, but what I'm hearing is hardly anybody loses their relief organization. Are we missing something? Why are we unique there?
That is a request from the department.
I know.
Based on that,
Yep.
from my understanding, it's based on the fact that they don't have any time. That they don't feel they have time to run the relief and run their regular calls and still have family. That's my understanding.
Okay.
But I think it'd be best to talk to the firefighters who are in the relief of why they would want that to be gone.
It also takes you forever to be fully vested, and
It-
most people don't
yep.
stick around long enough to be fully vested.
Sure, I
and
get all
so
that. Yeah,
Moving to
inject
para-
that.
Para, you're
Para's
vested much
Para's gonna be
quicker.
better for them anyway.
It is.
Yeah,
It cuts it in
is.
half.
It
Yeah.
is.
Transferable, so if you have a relief and you go to a different
Yeah,
fire
that's another
department to
thing,
work,
yeah.
you don't.
No, the only thing I'm getting at is are we missing something? Why is not everybody doing this?
Well, I'll tell you, sometimes the relief is a lot of money per month, per year. So like for Maple Grove, for example, is like $15,000 a year you earn. We're $32,550.
Oh, their funding is
So
is
their
much better.
funding is $15,000 a year. Para
Okay.
can't even come close to touching that
Well,
after
as long as
20
we
years.
checked
so.
out the risks and.
The one thing that, maybe it's a concern, maybe it's not, and maybe I just gotta be okay with it. Can you occupy 2 firefighters for 18 hours a day with maintenance? That's a lot of time.
Well, there's some other things that can be done. I mean, without a doubt, we need to do some training. They can do some prepping for, there's lots of things that can be done in that capacity. I'll be honest, this is an insurance policy.
That's
Okay?
basically, yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
really,
coverage is
it's
what
an
it is.
insurance policy.
Yep.
It's no different than,
Okay, so can we,
So I think I don't know if I had a motion technically, but I think I have direction.
I think you have
The
direction.
5-year plan needs to come back. I think
Yes,
needs to
that's
be
clear.
tabled, so I think we should have a motion on that somehow.
Okay.
Tabled, and I think we have direction, and hopefully Chief and I can work through it together, and we'll come back with something, and I don't know if it'll get
Are we
slaughtered again or not, I'm not sure, but,
So
Is
for
this-
now, I'll motion that we table the 5-year plan, but we still want pieces of this, don't we?
Yeah.
this needs to come back. That's why I say don't deny it, because we need to table this thing to come back for, and that's the direction I
No,
was
but
kind of looking for.
it seems like we have agreement on,
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say.
Several
So I would be
elements of that.
tabling this, and then I would ask to do a motion
new
on
motion.
what you'd like to.
Are
Yeah.
we encompassing hiring the part-time firefighters too? Because I have an amendment to.
That's
the-
on item M.
I know, but is it not, are we not putting that in this motion? It'll be its own separate? Or will it be part of this motion?
Should be part of its own motion.
Okay.
That's what, that,
'Cause
but it needs to be known.
I just have a clarification an addition, I guess.
So
Okay.
can I make a motion to table the approval of the 5-year staffing plan?
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of tabling, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. It is officially tabled.
Can I make a motion to request that the fire department reduce call volume on a, can I start making individual motions here on some of these components?
Well, we're gonna get to some of this
Yep.
and,
Well, yeah, but the call volumes in the medical teams isn't,
Yeah.
so.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to request that the or the fire department, reduce call volume by not, how do I wanna say this? By not immediately responding to calls that are 1 through 4, with the understanding that they may be called out if it turns out that the call was not as expected. And also just, and that people will show up, it's just not gonna be the fire department as the very first person on scene. I'm just gonna make that as a standalone motion, so that we can maybe just vote on it and get that forward. Is that cool with everybody?
And the severity ranking is done by the chief, and that will be sent out. It was sent out last week's weekly update, and I don't know how you want to disseminate that information, chief, to your firefighters, but provide that same data or whatever.
Yeah, Mayor and members of council, I can put that out. The one thing I just want to clarify is that I don't know the time frame for this legitimately, because
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
out of my control. It's with dispatch and when they can get
Yes.
that done.
I just wanna green light it so we can
doesn't have to
move it
happen,
forward.
doesn't have to happen tomorrow.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and members of the
Progress.
council, for transparency, can you read the call types from 1 to 4?
Yep.
I can if you'd like.
Okay.
Allergic reaction, mild, that's a 1.
Yep.
Lift assist, 1. Down unknown problem is a 2. Medical alarm, 2. Pain, 3. Illness, 3. And just for everyone's listening, we ran 38 calls of illness in 2025. Let me go back, 9 in 2024. Pain calls, non-traumatic, we ran 8 in 2024. This year we've run 33. Medical alarm, 2024 we ran 1. 2025 we ran 7. Down on no problem, we have not run either of those call types in 24-25. Lift assist, we ran 8 in 2024. 2025 we've run 18. Allergic reaction, we've run 3 in 2024. This year we've run 6. And then moving on to class 4, if you will, or severity 4. Dizzy faint, we ran 5 in 24. In 2025, we ran 20. And mental health behavior, which is a 4. Typically, law enforcement does deal with that. We haven't run on either of those. 0 calls in 24-25.
And again, with the understanding that if you could be still called out, it's just
Correct.
you're not going to be the first ones to respond.
That is correct.
So, that's my motion for that one.
And to further clarify, you call 911 with one of those types of calls, police still come, ambulance is dispatched.
That is correct. The one thing, like you said, sometimes depending on how the information is disseminated from the caller to the dispatcher, we have that variable. So it could be whatever in that
Yep.
case.
Yep.
It ends up being something else. So yes, that is correct.
It's not going to be perfect, we recognize that.
Correct.
Okay, that's my motion.
Second. Okay, any more discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. That carries 5-0.
Mayor and members of council, if I may, really quick, I do want to provide a clarification on the information that you received from Anoka Champlin. So the calls that you see from Anoka Champlin, they don't specifically run medicals per se. That's a piece of paper that we hand
Just
out.
hand it out, just.
They run CPR, and then because they are running a duty crew, law enforcement, for the most part, as you can see, all the calls that they've run, it might not be exact number, if I recall from the sheet, but basically the information received from the assistant chief is that, it says, I know that it doesn't give you the call type number, but it gives you an idea of what we went to last year for medicals. The only one that we get toned out for automatically is not breathing. Most others are by police request. So that's just giving an understanding of that information in front of you.
Thank you. Then my second motion is to implement the overnight, or to launch the overnight medical teams at both stations. Is that something we're all, well, I'm making that motion. I guess we'll see what happens.
First motion was tabling the 5-year plan.
Yes.
Second motion is the
Reducing
Reducing calls.
Reducing calls,
Third
this
one
is third
now.
motion, is to launch the overnight medical teams at both stations.
And we,
What
again, we
time?
understand it won't happen tomorrow. We just
Yes.
got time to.
Yeah.
It'll be 10 p.m. to 4 a.m.
To 4 a.m.,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
I'll
Second.
second that.
Did you say second, Scott?
No,
but
Stephanie
You can
did.
give it to Steph too.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
We should do something productive tonight.
Okay, any more discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. That carries 5-0.
Did we come to consensus on starting the evening duty crew? I think
think
Scott.
three of us
and I-
did.
Yeah. Scott and I and David are on board with that.
Which is item M, correct?
No, that's the
Not
evening
a-
duty crew. It's not its own item.
Too many
Well,
items.
M is for specifically,
The part-time.
yeah, sorry, M is specifically for the mercenary firefighters
Yes.
only.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hiring 8 of them, or up to
Oh.
8 of them for specifically part-time to help out and supplement the duty crew, whether that's
But that
during
is
the day.
also in either one?
Yeah, I think that would be during the day or at evening, depending on if we have coverage, correct?
That is correct. That would assist current firefighters in filling those gaps in the evening and/or during the day if that's what council would like.
Could I make a somewhat vaguer motion to start implementing a duty crew model and not necessarily pin you down to an evening duty crew model? And then based on what, as you actually roll this out, because once you actually start it, it might turn out that like the hours have to shift a little bit, or you might have people, whatever. Can I just say
Yeah,
to?
that's possible because you could have somebody who's on this current department that wants to work 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Exactly.
Right.
And if you said 6
Evening
p.m. to
and-
10 p.m., that means that would be where the limited of the current people in the department, and that, yeah.
So-
I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying, so.
so I would like to make a motion to say, go ahead and launch a duty crew model, and however that winds up panning out, once you hit, because you don't really know until you start it.
Okay?
Is that something we can all be on board with?
The one thing that Gary's gonna, correct me if I'm wrong, Gary, at some point, you may have 5 guys that want Tuesday, and nobody signs up for Wednesday. You're gonna have to make that call, and Tom, Dick, or Harry is gonna have to sign up for Wednesday. You're gonna have to sign them up.
Yeah,
And then
so.
they're gonna have to work it out themselves.
So we've had brief discussions with the fire department in trying to figure out what's the best way to schedule. And so what I found in my previous place of employment for duty crew is it's easier for us to schedule them.
Yep.
Once they're scheduled, it goes out to them, and then it's like 52 card pickup. They
Yep.
then will trade amongst themselves as long as the shift is
It's
filled.
covered.
Yeah.
Because I don't have the ability to call dispatch and tell them, hey, from 2 to 6, we don't have a duty crew. They're just gonna
Correct.
pay its duty crew tones once it's put into the CAD system.
Yeah. So that's why, that's the reason why I don't want to pin you down, because
Sure.
once you get out and whatever, but are we okay with that?
Can you,
I'm good.
Okay.
That's okay, you have your vote?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not.
okay.
I,
Are you okay?
more or less, I just am not quite clear on the hours piece of it. So not saying any hours,
Yeah.
or just saying launch a duty crew,
Yes.
figure it out.
Yeah. And then and we'll
You wanna clarify
reevaluate.
10 to 10 or something?
Well, I just want to ask a
Yeah.
question too that goes with that, because, and maybe you can help me with this. I just want to clarify, so if we go in the direction of duty crew, whatever those hours happen to be, is there dollars in the budget to accomplish that?
He's gonna have to run some
I'll
numbers.
have to run numbers, but there should be, if we're not hiring that full-time person, there should be enough dollars in order to cover the duty crew.
Okay, so, I mean,
Hopeful. I don't-
At the current wage or at the
It
$30?
would I would run it at the $30 an hour, because that's the,
That
from
was
my
the intent.
understanding,
Okay,
that's
that's
the
that was
what
intent.
that's what I'm making sure,
Council
that's
wants
the
to
thing
do.
that matters.
Yeah.
That's
So
my
that-
understanding, so.
Us doing this piece then triggers the $30 an hour and the para.
Yeah, well, technically, the $30 an hour would happen once the relief would technically be dissolved, because that's where we're trying
Sure.
to offset
As-
dollars
So that would be
from.
I
mid-year.
understand.
It'll
It's the
take
same
them
thing as
It'll take them a few months or
is
something.
hiring.
my
We
guess.
can't
so take up to 6 months, because there's some timing in there where they have to
Right.
wait.
And that's, yeah, and there's gonna be time when, so we'll try to do our best to try to get $30 an hour ASAP. That's the intent. I understand that's the intention of the council, and that's my intention, and the chief's intention is to get them $30 an hour ASAP, as long as we can afford it in the budget. So I just gotta, I want to make sure I run some different scenarios, and I'll happily provide those to the council so you can see my math and so that I can be double checked, because again, I make errors too, just like everybody else.
Yeah, you're gonna have to kind of adjust the paid on call savings and whatever it
It's
comes
gonna,
out.
yeah, like I said, and then I will send it out to council and the chief as well, so you guys can double, triple check my math to make sure that I'm not missing something, or that
And if there's
Yeah.
a serious budget issue, one of the options is to narrow how many hours are covered by the duty crew.
Yep, like I said.
You know what I mean? Like, so if we're running into budget issues, that doesn't mean the duty crew model can't start the process. We might just have to say, well, instead of all of these hours, we're gonna just have to do these
Yeah.
hours for the budget for the time being.
The mayor, members of council, the only thing that I want to qualify with that is that then I have the unknown
Then it's
of
all.
the
Yeah.
stub toe for 12 people to show up,
Yep.
in theory. I'm just,
Well,
not knowing.
we wouldn't have the stub toe anymore. 'Cause we should just-
No, because we were just calling.
Yeah, that's it.
So it should be okay.
I think the general idea is to run the duty crew to, in lieu of the full-time person, which would be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's my understanding, because the full-time would have been 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., 6
Duty
p.m. to
crews,
10 p.m. with the
yeah.
duty crew intention, so that the intention would be a 10 to 10
What-
duty crew, roughly.
Whatever works
And we'll have
out.
to figure that
Yeah.
out if that works. That's my understanding.
And part of why I think I would like to move forward with this sooner rather than later is it also tells us where our own people can cover. So if we do need to hire part-timers, we know when and where we need those part-timers. Because we may have people within our own department right now who are okay shifting a little earlier in the day or whatever. So that's the other reason why I am okay and in favor of starting the start of the studio crew model sooner rather than later.
And again, it will not be invented tomorrow. So
Well,
it's
no,
gonna
and I
take some
recognize
time.
that. None of these things are gonna start on Wednesday. I recognize all of that.
Yeah, clear as mud, so I'll second it.
Okay. That's my motion and my second.
You second?
Yep.
Okay, any more discussion on that?
Just gonna say, I'm voting no, but not because I'm not supportive.
Yeah, I think we need to let things settle down first, but.
That's totally fine.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Passes 3-2.
You could have also abstained.
I don't need to abstain. I'm not a conflict of interest.
Okay. No, I'm just saying if you didn't want, like, if you aren't, you were saying that you're not supportive.
I just wanted to make it known that it's not because I don't hear the needs, because I've lived the
Yeah,
life.
yeah.
I just think that we have a resource issue in general that this only exacerbates.
That's fair.
My opinion, and that's all right.
Well, we'll come back in a year and then you can tell me how I was
We'll
wrong.
find out.
Okay. I'm done with my things.
Actually, I don't know that it's factual, but one of the counselors in Champlain said they actually seen a reduction in cost when they went to the duty crew. But they have a lot more response. They'd have 10 people show up,
Yeah.
and now they only have whatever they need,
Yeah.
so. Okay,
So that's,
are you done?
I'm done.
That's item H.
Because the other ones were gonna come up in the other thing. They have their own thing.
That was item H. Oh, geez, and then we got this guy. You know what? If anybody's not opposed to it, I would like a 3-minute break.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, we're gonna
Recess?
recess for 3 minutes.
No.
Buffet.
Chris's mom made
Oh.
paper cookies.
Chris?
Oh, Chris, are you ready? You're good?
Oh, good. Okay, item I.
You have to click on the PowerPoint.
Oh, sorry.
Just click once with the mouse.
Oh,
Now I can just use it.
Until we get a little farther
There we
down.
go.
If not two.
Evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you here tonight is the first phase discussion for the new Elsie Stevens master plan that was approved at the last council meeting. In your packet, there's revised designs with more general annotations of the amenities that are in there. We've taken any descriptors out of there. There's no pricing on this or phasing at all. So after the last meeting, staff were asked to come back and discuss what we want to do for phase one and figure out what that is and timelines and getting pricing and moving this on to the next stage. So what I'm looking for from council is some guidance on this. There are some information in there about the surveys. I did do a slideshow with some additional survey information just to help guide decision making. I don't know if you guys have seen these, this slideshow. I don't particularly want to read everything in there, but a lot of the usage for the current is walking and jogging, nature observation, community events, river access, and picnicking. And some of the desired improvements that came through the online survey was restroom facilities were a big ticket item, water play features and a pavilion, and again some native landscaping and nature walk type of stuff. Some of the ideas that were put forward was more Mississippi River access, improved spaces for community events, improved parking and pedestrian connections, sunshades around gathering areas and park building with rentable spaces and bathrooms again. So those were all were incorporated into the initial concepts. The concepts were then shown at a pop-up event at Elsie Stevens Park, and more information was gathered at that. The park access, people like to bike or walk to the park, and the tunnel access was used often, so it's obviously been used by the River Hills neighbourhood extensively. Parking, the car show like the parking on the grass. There are preferences for breaking up the park and not into smaller areas, not having it all centralised. That's there. Amphitheatre, support for additional seating there, better utilisation of space, that's kind of a broad descriptor. River access, interest in expanding access, but concerns about safety. There was some talk about fencing and stuff like that. Playground equipment, there was interesting unique opportunities, some other than you would find in a regular neighbourhood park. Park identity, interested in seeing Stevens as a unique destination park, interested in reflecting the history of the park and the greater area, elements that should not compete with nearby parks, big trails, big event centre, that kind of thing. Interested in keeping the park natural, again the natural theme is coming through, with play features incorporated throughout. And then they had a visual preference board out there where they had photographs and you stuck a sticker on there, and there were different areas identified. The top 4 areas were water amenities, which was splash pad, got a lot of stickers on it, and a fishing pier. Playground equipment, ADA accessibility was a big feature, and nature playground again. Park features, the pavilion and restroom facilities, and the more defined amphitheatre were the top scorers there. Trails and walkability, support for additional trails. So that's the actual visual board that they showed. I don't know if that gives you some kind of an idea. And then these are the revised things from MSA, just identifying the areas, and the more generic descriptors of the amenities that are there. And then there's the blown up things. I think we've seen all of these before, and again with the generic aspect to the amenities. So from that information, I'm looking for you guys to give me some direction on what we want to look at for phase one, what is important to you guys. I would like to have some information about what timeline we're looking at to do this. Normally it's a design 1 year and a build the next year, so this is going to be designed from scratch again. There's nothing that we've got in place already to do this. So that's what I'm looking tonight from you guys.
I'll go first. A couple questions first, I guess. I definitely want to see something on the amphitheater end.
Yep.
I don't want sales. I want a solid structure of that caliber, something like that. And I'd like to get that ordered before the snow flies, because it's 4 months to get it.
So
And I'd like it up by next May 1st.
wasn't there kind of an agreement that that area needed to be bigger or not?
That's the problem.
I thought that we felt that that cement area currently for the stage isn't big enough.
I think in the plan
I think
that,
it needs work, yes.
I think in the plan that's on the screen now, that area was over doubled in size. So that would mean that.
I don't know that it needs to be doubled, but currently, right now, it's about 30 by 20.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that expedition band fit on there just fine. I mean, I don't know how much bigger of a band you're gonna get. They have 7 people in their band. I do think it needs to be adjusted because it's slanted coming into there and there's no area for any kind of a dance floor. That's gotta be fixed.
In front of it.
In front of it.
Yeah.
And then to me, the simplest way to fix that is to raise the whole concrete pad up, which you're gonna dump, I don't know how many yards of concrete on top of that. So, I don't know whether or not a couple of people look at what you can do, and to me, that's the biggest thing that needs to happen right away, but my opinion on a splash pad and a playground is if we go down that avenue, now we're talking probably enough money to where we got a bond for it, I think. I mean, we can't spend $1.5 million, right?
We have $1.5 million you could spend.
Oh, you do, okay. And the number one requested item was bathrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the number one, so
Yeah.
to me, all of a sudden, if you do that, you might as well do those 3 or 4 things right up front and bond for the thing one time and get it done.
But we can't just bond.
Why can't you?
Of our park facilities. You
Yep.
need a referendum to
You
pass.
need a referendum.
Oh,
Referendum for park
yeah, I don't
facilities.
have a problem with that.
Well, time does.
Timing.
Which would
Puts it
be
out a
next year would be a
year.
referendum. So if you plan for something and then the referendum doesn't pass, now you.
Well, maybe you just do this for now and you get your splash pad bathrooms and
Well,
your
and I guess
building.
so that we don't spend hours on this,
Right.
it'd be nice to kind of get an idea of some of the bigger ticket items, or I shouldn't say dollar-wise, but things that people, you mentioned the bathrooms to me are number one
Bathrooms are number one to me.
on my list.
And that,
Um,
okay, so bathrooms, and let's clarify what we mean by bathrooms. Do we mean
Yes.
flushable toilets? Do we mean like forestry toilets where they're just a big hole and we just suck them out? Or is this like porta potties,
To
more
me,
porta
to
potties?
me, give
I don't know.
flushable water bathrooms.
Flushable water bathrooms with sewer.
But if
To
you're
me,
doing
what-
that, then you might as well
I don't-
do the whole thing. Not the
Not
whole
the
thing, but
whole-
the FWS.
The pavilion?
The building?
The
Yeah.
building. The
Well,
farmhouse-inspired pavilion and restroom.
So there's a lot of, and you guys probably seen this, there's a lot of parks that have clean bathrooms, but they're not flushable.
That's why I asked the question,
Well,
which kind of bathrooms do you want to see?
Yeah.
Even the Mississippi Crossing's got a lot of porta potties there. I mean,
Well,
they
for
use-
events,
Yeah.
I think you would still want that. I guess my question
Events, you still-
on the type of bathroom is, sorry, How significant is it to bring sewer to that site?
It's going to be, it's got to come from over River Hills and get down to the site, so it would be a significant investment.
You don't have to
getting
do
it there.
that.
So is that
And water as well.
hundreds of thousands of dollars, or?
Yeah, it'd be hundreds of, I think MSA gave a high
Jason's
level
calculating
thing
it.
of 350 for that, I think.
I have,
Jason, what's the cost to run sewer and water roughly per foot cost or something like that?
I just use like $100 a foot for either if you're not disturbing too much on the surface.
Okay, so it's $100 a foot, and we'd have to figure out where the end of the sewer and the water pipe is, but if you did that, we could run a simple calc and give you, here's the cost. And again, this is very high level, so it's
Right.
probably way
Yeah,
off.
well, I guess that's the, where, what
according
matters to me on this is that,
MSA
I
probably
don't want to
ran
spend
that,
half the
yeah.
budget
According
getting
to
a sewer line over
MSA
there.
Water Services, they have 200,000, and sanitary, they have 200,000.
Yeah.
That's what
That's probably
MSA
close.
predicted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
I would just like a permanent bathroom structure with a changing table, because where do you change a baby in a porta potty?
Yes.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
Yep.
if this is geared towards families coming in, like,
it is.
you need to make it easy for them to stay. And, I mean, I've changed a baby on my lap, I've changed a baby on a blanket in the back of a car, but if I could just do it all at one time, you're toting a baby and little children, it would just be nice to have a changing table.
Now, with the bathroom, do you put a building up also?
So that's my question is, I appreciate that bathroom is priority, but I also don't want to spend money and then turn around and spend more money and redo what we've already done. Like, that was the whole point of the master plan, was to, like, this is where the bathrooms are going, so if you're going to do it right. Now, they did have 2 different bathroom locations. And so one option is, one of the locations was more of a, like, forestry bath. I don't know how, like,
You can call it that.
yeah.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about, I think.
Yes. And so perhaps that's what goes in first, because that was only ever going to be that. That is more affordable. That doesn't actually need the same level of whatever. And then we save the bigger, better, more awesome bathroom for when we do the bigger, better, more awesome building, which will need to have a referendum, which may or may or not ever happen. So I guess I'm down with the bathroom, but I think then we should do the little, if we're going to start with like a smaller budget, then we do the little forestry bathroom that's kind of off to the side. It's not in the best location though, but I think it's stupid to put in bathrooms where we know bigger, better bathrooms are coming hopefully someday in the future. Does that make sense? It's like that one was, I think, the best.
So
So
that was
for-
on the west side of there.
That's what the west
Correct?
side.
Yes,
This one.
but that was their forestry bathroom.
It's on the west
So
side.
I just want to get the context right, and I apologize, I wasn't there for the hour and a half discussion that you guys had the last time. I did listen to it.
Yeah.
I'm
But-
sorry.
So it seems inevitable that we've got a bond
Yep.
to build this thing out, right? This is our signature part, and it doesn't sound like there's any way that we can reasonably expect that our park dedication funds are going to float the boat on this thing. So that's the money. So what we're talking about now is a first phase, because I don't know what phase we're actually on, of this plan that we can do with money in hand. Is that what we're trying to get to?
Well, I mean, I'd go either way.
Yes.
I mean, depending on what kind of a building you build. I mean, if you're going to bond for it, build an adequate
But if
building
we
and
bond for it,
spend
we're-
$5
we're-
million bucks.
We're pushing it out a year before we can
Yep,
do
yep,
anything.
yep,
And
you are, for
if
sure.
you, I think if you put a bond, a referendum on now, with what we have there now, it's gonna die. So,
I think that's
I don't know that would.
going to be possible no matter what number we get there, and that's up to the community. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
we can, but
Yeah.
we need to be able to put a plan in front of them so they know what they're buying. And if they're not buying, they're not buying.
I mean, I don't think they'll support the $20 million plan, but we don't either, so.
No, so this would be the next phase, and this would be park dedication dollars primarily that we're
Yep.
talking about. So I'm all on board with doing something with the amphitheater, the band, a permanent kind of cover to improve that situation. I think the bathrooms were a high priority for everybody, and I would prefer piped plumbing, but if that's a if that's a ridiculous cost, maybe splitting them like Sarah was kind of suggesting, that one of them is more the permanent type, the other one is more the forest toilet, something better than the Boundary Waters pit toilets. That could be, we could get real bathrooms of one form or another, and maybe it's split. I'd like to see cost on that, but I'd be happy with one of each.
We're not talking about the big hole in the ground where you suck it out, are we?
Well,
Those
I don't
things
know
are
where the kind there is.
They all are.
Huh?
If you don't have sewer there, that's what you're doing.
That's the only way it leaves.
Yeah. And if they're
Pipe in with
piped
another-
correctly,
Then
They can be done really well, though.
yep.
okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen a state park bathroom. You can-
They all stink,
When you go in,
right?
and
I
if
don't
you can
know.
hold your breath
I
for a
don't know
minute
how
and a
you
half,
deal
you're
with
good.
odor control on.
Is there a dollar amount that council's willing to go up to and say, we don't want to spend more than X number of dollars on this stuff? Like, if we put in a bathroom and it works for flushing toilets and it's gonna cost us $200,000 total to run water and sewer, is that good for the council?
What did you-
I feel like there's this
Yeah.
3-2 vote going to happen here, and it's not gonna go anywhere, so.
What do we have in parks that's available?
Satellite.
He just said $1.5 million.
You can
Oh.
probably get $1.5 million to $2 million out of
Okay.
park fund right now.
Okay.
That's existing funds or funds
Existing
that'll
funds.
come over the next year, or?
Existing funds that are here today.
Okay.
And I don't want
Already,
to.
already pre-spent on other park.
And we don't have another park in the pipeline right now,
Other
is
park
what I
pipeline, that's
understood.
why I could tell you it's $1.5 to $2 million.
The well that's there now, Marty, that won't handle a bathroom?
Sorry, the what?
The well that's there now, that will
No.
not handle a bathroom?
No.
Why would it not?
Well, it's running the irrigation system. It's not a very big pump, and I don't know what
Yeah, but-
size the bathroom's going to be. And you'd also have, if you're going to do water there, are you talking about having sewer there?
Yeah,
or
that's the issue. Water's easy, I think. There's a pump there.
Well, there's a well there. I don't know. Yeah,
But it's sewer.
Right, you're right.
yeah. Sewer will be.
Sewer,
the
you can just
couple
put a
of
tank in
things.
the ground and pump that.
Well, that's
That's what we're saying.
what we're saying. It's a tank that sits underneath it. And there's a ventilation
system.
system that
Oh.
actually flows air.
There are those of us who live without being hooked up to city sewer, and somehow we're surviving, and I don't have to hold my breath every time I use my
No,
bathroom
no,
in my
no,
own
I'm talking,
house.
I'm talking about the state park bathrooms
Yeah.
that don't have water, they're just a hole in the ground.
Well, yeah, but like there's a middle ground, I think is our point. Like there are options that are not fully sewered, but are still not.
These buildings flow air, and they're
There's
fairly smell-free, the ones that I've been to.
But we
There are
are talking about water, having sinks, hand washing
hands.
facility,
Yeah.
even if we don't have the sewer.
You gotta have sewer. How do you have a sink without a,
Because the water's got to go somewhere.
yep.
Goes in the same tank you're,
Yeah, but if somebody leaves it running, well, I suppose you could put
Have
in,
the time ones.
Do the pushy
put in
ones.
timer ones. I don't know, I don't know if that's something you can do, then that's fine.
So
Would
my
imagine
opinion on
it's
back
something you could
to,
do.
Sure you could.
Yeah.
I think what I would be okay with is picking some items that we think are high priorities in terms of timeline,
Yeah, we'll do that.
and max budget 1.5 million.
I don't know that I would
$1.5
spend it
to
all.
$2 million.
I'm just saying, like, but that would be the cap. That's the ceiling.
That's
I
just-
wouldn't even go as high as 2 million. I would say my absolute ceiling is 1.5 to even like have a conversation. And then the things that I would want to know, are they doable? For me is the bathrooms,
Yep.
but not in the permanent nice location. So there was 2 other locations where they had bathrooms as maybes. One was to the far west, basically, and one is to the far east. Neither of them are super ideal, but again, it's not a waste of my money in my mind, so I'd be okay with either. Obviously, we long-term need to get sewer and water there long-term. That is the long-term goal. So if we can do that and get that covered in the 1.5 million, and then have that initial bathroom be sewered and water, great, but like that would be a question mark I would have. Also, thinking about what we might get other people to pay for. No one wants to put their name on your toilet. Toilet's brought to you by, whatever. They want to put their number on the theater or like the big building, right? So like also thinking about what we probably need to like pay for ourselves, it's the sewer and water. So that's where I'm at. As far as, I gotta be honest, I don't really care about the amphitheater, and I didn't get big vibes that was important to people. I think the playground, like then the splash pad, seemed more higher rated from what the resident said. Bathrooms was obviously number one. So I personally would put a splash pad thing above the amphitheater in my mind, but I'm not going to use either, so I don't have strong feelings.
Well, I think the splash pad thing is a massive variable, because it seems like, our original estimates were $1.25 million
Yeah.
or something, and Scott, you're thinking it's closer to,
I say you can get it done for $500,000,
but is that the same size? Is that,
No, obviously not. There's no
well,
way.
I don't know.
just like the one in St. Michael, that's all we need. It doesn't have to be bigger than that. The one in St. Michael is probably 3 times the size
And
of
do
this
they
building.
staff that? How does that work? Is
They
it
have a
staffed all the
concession,
time?
they have a concession thing there, but they don't staff it.
So
Not
it's,
like a lifeguard or
Staff it
nothing.
at Andrews either.
No,
Andrew, so it's just running?
Andrews has concessions.
just a concession trailer. I mean,
There's no staffing.
But there's
no,
no staff.
there's not,
Okay.
it's not staffed.
But those are the top 2 requests from residents: restroom facilities and a water play feature. So in my mind, that's what the residents want most. So that's what we should do.
You know what's
first.
kind of weird is, as I recall on the survey that we did, this scored very low, the water park.
No,
I can pull that.
No,
I was looking at it too, but
it was like number 4 or 5.
I mean, right here it's number 2, so that's why.
Here it is, but I thought on that resident survey, it was,
splash pad scored just above band shell, 71% support.
and
For
this
this is
is,
the Morris Leatherman
oh, it is, okay.
broader
Well, I wonder what I
survey.
was thinking about that. So that's
So
right.
it was-
Just over the band shell or just under?
Just over the band shell.
Okay.
Yeah, band shell for concerts was 66% and splash pad was 71%.
Okay.
Now, we're not addressing the additional snowmobile trails at all in this discussion.
No,
so
we're not.
I know,
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
feel like we're-
That did get 72%.
They have all of Elsie's.
But
So-
I don't want us
All of
to,
Helm Creek.
I don't want us to move away from the splash pad either, and
I don't know.
if we can do it in this phase, great. If we can't, then it goes to the bigger package, but I don't want us to forget about it. I
No,
think
I
this
don't.
is
I'm
our
not saying
signature
that.
park, and I think we should have it there.
But to me, by the time you put the splash pad in and the playground in, now you're talking $1 million for the 2 of those. And that's gonna bring enough people that bathroom you're talking about is probably not adequate.
And I feel like the band shell or the amphitheater kind of thing is, we're more fixing it than creating something new.
You're fixing it.
That it,
Yeah,
the concept was right, but what we have is not
the
particularly
concept
useful.
wasn't right.
People make it work, but
What are you getting at? Or I'm confused about what you're getting at with the band shell.
that we should move ahead with improving that.
Fixing it.
I was surprised that it wasn't even in here,
Oh, what?
the MSA.
It is.
No, when you say band shell, you're talking about a cover?
A cover.
Cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's sales.
They put a sail in there.
Oh, they put
Right.
the sails on the,
No, it's on the,
is it, well, what was
Yeah.
the little, oh, well, I know what it was, yes, because we had already talked about sails.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it was. That's
They
right.
weren't there for that conversation.
They got
Neither
beat
was
up.
I.
They got beat up for
I
that.
have no problem with sales.
Yeah. So I think they heard you
Sails don't block
on
rain.
that. And
That's the problem.
I don't think we need a band shell.
so we got 3 things, right?
Yep.
Fix that, explore an affordable water feature within our $1.5 million budget, and get some bathrooms. I think we're out of money.
Oh, yeah.
I think you're
I
going to
think
be out of money
the
before
band
you
shell
get
thing
all
is,
of it.
Yeah,
well, let's
it's
just do some rough ball numbers. I think $300,000 you're gonna get that done.
The band shell?
Yep.
Even
That's with all the concrete work and everything.
And the engineering to make sure, and the fact that we're right by the
The
river. and
building
so
is already engineered.
The the DNR probably will have some thoughts on some of this.
I don't know that we have.
I
to.
think that if we're going to be improving that existing, I think we've got permits okay for that, because it's not a structure that's going to inhibit the
Okay.
water moving. So that's the major
Okay.
concern there.
Okay.
I would be concerned about making it the right size at this stage, rather than doing something small, putting a structure over it, and then having to come back and then take the structure out and then make the
For
thing
the
bigger.
third time.
I'd love to go look at it with you.
Let's fix it once.
I don't know what this bathroom that you're talking about, what kind of money are you gonna put in that? I'm sure you're talking brick again. Brick's always more money. I don't have any
What else
clue.
would you build it out of?
Huh?
What else would you build it out
Wood.
of? Just wood?
Yeah, whatever everybody else would. Not many people build stuff out of brick, except
Sure.
government.
I'm just trying to figure out if we can get other monies, because as I've mentioned to the council before,
Yeah.
we've tried to get other monies from FEMA to try to get storm shelters here, which would then be done with brick, and then we can get FEMA dollars for that. We have some equity going on.
Yeah, I think that, yeah.
I mean, are you gonna get the
That's
thing done for
different thing.
300 grand? I
But
don't
for
know
the
that you
ba- oh,
can.
geez,
No,
yes.
that you won't because of the sewer
bathroom?
water. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the future thing?
No, the temporary one that you wanna put up.
We're not putting sewer and water to it, are we? Holy smokes, we just blew our
I
budget
thought
out.
somebody,
Well, if we're
just
doing-
said
We
if
said,
you're doing it.
we said look at it and see what
Look
the
at
cost would be. We just investigated, it cost us $0 to look at it, so I guess
Yeah.
it's,
And I had $500,000 on a splash pad. I mean, it's gonna cost that 500. I think you can get it done for
So
that.
Rogers just put one in too, they should have numbers, and when did
St.
St.
Michael
Michael do
put theirs
that?
about 6 years ago.
Yeah, so those
I
numbers
thought it
are,
was
Yeah.
like 4, but I couldn't.
I think-
That's probably 6.
I think with
And the
all of
other
this
thing I
stuff-
don't know is what does it cost to maintain the dang thing?
Yeah, I've heard they're expensive, but I don't know the exact
don't.
cost of that. I mean, there's a lot of chlorination stuff that goes with that and a lot of maintenance on that.
It's a pool, it's gonna have a lot of maintenance.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I mean, that's,
Is
Whatever.
the
If it's
DNR
100
gonna
grand a
be
year, so
okay
be
with
it.
that close to the river?
That's another question. I'm not sure the level of chlorination that you would use in there is going to be a problem, and it will
Okay.
be contained pretty well within the system.
Okay.
and that's a
gonna be right there, yeah.
recycling type,
Yeah,
right?
it's gonna
not
recycle.
like-
Okay.
Yeah.
Like spring water, like.
That's what I'm.
So all of a sudden, you're talking $1.5 million right there, just for those 3 things, probably.
I think what I'd like to do is get all your interest here, and then get some hard numbers and figure out what that looks like.
3
And then
things I've heard so far: bathroom, splash pad, something with the amphitheater. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean,
Cover for the amphitheater and/or sizing and or both.
If you're gonna do that, I'd like the playground in there right away too, but, I mean, you're talking another
We can't-
$500,000
Yeah,
on
that's not
that.
gonna happen.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, let's start with what,
We
what
got those 3 things.
Let's start looking at those 3 things, because I think there's a lot of options there, and I think that, if you're looking at bathrooms, we may as well look at what the actual cost of getting sewer and water there is
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
So we got a real good number on it.
Because we're gonna need that
And
eventually.
water and sewer would come out of a different budget.
Yeah.
So your isn't, that's not gonna come out of the park budget,
Oh,
it's gonna come out
okay.
of the water fund and the sewer fund, because it's
Okay.
related to the overall system, so, just so you're aware.
Was Three Rivers Park talking about helping us out with bathrooms
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
And they'll-
Something.
And they will be a partner, if we specifically put one on a Cloquet Overlook Park, they would probably fund that one likely,
Okay.
because that's on their Mississippi Regional Trail. I would assume they'd look at this one as well too.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they'll do both, but I'm happy to ask.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
We're starting to look for funding, grant funding opportunities as well, so I got a meeting with MSA about a bunch of
Okay.
those. They've identified about 5 or 6 different opportunities that, I don't know what they're all for yet, but we will keep pursuing that. And I think if we got a live project, that helps us get in some
Okay.
dollars. And the other thing that we'd have to consider here is we're going to need some help to get all the drawings and everything like this done. So I'll be looking at using MSA to, do all our bidding documentation and stuff like that.
Is this gonna be another deal where it's a big super company doing the bids? Or are we gonna be able to break this into pieces that,
I think that what we would look at.
We could do either or, to be honest.
Yeah, we could
It's
do-
more work for Marty's
Yeah.
team and Marty
Yep.
himself to do GC on this work to make sure that if we do it by pieces, but let's save money, but again, it's
Yeah.
the value of time for Marty and what you want him to be doing, again, is depending on what you want him to be
But
doing.
basically, that means I would be the general contractor for the whole project.
Yeah.
So
I'd
there'll be a
like to
lot
see
of.
local guys on
You
the
can-
concrete.
Well,
Right.
but I think it's also we're saying that just because a big firm is being the general contractor does not mean they themselves are not hiring local people to do the work.
Correct.
That doesn't
and then
like,
they're scraping.
Generally, they
yes.
don't.
I mean,
But yeah, generally
sometimes
they
they do.
They
Well,
don't. They're using their guy.
okay, so, but I would, I don't know how many of you guys drive into Rogers and have seen their beautiful, and that's facetious because it's not beautiful, it's giant and ugly.
Is it a Thunderstorm?
Yeah,
What?
but the health partners
Oh.
and the True Stone Center
Yeah.
and the
That's
health
the-
Oh,
partners.
God, is that ugly?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I was being facetious. when I
Even
said
my
it was
daughter
beautiful.
said, that's kind of ugly.
It's
Yeah.
very ugly. But they went out and got those people to help pay for it.
Yes.
So I would also
You're talking
like.
about selling advertising?
Well, I mean, just not on. Like I said, they're not going to want to pay for the bathrooms, but for for maybe
Maybe
your
the band shell, they do.
maybe your band shell, maybe the bigger structure.
We'll look at both Champlin and Rogers because they both have agreements with other branding.
Right.
communities.
Yeah.
Yep.
How
We'll
did
look
they
at both
do
their-
that?
how- I mean, yeah, they do it.
Yeah.
No different than anything else, but we want to make sure we have a policy in place and
Yes.
that we know because we've never had this facility before, so we want to
Yes.
make sure it's fair and how many years and whatever else.
Yeah, but
We will,
I think-
Rogers screwed up once, and that's why they did it the right way the second
Okay.
time, and so they learned from their mistakes. I'd rather learn from Rogers' mistakes.
Let's learn
than-
for yes. I like that, but I think we need to be thinking about that as well for this
Okay,
because
sure.
there's no way we're going to get the amazing park with our own money.
Oh, for sure. I think that was discussed as well.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, we're getting some bigger companies coming into town now, so that gives us an opportunity. And we've never had something like this to pitch to them.
Graco could put their
That's what I'm
their
saying.
colors and
Sounds great.
yeah.
They can Greco can pay, yeah. So, but I would like to pursue that, but I do think we need to get ahead of that so we're ready to go
Yep.
when we're there.
We'll do some research, and next few months we'll have it.
What
And let's
about-
not build anything as ugly as that Rogers thing.
That is, yeah.
I don't have
That
control
is
over it.
amazing. And the color.
I
It's an
know,
ugly color,
everything
too.
about it is an eyesore.
what
Sorry,
about-
Rogers, if you're listening.
What about
Yeah.
parking? Do we have enough? If we put in this water feature and we,
No, you don't. That's gonna be another 300, 400, 500 grand,
well,
for sure, 100%.
so at least and that's my question is, do we put this stuff in first before we put in some more parking? I don't know.
Would you care to up your budget from 1.5 million to 2 million?
Well,
That's
That's where we're at.
and that's where I feel like if we put it at 1.5 and you guys come back and you're like, we did it and we can get it for 1.7, it's like, okay, well, that's doable. But I'm afraid if we say 2, then it's going to come back and be like, oh, it's 2.2, and then we're going to I don't know. That's why I said 1.5 as my cap, but
I'm
Again-
okay with the 1.5 cap. I'm just asking.
Again, we
put
could
in the carport.
we could look at what the parking cost is that's showing on the screen for the 32 stalls there.
Yeah.
There?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that's, I guess that's
And that's
probably
already
where you
partially
need 'em.
built. It's
Yeah.
already partially built. so
It is,
wouldn't
yep.
need The whole thing.
Yeah, and it would be where the splash pad is, and that, like, number 9 is that reused building,
Yeah.
but that might be where the bathrooms wind up being. So, like, basically, we could just.
better not, at least in the short term. 'Cause a lot of kids playing that thing right now, so.
But, like, that would actually also make sense for where all the work is happening,
Yeah.
and so.
So the parking is
We'll
covered?
look into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some
It's the
cost.
dollar amount to shoot that road over a little bit.
Expand that.
Expand that road.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's not like there's no parking there.
Correct, there's some parking.
There's some parking. And we also don't know, like, it's not fully built out. It might be most of the people who are walking here. Like, I don't know how many people are going to drive to this thing at this stage. But if it's most of the people in the neighborhood across the street, they don't need to park there. They're going to probably walk over.
You put a splash pad in, you'll get them coming from,
Okay.
they're gonna come from the whole
That
city.
will draw.
Okay.
So it's more or less this area here that
Kind of, yeah.
we're looking at, and the band shell as
Seems
well.
like it, yeah.
Yep, that's what I got.
And are we looking at bathrooms at just this area, right?
That's our understanding.
That's kind of where
Yeah.
everybody's going to be. So I
Yeah,
think
that makes
we
the
could
most
put
sense.
that there, and maybe still use the satellites if we got an event at the
Yeah.
other side.
Yeah,
You use one of them speed bins for the bathroom. Just dig a big hole in there and
If
You
you're
didn't like
having
that
this-
idea, I
You're
forgot.
having a splash pad, you gotta have water, right?
Yeah.
Now, you're not running that off the irrigation pump,
Well, yeah, that's going to be
because we're bringing, so you gotta bring water to the site.
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
that's-
just across the street in our brand-new brick water treatment center.
I know there's water to the park.
Well, we can just take it
Running
from
a
the
line
river
on
as
it
well.
shouldn't be, yeah.
Let's pump out of the river. It'll be
Yeah,
fine.
no problem.
Hey, you can pump it in, just don't pump it out. That'll get you in trouble. Are you, yeah, how, you would need to run water to this.
But there are recirculation things that will run from a pump here. I'm not sure how that works, but that'd be
Yep.
something that we.
I know, it's just that you gotta somehow,
You need water.
You're
Refill
gonna
it.
have evaporation.
And maybe that's
spilling.
another well there, a smaller well or whatever. I don't know. Because the existing well's quite a ways away from
It
this
is,
area.
yeah.
I don't think.
Plus, you gotta get it over that bridge, and you got freezing, you gotta somehow clear it in the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
if we can look at
plastic.
Another pump, or another well, what's another well, 15 grand for a small well?
I would say somewhere 15, 20 grand, something like that.
Seems like.
We can.
The guy's going to be out there for
We'll figure
8
it out.
hours sitting there watching the hose run.
Okay.
Sounds
Alright.
good.
All right.
I guess it'll just be part of the
I
budget.
think I've got what I need for
Okay.
this, and I'll get that started
I
and
thought that would
bring
be
something
a
back
lot.
in a few weeks here.
Thank
Okay.
you, Marty.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
A few weeks.
All right,
Aggressive.
He's ready to go.
on to item J.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Good evening,
Zach's
Mayor, members of
getting
council.
out.
Budget discussion. Let's have it. How the 2026 budget looks today. I provided all this information to you guys in your packet, so this isn't anything new. This is what the budget looks like today that we've approved so far. That was in September. That was the last time we had a discussion on it. That does include 1 full-time police officer, some sort of change in the fire staffing model, which we discussed tonight, and I'll have to run new numbers again, so I won't know those until a little later. But this would be the max, obviously, and then an additional $200,000 towards a future ladder truck purchase. This is in addition to the $100,000 allocated in 2025. Otherwise, it is status quo. Essentially, there's costs related to union contracts and utility increases, and you name it, it increased. If it increased in your personal budget, it increased in the city budget at least 2 times. Preliminary levy was supposed to be set at 35.394. The preliminary levy came back, my number's slightly off from what the county gave me. I'm at 36.051, they're at 36.044. I'm not gonna split hairs. That's roughly a cost of $36 a home for the year. And I know the mayor doesn't like it, but it's $3 a month, even though you don't like it broken down that far. $36 for the year. Again, what happened? Fiscal disparities. I hate fiscal disparities. I sent such a nasty email to the county that they probably hate me.
Why isn't that just a formula?
And it's not the county necessarily. It's essentially when it was set up when Met Council was set up in
Say,
1971.
So it's Met Council's fault.
So it's we blame Met Council. That's all.
So let's blame Met Council.
So I sent a nasty email to the county because they gave me the numbers and it probably wasn't right, and I apologized to them the next day, but it was not fun. But essentially, last year we had a reduction in our net capacity. I should say that we were a net giver of $800,000 of our tax capacity. This year we're at $1.8 million. So an additional $1 million went into the bucket. Thank you very much. And we get nothing back for that. At least I feel like that. I did point out to them that Minneapolis somehow miraculously had no change at all, and it drives me absolutely crazy that they can lose $10 million of tax capacity and yet still
And
gain
yeah.
distribution back. I don't get it how their net number never changes. It just, again, that's me venting.
You know
So,
who's down there.
whatever. So I did provide and look at what other cities are doing. I did get proposed tax rate numbers from the county for 2026. I know this is really small, and I apologize. I did send it out. Hopefully, I think this was was this in the PowerPoint or no? Did I add this today? I think I might have added this today because I got the 2026 proposed rates from the county today, and I was asking for them yesterday, but
I didn't
I
look
can
at
try
the
my best to scoot it in. But so essentially what I did was looked at what happened in 25 and what are the proposed for 26. Almost every community around us went up in tax rate. The only one that didn't was Hanover. That one went down. Otherwise, we are the lowest increase in tax rate, which I think is something we should be proud of, and not something we should be like, oh my gosh, we only went up a little bit, but something we should be proud of. If that's something that the council wanted to do, was keep the tax rate the same. You essentially did that compared to other communities a lot. So we are now one of the lower ones. We're pushing towards Independence and towards Maple Grove. When I started here, our difference in tax rate from Maple Grove was probably like 30%. And that was in 21. We are now within 6% of Maple Grove for their tax rate. I don't know if that's something, again, to be proud of or not, because Maple Grove is 18 times the money that we get. But
Is that Osseo in the middle there?
Osceo's in the middle.
Yeah.
They went up another 10%.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Osseo.
The biggest
Well,
one
they only got,
biggest
handful
change
of
that they
people.
had was biggest mover is Corcoran. They went up over 7 or just under 7% in tax rate from 25 to 26 proposed. In summary, I know it's tough, and the intent of the council is to keep the tax rate the same, and a small increase is, like I said, something that we should be proud of and not so much concerned about. But I think for $36 a year, I think residents would be understanding that we're hiring a new full-time police officer, just in the fire department staff model, which might change the numbers slightly, just so you're aware. and then also be able to save towards a approved purchase in the future is something that it would be something that we should be proud of and not so much concerned about. Most of the tax base increase was 75% new tax base and 25% existing tax base increase. I think it was like 2.3 million, 2.2 million of total increase in tax capacity, and 1.7 something million came from new stuff. So $534,000 house, $36 a year. That's less than my mortgage increased from my insurance cost, and I think that's about everyone in this room. Insurance costs went up per month based on that. So I think it's something to keep in consideration of how much we operate here as a city and how much we really try our best to monitor costs as best we can. But if the reduction is wanted by the council, it's $159,000 in the levy to reduce it. And we just ask that city staff has some sort of ability to give you suggestions before you just start cutting things, unless there's something the council has steadfast, like we need to cut this number. So that's all our request is that's the direction. But my direction as the administrator and finance director, I would be more than comfortable sitting in front of residents saying, you have $36 a year next year, you get another officer, you're getting a fire staff model change, you're getting savings towards a new ladder truck that
So I think
is already
the one,
approved. So
I'll call it discretionary piece in this is the contribution toward the fire truck.
yeah, I'll go back to this one here where the three things are listed.
So the additional 100,000 that we were to.
So we have an additional $200,000 in this year's levy, which is in addition to the 100,000. So if we were to
Right, but
go
we've
and approve
already
this,
sort of banked the.
100's grand, it's banked,
Right.
it's in there, and then now you have another 200. So a total of 300 will go towards the ladder truck. So we have a total of 400.
And I
max.
feel like the intent with doing that was that we had, certainly a much bigger increase in tax capacity last year, and also a bigger difference between, dollar-wise, between new construction and, an existing home value going up that drove that number. So it made sense to me last year, and I think I was the one that pushed it. It doesn't make sense to me now because we had a much smaller increase in our tax capacity growth. And we're going to have to bond the balance of that truck anyway, and we'll, I think, probably have another discussion about that. But that's where we are today. I would promote that we take that money out and leave the rest of the budget as is.
Would you take all 200 or just the 159 that we're short by?
Well, the 159.
How does that change our savings plan moving forward?
Significantly.
Because I think Sarah had said it before that, and maybe you had just agreed, or I don't remember how the conversation went, so correct me if I'm dreamt this, but that there's no way we're going to save enough money to not have to bond for it, right? Like, and it was
Correct.
an outrageous
100%. Yeah.
savings plan that we knew we were never going to be able to.
Always impossible.
We'd have
Yes, it was impossible from the get-go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not unless we would have got 600 in there
What do you mean?
What?
when we first started it.
Yeah, there was a talk of putting a bunch of money towards to
Right.
begin with to put the
Right.
bank up right away when we first talked about
When
the
we first
ladder
talked
truck.
about it.
Right.
Yes.
Oh,
Was
yeah.
to start the bank off really high and then just leave it in there, and then it basically just
Earns interest, or-
yeah. Well,
Right.
it would be 600 every year, so it'd be
Right.
600, 600, 600. Now you get 2.4. Now you pay
When do we take that ladder truck again?
28.
Okay.
Roughly.
We don't have a
Yeah.
lot of time.
28.
Okay, so we're gonna
have to bond for it no
gonna
matter what
bond
happens.
for the rest of it or pull it, right? Like that's
Yeah.
the other option.
We got massive
Problem with
plans
that too, but
What?
soon, so.
Well, yeah, because what's the date that we have to decide that, right? Because I remember back to the budget session last time when part of the contract was that we had no financial liability if we pulled out at a certain point.
I understand that's different now, though.
What do you
No,
mean that's?
yeah, the
what do you mean
contract,
that's
the
different now?
contract states that if you pull out of the contract, we have to find another buyer for it at the same price that we purchased it for, or there is a penalty on it. And our thoughts are, there's no way we're not going to be able to sell it to somebody else, so that's why we were confident, with the help of, I think it was McQueen that was helping us with that, right? Yeah. So McQueen was like, yeah, we should be able to find another home for that thing. Because right now, if you got that same ladder truck today, it's 20% more, 18% more, somewhere in there. I don't know what the number is, but
I'm
yeah.
I'm confused. That was not my understanding of the
We talked about this after we approved the ladder truck purchase. Was it this year?
To my
I feel like
knowledge,
it was this year.
August
about
of
what?
last year.
Was it end of last
So
year?
that would have been before,
Or
because
June of last year, I'm sorry.
Wait,
I thought we had
think
another
it's-
conversation about it just recently.
about the contract, this is the first I'm hearing that there's any
the
sort of.
contract with the ladder truck. I think I sent it out on a weekly update. And we had a conversation with it in the council meeting in 2025.
It started from an email from Councilmember Van Asten asking
Yeah.
a question.
Yeah.
And then I think it got forwarded to everybody
Yeah.
Okay, so I
about
think
what our
I.
obligations would be if we chose not to purchase the ladder truck.
What
was
is,
there a penalty?
can you remind me what that is?
Yeah, it's
10%.
10% after a certain date, which I think we're at the 10% number now. But again, that's if that's in lieu, if we can't find anybody. I mean, if the intent of the council is to not move forward with that purchase, we'd have to, I mean, I'm not just gonna say, oh yeah, here's $250,000, here you go, or whatever the number is. I mean, that's
But
I don't think that's smart use of city funds, so,
No, but I guess
paying
maybe
the
I'm,
250?
yeah.
I guess maybe I
Correct.
need to go back and watch that council meeting again,
It's a
because,
council meeting.
well,
Oh,
before I
thought it
was on
just
the
an
council.
email.
No,
Oh,
before
got it,
all
got
of
it, got
that,
it,
when
got
it was
it.
originally agreed upon, because I remember when I ran my.
I think that's what I was really talked about, because we had pretty confident information from McQueen that we'd be able to find another person. So I'm not disagreeing with your aspect, I agree with you. That it was said as, yeah, we'd have no problem, no cost.
I'm gonna go back and watch it, because I think I maybe missed the mark completely on that, because it was my understanding that, I didn't know, well, it was my understanding that there were not those stipulations attached to it. My understanding was that
That was the
they would
only
have
way.
somebody down the line, and that if we didn't take it, they would have somebody to take it, and so there was no financial repercussions of us putting money down, knowing that we may not actually purchase it in the future.
And we didn't put any money down.
Or save, when nobody save any
Yeah.
money towards it, so that, I guess my whole thing is my understanding of that conversation, because I was here, and as I campaigned, was that there was no financial obligation, or no financial risk to
That is
us.
correct.
And I believe it was Matt Trost sitting here that said that and reiterated it and then put the motion forward.
Yep, and that was the only reason I voted
And that's
for
what
it,
I'm
'cause
saying, and that's
thought
what I believe was
it's
the
a
only
no-brainer.
reason it passed was because of that. So I guess like, this is all news to me, and so I guess I'm just trying to understand like where I misunderstood.
So
we're out
You're
to-
saying it was explained in an email?
Well,
Yeah.
I had asked in an email, because I wasn't for these meetings, I just said, what's the consequence if we don't take the ladder truck? And I think that was well, actually, there are, like, this was the details of that contract. But
And
I
I sent
don't,
that out to the council on a weekly update, and then
Yeah.
I included the details in the
The
weekly update.
8/15/25 weekly update, the aerial purchase agreement was attached
There you
to
go.
that with, and
I have an explanation in there too, of like, here's what it is. I don't have any concerns about it.
I
because-
remember that.
Yeah, I don't have any concerns with having us have any financial obligation if that's the council. I still think we should purchase it, but again, that's not my decision, that's your guys'.
You said it was 8:15?
Yes, weekly update. Because it came after a council, I think it was in a council meeting, Councilmember Van Asten asked a question about how does that have to do with the budget or whatever. I think that's
I
what it
don't
was.
have a weekly update from you on 8:15.
I do.
I remember it because I came in and talked to you and I said, what's this?
I have a follow, I guess maybe I need to go back and find that, but
I can forward it to you.
that would be amazing, because I literally do not have a weekly update from you that week. I have an email just to me, but I don't have and maybe,
You BCC
Well, I
the council, so-
BCC'd the council, so.
Okay.
okay.
But there is, so
Nevertheless.
there is this, and it may not be a big risk, but it is there.
If the council, the council's direction is to not move forward with the ladder truck, I don't think there's gonna be an issue with finding another home for it. That's my understanding, but again, I still think we should purchase a ladder truck, because we'll need it, whether we need it now or whenever we'll need it, so. That's just,
You get to say.
I don't get a vote. This is the wonderful thing. I can provide the information, and then you guys get to make a vote.
So, as it relates to tonight, I'm
Yeah,
suggesting that we don't
Fund.
park the 159
Yep.
that we had intended to use toward that. I think it's another real discussion about the need for the ladder truck or not, or when. And I don't think we need to do that tonight.
Correct.
but we need to fix the budget tonight, and so
Yep.
that's my suggestion, is we
And I'm
take that
I'm cool
159
with that.
out and leave the rest of it as is.
I'm fine with that too.
I have a question though.
Go ahead.
So that money can be allocated to anything?
Yep.
what money?
That the $200,000
The
for that
200?
could be put towards anything. It's just money that we're putting.
That's correct.
Okay, so my thing is, before we go slashing stuff off, should we figure out what the new model for the fire department looks like? So
That'll be a change, yeah.
so that will be a change as well, and then decide from there.
Well, that 100's still sitting in there.
I understand that, but if we're gonna buy this thing,
But what the,
the ladder truck,
Well-
and we're allocating $200,000 this year towards it, and David is saying that, hey, to keep everything the same, we should take money from that, correct?
Yeah.
And then use it. And I'm saying, what happens if the fire department, the new model comes out and we would have taken some of that money and allocated, you know what I mean? Like if we would have shuffled it anyway. Is there a world?
Maybe we don't have to take quite as much as what you're getting at.
Yeah, or should we pause on that, see how much we might need to take, and then
Well-
come back and decide we're gonna pull money?
so we got
Yeah.
till December.
We don't have to decide this now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get good direction,
No,
because I
but-
would rather have it done sooner than later, because I think,
Yeah, you just want it buttoned up, and we can
I
open
would-
it up
I would
in
rather have it
November or
buttoned up than
December. If we say, hey, there's gonna be
A short, okay.
some money to be moved around, but.
I don't like to undo things that I do the first time, so that's kind of where my thought was
Yeah, but
coming
then you
in.
leave it open, and
But there's things that change. I mean, this
Yeah.
fiscal disparities thing was not
who's not knowing?
in the plan. We thought we had
I
an estimate of a number, and it turned out
Right.
to be
Yeah,
off
my number
by
next year better be right, or I'm gonna lose
9%.
my mind, because I put a
And-
gigantic number next year.
I don't want to get us too far off, but there has to be somebody that we can yell at about the timing of this stuff. I
That's
mean,
the
we're
other thing,
legally
the timing's
required to establish
sucky.
a levy, right, by the end of September, and
And
then we don't get
that's-
absolutely essential information until after that. How can that, you
October
know,
1st. There's,
who
yeah,
do
so,
we yell at about that?
I don't know, so I'll use other communities that I've talked to. If you're not in Hennepin County, you don't get your tax capacity number until after you set the preliminary levy. So think about that. So if you're in Wright County, I hear this often in Wright County.
So it could be
Use
worse.
an example.
It could be worse, but it could
Yeah,
be better, because
it could be worse, so
we shouldn't
think
be
of it as
doing
okay.
this.
okay, so
So
I'm okay with,
So the direction in general, from what I understand from Councilmember Fashion Point and Mayor Fisher and Councilmember Solonic, is that you'd rather see the tax rate stay the exact same
Yeah.
than put any other money towards anything else. It doesn't mean it has to be the ladder truck. It could be saving for a future land purchase. It could be used for hiring an HR manager we talk about. It could be used for anything else. The council would rather see the money cut from the budget
Yep, I
than
would.
used for any other purpose. I just want to make sure that's clear too, because we could reallocate the money anywhere we want to. We could shift the dollars anywhere.
Well, that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Where you guys at?
Yeah,
Two.
I mean, it
I say
sounds like we've got-
reallocate it.
Sounds like you have three.
I
I got
we
three.
have three.
Okay. So that will be the plan. Like I said, if it's less than that, so the goal, from my understanding, is unless I hear something different from between now and end of November, it'll be keep the tax rate the same, whatever that number is, and then take it, just the numbers or whatever we can, and then put as much money towards the ladder truck as we can for the difference.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. Yes.
I'm good with that.
Tax rate the same. Got it. Wonderful. Check. I don't need any motions or anything. We're good to go. Okay. That was easy.
Okay.
What's the next one?
Did that speed us up a little bit?
What?
No, we're still 2 hours behind.
I'm trying to run us through here. Okay, tax forfeiture properties. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. We got tax forfeiture parcels. I need direction on what you'd like to do. I did provide this on a weekly update, I think at least once, maybe twice. And I don't have clear direction from the council based on my responses from weekly updates, so I need to know how you'd like to handle this one. We'll handle the hardest one first, because this is going to be the fun one. How would the council like to handle the tax forfeiture parcel at PID 3101-2022-130010? Who should pay for it? Who should own it? EDA or city?
So we know, I thought we talked about this in the past where we would let the EDA have at it. I don't know if that's changed. Maybe that's changed. They don't have enough money, so
They
we
do not.
know we would have to,
We gotta bridge it.
we have to bridge
If we're
that
gonna do
gap. Now, are anybody not okay with giving it to the EDA?
I guess my question is, what's the plan, right? Like, is the plan, like, why? I don't think anyone the city or the EDA should be in the business of making money for the sake of making money. Like, if we have a goal for that, like, we want to do this, or we have a vision, then I'm all for it. Like, if there's a plan or a vision or a goal, I'm fine with that. But to do something for the sole purpose of making money, I'm not okay with that.
I agree.
And I completely agree with that, too.
So does
I don't
the
think the
EDA
EDA's
have a
function
plan?
is to,
Yeah.
yes, it's to be
market
marketed
it.
to a developer. We want to dictate EDA/city.
Well, you're on the EDA.
Yes,
So,
and so is Scott.
okay.
And we want to have some real say in what gets developed on that property, and we
Okay.
do by owning it.
Okay.
And that's, whether I mean, I don't want to lose money on it, and I don't think that there's any way that we would. Priority number one is not making money on this stuff.
Okay.
You know, the one house that just got done, I mean, that was a quick flip and do nothing and make money.
That's
Okay,
great.
fine.
Well, and that was in
But-
my mind to save a nice house from
Right,
getting
Yeah.
right.
torn
but
down for no
that
reason.
was,
Because they could have.
part of the larger
Yeah.
travesty that's happening along the river road, but
Yes.
we'll get to that later.
But,
This property, it's really, I mean, more about
What's gonna go
driving
there?
what happens
Okay.
in that part of the city, and especially because it's property near the interchange and
Okay.
has some desirability. We're not going to be stuck with it for 10 years. We're not going to,
yeah.
I think that, I think sometimes the EDA gets a little bit excited about the prospect of profits on
Yep.
things, and that's, for me, that's misguided. That's not our role.
Yeah.
It's okay if we
But if
do.
it happens,
It's
fine.
not the
If
primary.
it happens, fine. Like,
Primary
yeah.
purpose is not that. This
So-
is to get
Is
that
there-
property available so it can be marketed, and we can have some say over what kind of development goes on there.
Okay.
Get it on the tax roll.
So, and the EDA does have a plan for this property.
Well, that's the plan as far as it goes. Who's it gonna, we have to own it before we can market it, and,
The plan is to market it.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm hearing a majority of the council say EDA.
I say EDA.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
because at some point EDA, then we
Yes.
don't have to fund them with taxpayer money.
Yes, yes. I got 2 yeses, 3
Yes.
yeses, Kate.
Is there a benefit to the city owning it as opposed to the
I
EDA?
think it's the other way around.
Yeah, so.
Well, because the EDA can choose who they sell it to and we
The EDA can
cannot.
choose who they sell it
There's a lot
to.
more
That's based
freedom to-
in state statute. The city would have to go to highest and best offer or whatever.
And the
you wanna
EDA
call it.
can say, we
We
want
have to put up for
sell
public
it.
auction, I think that's what the answer is.
Right.
Yeah, we want to sell it to this company because we want it.
Even if they're not willing to pay us as much
Amy's
money.
shaking her head, what's up?
I don't, there's no requirement that it would have to go to public auction if the city were to retain ownership of it. The city could retain it for a public purpose, for city use.
Yeah, but if we were to sell it,
Or if you were,
gonna sell it.
or you can sell it.
then it could be, does it not have to go to highest and best user or whatever?
No, I mean, you would want to have, fair market value for it unless you're going to write down the cost of it, or the value of it to stimulate economic development, just the way an EDA would do, or could do if it chose to. But there's no public auction requirement that I'm aware of.
Yeah, that was my understanding, so. That was
Okay,
what
so if
EDA
EDA
said.
gets it, then we got a bridge.
How are you paying for it? So EDA gonna
Well,
drain their
are you-
funds?
Are you done with your question? Didn't seem like.
Sorry.
I just, yeah.
I mean, that's what the EDA
That's their
does.
function.
Yeah, that's their function.
I just am wondering why, not like why we're asking the question, because that's not really what I mean, but, yeah, I just didn't know if there was more to, okay, so maybe that's what I didn't know if there was more to the question as far as like EDA or city, if there was a benefit or I was supposed to be picking up on something that I'm not picking up on, because I guess, why wouldn't it just be the EDAs? Does that make sense? I feel like I'm talking in circles.
Well, so the EDA does have some benefits. I'm not sure what those.
They can be selective on who
Details.
they sell it to.
Yeah, but Amy just said, so could we, right?
Typically,
We do have there's no restrictions on that. When the agreement was made, there are no restrictions.
Although that is the function of the EDA, right? Like, it's their function for economic development, and they have that
HRA.
Thank you. You know what I was going for.
Right, I mean, typically, you know, an EDA has, you know, has some expertise in, you know, the functions of how to market it to, you know, stimulate economic development in that area. So it's just, and then there are other tools that an EDA has that the city doesn't necessarily have when it comes to writing down value when they're exercising their rights, their authority as an HRA.
Okay.
So
yeah, okay.
So I'm hearing EDA, how are we paying for it? You want to drain everything out of the EDA?
What's their, what's
They got about 5, right?
500,000.
Which means they're gonna need 250 to 300.
We're not talking about, I'd leave them with 100 in their account or whatever that works
Yeah.
out.
It's going to have to be something because
Yeah.
they're going to spend more than we put in the budget for
Not much.
for next year.
Well, actually, they just got a hit from the other one too.
That's true. That's true.
They got enough. I mean,
Yeah.
that'll make them flush.
So
What was the price
what's
on
the
this?
number then?
750.
772,000 was the final cost.
No, that's the number.
750 plus there's acquisition fee of 3%.
Well, if we give them 250, they gotta use 500, and what do they have left from?
No, that's gonna
You know
run it
what,
right
300,
down to
all right,
nothing.
300.
Better be-
I don't.
Better be
I-
3.
It's a,
Do we
Okay.
have 300?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can take it from somebody.
well,
I'm sorry.
Well,
that was
we-
Take my
really-
best fund, or you guys want to give me direction of
we
that?
have,
Or?
we have a temp fund that,
Flip a coin.
Flip
You
the coin on
get
the
mad
We-
that
we
they want to
spend-
buy new equipment
I'll just talk it out of
for
Gary's budget, it'll be
getting
fine.
people out of
It'll be good.
vehicles instead of seeing if we can maybe fix it ourselves, but we got $300,000 we can just throw at this.
yeah, but it's coming back.
It's coming back.
Okay.
Yeah.
To the EDA, and what's their plan to
No,
do with it?
No,
It's
it
coming
comes back to the
That's
city.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
like a loan.
It's like an
Okay.
interfund loan.
Okay.
It is.
Just the money we lent to
Correct.
them, and anything above that is
Are we
then.
charging interest?
Well,
I'm on board. I mean,
well,
It's
that's
all
not
on the
what
question,
I mean.
how do you pay for it?
In the event that we
We're
end
getting
up
bogged down again.
in the green, let's just say, or the positive,
Yeah.
who retains that money then? If
They
the
do.
EDA owns it, the EDA would retain it. If the city owned it, the city would retain it. So maybe that's the difference there? I don't know.
that is some difference, yes.
It is, but again, that's what our ED is.
That's what they're there for.
Is
I-
for. And
I'm
Right.
not saying
And-
they're not.
and
I'm
then-
just working through the numbers.
And then at some point, they don't come to the levy to nick that some more, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the idea, just to get them,
So I'm hearing EDA is owning it, $300,000 we're going to give them to cover their.
okay,
And that's
tell
gonna
me
leave
what the
them-
interest number is, and I really don't.
I'm not saying there has to be. I'm asking
No,
the question
no.
because I'm hearing interest
Yeah,
from.
I just
some
think
people.
I
I've
thought
said it before, but
I thought it was like $5,000. Really, we're gonna worry about that?
what's that?
We're getting it back.
When?
When?
Well, what
It might
happens
be
if
2
it's a
years from now.
substantial amount of time?
Okay, say it's a year. What's
I
the
just
think it's
asking the
$5,000.
question.
It might be
Most of the
5 years
messages.
from now.
Well, then it's $25,000. Well,
It's $5,000 a year until
Okay.
they pay us back. How about that?
All right. Go ahead and interest.
Okay, so 300 grand from the
I
city
don't-
out of some magic fund that Zach finds.
magic
Love it. I love it. We don't have a money tree, so I'll find out of a
Now we
fund.
have a temp fee
And then how much interest if we're doing it?
or a temp tree. What do you want to try?
$5,000 a
What do
year.
you,
to
what do you
whatever.
earn, what are you
5%?
earning on it now?
Exactly.
Right now, we are averaging 3.4,
That's what we get.
3.5.
So we're gonna lose that money
that's
if we
the
take,
number.
if we don't
So
get
whatever we
anything.
lose by it not being in there for however long that is,
So you just say 4%.
Okay,
Yep, 4%.
sure, if we're gonna nickel and dime everybody.
4%.
sounds good. And I have direction. Thank you very much.
Do we need to vote or anything, or that was it?
What's up, John?
I got a question. What do you want to see here?
I
What
thought
do we
that was
wanna
the
see?
We don't-
EDA's job.
That's the EDA's direction.
That's not- We don't need to even think about that.
Yep,
I
that was now given to the EDA.
Is that not their purpose?
Yep.
It is their
Sounds good.
purpose.
Okay,
So
next
we
tax
don't
forfeiture
matter.
parcel. Here we go. Here we go. Stephanie's direction. How you
Well,
want
if
to handle
we
this
want
one?
to take over all the committees and, I mean,
No, I'm not saying you're not right.
That's John's direction of the EDA is liaison.
their
He
job.
can design
why
what he
they're
wants
there.
there. Wonderful. All right.
Literally
What do you
why
want
they
at this
exist.
parcel? This tax forfeiture parcel is now owned by us. Who do you want to own it?
Can we just sell
We
it?
know own it, huh?
We own it.
They just gave it to us.
they just gave
Yeah.
it to us, yeah.
We own it. Congratulations.
Does
Who do you want to own?
does the EDA have a plan?
Yeah,
Stay
and
back.
there's a plan. I know there's a plan.
Yep.
I know nothing, I see nothing.
This falls under, it probably doesn't matter, right? This is more of an HRA. It doesn't.
Probably.
It's,
Yeah.
I have no problem with them dealing with this, because I don't want to deal with it.
Oh, I mean, if they have a
However-
plan, I'm okay with it, but
Well,
the
they-
plan can't just be to make money.
I think we covered that.
Well, we got
I
it.
know, on the other one, and you guys said, no, there's a plan for this one.
Okay, no, I know what
There's a
you're
plan
getting
on
at.
this one too.
To me, what the edict should be to them is highest and best use. And
I
if
would
that
agree.
means that this person gets it, that they don't put it up for highest bid, but this person gets it because they're gonna do wonders with the thing, to me, that's the solution, but
Okay.
I just don't wanna be, I mean, we
I
went through
think
this with
LT,
the,
EDA.
No, and ultimately, we do have a say in this because when there is a real proposal, it goes to planning commission, it goes through all the normal steps.
true.
We're not
Yeah.
bypassing any of the normal stuff, so we do see it.
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, didn't
No.
I think with their new
That's not
bylaws, aren't they,
You-
they don't need.
You'd see it, but it would be after the transfer of the property into the
Right.
other.
Yeah, it would already
Well-
be done because of their new bylaws, right? Like, didn't that all get rewritten to allow them to
Right,
do that
but-
without us?
Okay, I'll just say it because I
No.
kind of know what is
Yeah.
in the ballpark here.
I thought-
Is going to require a zoning change. EDA does not do zoning changes.
That's true.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Yep.
Yep, so like I said, it
Yeah,
would
that's
just
true.
happen after retained ownership would change hands. It would, that zoning change would happen after that.
Okay. So EDA.
I'm,
EDA.
If there's a
EDA.
plan, fine.
Okay, EDA, sounds good. Thank
And
you
the
very
plan
much.
can't be to make money. That can't be the plan.
Well, it's going to be, dear.
See, and that I have a problem
well,
with.
we got it from
We got it
zero.
from zero.
Well, okay, yes, but like,
But the plan isn't to get the money. The
No.
plan is to do
Well,
something
that's
wonderful,
Yes.
great for Dayton with
If
it.
they
And
happen to make
in
money,
the end,
great.
if you end up being in the
Back on the
positive, you're in the
tax.
positive.
Yeah.
That's not the goal. of-
that's not the
The
goal.
idea is to
before
get
you
back
hear-
on the tax roll.
Which is making money.
Yes.
I don't think so, I think you're.
Yeah. We're gonna table this?
Nope.
No,
No.
it's over.
This is
go.
full time.
Oh, okay.
Item L.
We just made Buku. Can plant some more trees.
If we established how we're gonna handle this, you don't approve a denial.
See, this gets
This
me
is why
every
every
time.
time we get this thing, so.
Can we just, I'll ask for a motion, and
Ask-
we won't get one, or
Yeah.
we might get one,
Yeah.
but then we need a second.
Yep.
Then we need a, so, is that where we're at? Right,
Ask legal.
no, I think that's the deal.
Are we on this L right now?
Are we on
Yes.
L?
Yes,
I'm
yes,
just
yes,
making
yep,
sure
L,
I'm on
yep.
the right item.
Yep,
No, no. So I don't know how, like,
we're
okay,
not.
Amy, how do you handle when, from previous discussion, we know this item is not going to go forward.
Correct.
Do you just let it fall on vacant ears? Is it something where we have to ask for a motion for denial? Is this where we, I don't know how officially you're supposed to do this with Robert's Rules Board.
If there's no motion, it dies.
Yep, it dies.
Correct. If there's no motion or if
So
you
how
don't
long
get
do we
a
have to sit
second.
here and stare at each other?
I will ask for a motion, and
You
if
get
there's
30
no
seconds.
motion, it dies, it's dead. I'll have to look at it, the St. Robert's Rules, exactly that.
Yeah.
Something, yeah.
Yep.
You have to ask
3
3 times.
times?
Yep.
All right, do we have a motion? Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion? I don't remember the 3.
It's 3.
But, okay. So there are no motions. So
Thank you.
Okay.
dead.
Next.
It's dead until it comes up again.
I've been at many meetings with parliamentarians.
Okay. Mayor, it's council approval for, I don't know if we have anything for this meeting, no, we don't. Discussed already earlier, but this is the part-time mercenary firefighters we talked about, and this is up to 8, as in if we get 8 available.
Can I ask 2 questions? And I swear to God that they will be short and to the point and not counter to
Okay.
this item. The action says to hire 8 part-time firefighters who reside outside the city of Dayton. Can that say who may? I just they don't.
Maybe that's where it came from.
Yeah.
Because
Who
I seen that
may
too.
reside
May
outside the
reside.
city of Dayton because they can be in, they can be out. I just wanted to make sure we.
Yeah, when we go to advertise, we're not going to say that. We go to advertise. It's not going to say, to what your point
If
is.
you're in the city, we don't want you.
Correct.
Didn't think so, but for the documentation,
Yep.
just wanted to make sure we covered everyone and included our people too. And the only other thing I have is FAO. Are we not requiring that they have fire
They will,
apparatus
if they,
operations?
we can put that in there because they do get that through us, so that would be an accurate statement. If I didn't put that in there, yes.
No, I was going through and I'm like, the only thing that I can see that's missing in the minimum qualifications is FAO, and I would think that you would want them to be able to operate the apparatuses.
Correct. What we might have to do, like we do with our internal candidates for like officer positions, whatever, they might have to be given, and when I write the job description, we can say, within 1 year.
Okay, yeah,
In that
that's
capacity.
totally fine. I just wanted to make sure that it was addressed, because that's the only thing I saw that was missing.
Sure.
And that's it.
My question was, more for clarity. We did for a while have 2 people in part-time positions doing things that were, are any of these part-time people going to be doing any of the duties that those other part-time people have been doing?
So, Councilman Van Asten, I've said in the past, that the fire department, if we have staff that's here, and we can assist other departments with things, I'm happy to do that. So, for instance, like I still have to go out and take some pictures of the park, Dayton Park, for some stuff John and I are working on as it relates to that. I mean, there's other things that can be done. So if, community development or has stuff that can be done, yes, we can do other things as well.
Because I guess basically I don't want to be paying someone when there's not a call who's just sitting around doing nothing. Like, I want them doing stuff.
So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'll go back and I just want to reaffirm, fire department is an insurance policy. So if you look at full-time, part-time, paid on call that are staffed in the station, if you walk in the station, sometimes you'll find them sitting in a recliner watching TV. So this, I just want to be clear on that, but yeah, I mean, if we have stuff to do, we have stuff to do.
Well, and because you did have 2 part-time people who were actively doing things.
Correct.
You talk about the admin work.
Yeah, like those kind of
Yep.
things. And so I was wondering if some of these part-time people would also be doing what those, or were those one-time tasks that don't need to be done
No,
anymore?
there's plenty of tasks that can be done within the organization.
Okay.
It depends if they have the skill set.
Okay.
In that capacity. That's one thing that has to be, I guess, when you look at other organizations doing a duty crew, if they're here for 4, 6, 8, 10, whatever it is, they're not busy every second of the day.
Yeah. Okay. And I would like to make it very clear that it's for anyone not just outside of the city, because at least twice now, if not more than that, we've gone back to look at documentation that does not really accurately reflect the full conversation that was had. And so both like members of the, residents and council members walked away thinking one thing, and the documentation doesn't have all those details in, because what's actually written, like, to look at.
In
And
the minutes that you're talking about?
like the official, or like things like when you're looking back 15 years, like
Motions.
motions, like what did we agree
Resolution.
to? Like, I'll take, or they're vague, you know what I mean? So I just want to make sure, I want to make crystal clear that I know we all know that in this room today what we mean, but I want to make sure that looking back, no one has any confusion on that. So that's more of an after the fact
That
paperwork
should be
thing.
included in the motion.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And I think that's what we're not always careful about when we make changes, to make sure that that motion is very accurately updated to reflect our change in our conversation.
Especially now that our minutes are done by AI.
Yeah, stupid
It needs to be
AI.
very clear of what your motion is, because it picks up every word depending on how much we change the slider on it, so. Saves us a ton of money, so if you're welcome.
I know, it doesn't mean I have to like it.
I know, it's true.
Need a motion and second.
I'll make the motion to approve recruiting to hire these part-time positions with the clarification that Dayton residents who are qualified are eligible.
Second?
I'm in favor, I am in favor of this. The question that I have, Gary, when you come up with the hours that you, the shifts that you want to cover, and you conclude that you only need 6, is that good? Or do you want, or is it hard fast that you're hiring 8?
No, so Councilman Solonic, it was up to clarify. I don't know if we'll get 8,
Permission for 8.
but permission up to 8. Because I don't know kind of what was discussed earlier as far as logistics of shifts. And then I don't know how many people are available necessarily for the shifts that we currently have already on the
Right, right. I
department.
mean, you gotta get a schedule together, I get
Yep.
that, yeah. All right, I'm gonna trust you that you're gonna not have 3 guys on Tuesday, because you wanna go do something.
No, so my comment to Councilman Slonick is that we have, like I said, we'd have 2 people.
2 people.
Two people, but I'm just clarifying that we would hire up to 8. Could be 4, could be 2, could be 1, whatever
okay.
the case may be.
I'll second.
Okay, I need, or more discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Passes 3-2. And again, my concern is that we're making a big change and we're doing other things. So.
I agree.
Item N, no, payment of claims.
Payment of claims. Mayor and council, we have payment claims in front of you. We get questions every week. Go.
I didn't see anything.
I just have a question for clarity. Let me find what page it is. What is BCA?
Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Okay, thank you. Normally I can figure it out. I just couldn't figure that one out.
So I think Chief, you already answered this, but there was an item on page 58 for engine 21 repair. Is that the one that is out currently?
Councilman Fischott, yes, that one is out, but that was part of, we had to rebuild some valves on the back of the truck, so that's the rebuilding of those valves.
So that was a separate repair that's being done?
That is correct, yes. That's part of our annual maintenance that was done.
Same engine, and we're still several weeks out on getting that back, is what?
That is
sounds
correct.
like. That's all I had.
Stephanie?
No, I have nothing.
Okay. I need a motion and a second for item O, or item
N.
N.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Item N is unanimous, 5-0. Item O.
Mayor and members of council, come before you for approval of Resolution 78, 2025, to support the legislature funding of a Tier 1 study. What this is and what this isn't, just for the council to clarify what this is and what this isn't. What this resolution is it's a request to assign funding from the state legislature. Assigns funding from the state legislature to MnDOT to conduct a Tier 1 EIS study. MnDOT would solicit bids, complete a Tier 1 EIS study on the proposed river crossing location. Tier 1 study includes alternative options for that, assessment of the current conditions of the proposed location, a no-build alternative, environmental impacts, and public and other agency involvement. To name most of them, it also establishes a baseline and framework for a more in-depth Tier 2 study if necessary. This also shows support for proactive planning for river crossing at the proposed location. What this isn't, for clarification, is it's not building the bridge or the river crossing across the Mississippi. It's not assigning taxpayer dollars from Dayton to complete this study. It's not guaranteeing future road improvements through Dayton if assigned by MnDOT. It's not going to give us a date that the river crossing is going to be built in. It's not going to be tearing down houses or approving property acquisitions for future roadways, and this is not guaranteeing that the legislature will assign any funding to us at all. We want them to, but it's not a guarantee. The reason for this support that we want to give to the legislature is we want to make sure that the proposed river location, crossing, whatever you want to call it, is actually the proper and correct location. We did a study in 2019 that was done by MnDOT that identified 4 or 5 different locations. This one was assigned as the best one. My concern, and after meeting with the other communities involved following our May conversation with the mayor and I and a bunch of senators and House representative and county people, is that we want to make sure that this is the proper location and that it's not infeasible to do. So my biggest concern is we've been planning on some sort of location for the river crossing for 50 years. Proof is in the pudding. This is a 1972 Dayton Comprehensive Plan picture that has a proposed bridge going from and over the Mississippi River in 1972. That's 53 years ago. We've been planning for some sort of bridge in this area. This bridge is technically located directly over River Hills development through Cloquet Overlook Park. This was supposed to connect what was 610 or the future Northtown corridor, crosstown as you see, as a bunch of squiggly lines, to this roadway, whatever it was, and that's at that time Fernbrook, which was supposed to connect over to Sunfish Lake Boulevard in Ramsey.
That didn't happen.
That did not happen.
I think that crosstown was 610.
Yeah, so I mean, the crosstown was 610, I'm pretty sure. Yep. And so what this is important to do is that I don't know if there's a bald eagle's nest on the side of the Mississippi River. I have no idea if loon's nest on the other side of the Mississippi. I have no idea if there's some endangered owl that lives on the side. I have no idea. And if that's the case, this bridge ain't going there. It's not happening. This is an endangered species area. The bridge is not going there. It will be protected by all environmental impacts that are there. And so if we're going to plan for a 50-year bridge or a river crossing, whatever you want to call it, I want to make sure that we're planning for the right location. And this would assign dollars from the state legislature that would basically do that work for us to verify that this is the right location.
As part of that study that was in
2019, 2020?
Yeah, did they do one of these that time?
Nope, that study cost...
Because they spent a lot of money on those.
1.2 million?
Yeah, it was significant, and they never did one?
They did not. The cost of this study is about $5 million. It takes 2.5 years at a minimum.
$5 billion. Wow, cool.
The last number we got from MnDOT for the river crossing is over $1 billion, so.
Right.
Which is why, if we're gonna, it has to be in the right spot.
And we have to plan for this.
That's
Again,
just it. We need to figure out where our roads are gonna go and.
For 30 years.
Yes, and so, for the record, I'm opposed to the bridge. That being said, it's going to happen, and I have come to recognize and have come to terms with this, and I think our city needs to be in the driver's seat on the bridge, and I think this study keeps, that's the step to be in the driver's seat on this.
This resolution puts us in the driver's seat.
So you do have to be careful with that, because that being in the driver's seat is often an excuse to be okay with something.
Right.
And I will tell you that from experience. The same discussion happened in 2006, and that was the answer. Well, you want to be behind the bulldozer instead of in front. Yeah. Really?
They're going to drive
I would
the boat,
rather
they're
know
gonna
that it's
tell you
supposed to
where
go in the
they're
location
gonna
that
put
we're
it.
planning for, then
And that-
build all of our roads and go.
all complete, completely.
Build all the roads to this spot, and we go, how are we doing Tier 1 AS study in 15 years? And then it's like,
how long
that's
is
not going to
that,
happen. So.
if that study occurs, how long is it valid for? Or is it
It never, it would, if there's a significant amount of time, I believe, done before anything happens on that area, then you'd have to do a Tier 2 study.
Well, we
And
know-
that's going to happen. So there'll be a Tier 2 study done before the Tier 1 study basically gives here's what we have for major things, and then Tier 2 study does even more than that, but that's another $5 million, I think, or something like that. So.
Okay, so if nothing happens,
Nobody will see any difference if we complete this Tier 1 study, or if we don't,
I
no one's
understand
going to
that.
see any difference.
But if something doesn't happen for 20 years, is this still valid?
It likely is,
But,
but
okay, that's all I'm wondering.
Well, because it's high level, it's not looking at
But you'll have to,
know,
you'll have
but
to do a
it's-
Tier 2 study then eventually, or some point, at some point, to figure, okay.
It's government money, we're not going to spend a nickel.
I don't think it ever
Not
goes
for
away,
nickel.
and this is MnDOT's direction for us, based on our conversation with MnDOT, is here's what we need to do first as a Tier 1.
And I also want to make sure that the CIS doesn't bind us to anything.
Does not.
Anything, period.
It does not guarantee any future road improvements, or guarantee that we're building a river crossing across Mississippi. This does not
there's no-
guarantee.
Until it does.
But it
There's no
doesn't. This
no
study does
penalty.
not do anything.
I know, but the funding is my concern. I'm not worried about the study. I'm worried about the funding if the state says, well, you know what? That's my concern. I don't want to see that. I agree that I think if you step back, at some point, it makes sense to have a bridge close to where,
This?
I don't want to see
Like
that
53 years
for,
ago?
for 20 plus years. And the residents don't want to see that for 20 plus years.
If we started tomorrow, it's minimum 25 years
Alright.
at an absolute minimum, and that's if we had all
Hopefully
the
that
funding
is
ready to go
correct.
today, which we don't. Clarified.
So I'm okay with it.
we do not have $1 billion, just for the record.
No, it's going to be state money.
Well,
State
yeah,
and federal money.
federal money.
Okay.
Federal
We're
money
going
is
to
a
get
lot of
our
money.
Okay.
we're
So
gonna
I
get our
understand
money back.
the scope of this.
Yes.
I I'm going to say I'm going to support it because it's the logical next step to establish, is this a feasible site or not? I'm no fan of us getting a bridge, but I also understand that it's going to come sometime. And what I also want to say is that while this is outside of this support for this study, the idea that a bridge would ever get built and not the Dayton Parkway connecting from there to Highway 94 is complete foolishness.
Yeah.
It solves nothing.
That is correct, and likely in this Tier 1 study, and I don't know all the details of it, because I've been told, these are the high-level things I got told about. I believe they do some traffic analysis, that if this were to be built and there was, to your point, no other roadway to take the traffic, what would it do to the other road? It's only gonna make it worse, right? It's only
Everybody
gonna
makes a left
exacerbate
turn
that
and
issue.
goes through Champlin and
And then it
waits at
makes-
the light for an hour
Yeah,
to make
it's the
it
same
turn
thing.
on.
You
the
got
lights.
it. So
that's-
Does
I
nothing.
think that's part, like I said, I think that's part of the Tier 1 ES study, if it gets funded, is that they do some sort of traffic analysis that you have to have something other than what you have today.
There
for
was an
roads.
analysis done back then.
In 2019.
Yep. And it
Yes.
very clearly
It was not
No.
super in-depth. I think it's more in-depth with the Tier 1 study, but I don't.
could be, yeah.
But yes, that is correct. I appreciate that
But they
comment, Councilman Fast.
needed that connection. It would not
Yes.
have survived.
It doesn't-
without the connection.
it
And even
doesn't
with the
function.
connection, yeah, it assumed, I think, also I want to say a 55-mile-an-hour road, which
That
we
is
are
what
not
the-
planning.
I would be opposed to that with every ounce of my body.
Do you remember that, Jason? Did it?
I don't remember the speed identified.
I don't think.
I thought there was that.
I would guess it's somewhere, again, just based on our parkway design that we have near the interchange now and such, I would presume it's gonna be somewhere between a 45 and a.
That's what we
50.
plan on. I'm
That's
just
what-
saying what they were planning on. They were planning on shooting it right down this.
But if it's a parkway with
limited
the
access
extended,
road, it's not, that does nothing for Dayton.
if it's the
No, it
parkway
does
type
nothing for
design, it naturally slows down traffic because it's not a freeway type feel like 169 would be.
Yeah.
Well, and it's also not just a flyover to get from Ramsey to
It is-
the highway.
It would not
Okay.
be.
So,
I'll
So,
put
I'm looking for
myself
a
in front
motion
of
in a
that
second.
bulldozer if necessary.
Well, you'll get to see it, I won't.
I need a motion in a second.
Make a motion
Thank you.
Really?
grudgingly, but
Thank you. You're not supporting the bridge. with
I'm
this
not
motion.
supporting the bridge. I'm
Wanna-
supporting the study.
Need a second?
Oh.
I'm
Well,
just fingers
hopefully we'll find
crossed.
some turtles
That's
and
what I'm
take 'em down
saying.
there.
I hope there's some turtles that are there.
Stephanie, sorry, cover.
Stephanie,
sir.
yep. Some Blandings turtles. We
Thank
can
you very
maybe
much.
walk. Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Thank you. I
Unanimous.
really
How
appreciate
about
the
that?
support.
Grudging support. I don't think you
Support.
I better not hear
Doesn't
about
have
you
to-
doing the
that was a
rah-rah in these
listen.
Ramsey meetings and stuff.
That's what I do every time I walk in there.
All right, item P, 113th sewer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You've seen this project in front of you a couple times before. Sewer was extended in this area back in 2010 to Territorial Road. It was further extended up just south and east of the end of 113th Avenue. This project would continue that extension up to what's referred to as the DDL property, where Opidin had recently submitted an application for development. So just graphically here, the dark green line is the existing sewer. The yellow area is the additional land yet to be developed or redeveloped that will contribute to this line, as indicated by the label WN. The red circle is the segment we're talking about with this project. So just the quick background on it. Preliminary design was authorized back in April. This allowed us to identify the preferred alignment along with the easement needs that would be required for the construction and operation of the line. The final design was authorized in August. That included the preparation of plans and specifications for bidding. Those plans are now prepared and complete. The permit process is still underway. We're waiting out the clock on the DNR permit, but the other permits are secured. So we expect those soon, and we are working through the easements. We have about half of them signed agreements. We have some of them verbally approved, and the others we're still in communications with them to finalize those, but we're looking to be awfully close on those as well. With the final design, we did adjust the construction estimate a little bit. As you can see, it went up slightly, about $14,000. The easements are coming in much lower than we anticipated. Part of that is due to, we realized there was actually an easement underlying part of the area we were acquiring, which didn't allow the rights for the pipe. However, the additional rights granted with this easement didn't cause as much burden. So in other words, they were already restricted on the property. Now they're slightly more restricted instead of none versus more. So we were able to get those for a lower price on a lot of those. So we do expect the project to come in less than what we had anticipated originally.
Can we get the engineering to come in less?
It might. We're tracking under, so we can revisit that. And just schedule on it. If plans are authorized tonight or bidding authorized tonight, we would open bids on the 18th, bring those bids back to you the second meeting in November. The intent would be to allow construction as early as December. We're expecting that the colder temperatures and frozen conditions would be beneficial. So construction will probably take someplace December, January, maybe into February. And then restoration and cleanup would be the following spring, with closeout in the probably midsummer. So at that, the recommendation would be to approve plans as prepared, authorize the contractor bids, and then we will obviously continue to work on acquiring the remaining easements to allow the work.
Motion second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any more discussion?
I
Go
had
ahead.
two quick,
Scott, Sarah.
sorry to slow it down. I had two quick questions. We're looking at funding this through the sewer fund. What is, do you know what the balance is on the sewer fund? Do we have the ability to pay this with money we have?
Yes. Sewer fund is healthy.
Did we,
Okay.
was this in the works, in the,
113th sewer extension. Was it in the works you're talking about?
has it been in the sewer fund for a while?
think
I know
it's
we've been
in the
talking about
long-term
it.
plan off and on, I think, since I've been here.
I
It
thought-
is,
I-
and we had it in different segments, so it wasn't
wanna
necessarily
make
clear
sure.
how it was, but we had
Okay.
items or components of this and an additional lateral to serve the properties along 113th.
Right.
They were in there as separate items. This is just taking a part of the item. So it's broken down a little bit different, but they've been accounted for.
Current balance of the sewer fund is 4.8 million.
Okay, good. And then my other question was, I know we had seen a concept plan around the DDL property that there was a fair amount of pushback on and got pulled back for revision. Has that moved forward at all?
I think they did resubmit with some adjustments to accommodate that. Most of the pushback was because of a roadway, heading along the southerly portion of their property. I think they did come back with another version that just kind of narrowed up the building, if you will, to fit that in there. But I don't even know if that was officially submitted.
They're not moving forward.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, I saw the initial and didn't
they're
see
working
follow-up,
on it,
so-
or they
It's
have
done.
said this is not going to work for us?
I think they would say if the city is willing to pay for part of the road, they would move forward.
So it's not moving forward?
Just not moving forward.
Okay. I mean,
I thought
it
we
makes
had-
us feel a little less urgent
Yeah,
to
I
me,
thought we
but
had talked about some tip for that, but I guess we're off track. But I thought there was some discussion for some,
I think,
because they
yeah, I
gave
did
that
think
land
we
to the
did talk
property,
around that, yeah.
whatever. Okay.
Yeah, if and when this will ever be done with the developer, if the developer did this project, we would be giving them credits back for it. So essentially, we're just kind of
Yeah.
paying for that and then getting full credits back at
Yeah,
some point.
no, I guess my interest is not so much on who's paying for it, is it, is there an imminent need for it? And it's, well, this will be done before any project happens there, is what it
Yes.
sounds like, so.
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
You made the motion.
Huh?
He said, I guess, and I'm like, you made the motion.
Well, we've only been
Carries
talking about the
5-0.
thing for about a year and a half. I think
Item
I think
Q.
we delayed it for a whole year.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Approval of resolution 79, 2025, support of the purchase by Three Rivers Park District for the property owned by Dan and Debbie Pearson. I don't remember the address on top of my head, somewhere on River Road, can't remember the address. But, this does not guarantee a sale to Three Rivers Park District, but does allow Three Rivers to negotiate with the homeowner. They have not done any work on this property, beyond taking the original phone call. So. Three Rivers Park District cannot be in attendance. Kelly is dealing with a family emergency, so she's not here. She would normally be here.
I would like to say before we get in, well, I am
Save
very
for any questions.
appreciative that we got brought into this at this stage instead of after a purchase agreement is signed and everything else is done, and then they come to us and ask, hey, how do you feel about it? So I just wanted to say I'm really grateful that we have changed the order of that and that we are now involved in having this conversation prior to purchase agreements being signed.
I have to totally disagree.
Really?
Yes. What the park did was they used Pearson's to convince us. And our agreement was that Three Rivers had to convince us to buy a property.
Okay.
What they're doing is leverage.
Okay.
Now, I've come to the conclusion, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I spoke with Dan and Debbie, and they told me that they reached out to Three Rivers.
No,
Well,
that's not how it happened.
That's always the story.
And
It was suggested from staff that they contact Three Rivers to buy the property.
Say what?
Say more? What?
What?
That's all.
From me?
From you.
They might have called me and said, hey, we're looking to sell because we're having a trail go through here. I said, if you want to, you can call Three Rivers Park District if you like.
I'm not.
Or you can sell it.
I'm not overly hung up on how the deal happened, because at some point, Three Rivers is gonna find a property for sale, they're gonna come. My concern is that they need to come to us and convince us why they need property X.
Okay.
And they didn't do that. They had the property owner
Come to us.
come to us. And it's almost to the point where I almost think we need a policy on this that just says, look, I don't know how we do this, but that it says, another government entity doesn't get to buy a property unless they can show that they really need it. I just didn't like the way it was handled. Although that said, of all of them, I think this one makes more sense. I'll say that.
Well, I mean, the trail can go right on the easement.
It can.
It can.
It's just that
They don't want it there. They don't want it.
In the front or the backyard,
Front.
Scott?
I don't think you guys want it there.
I don't, well, that's what I was gonna say. I know you went out there.
I went out there.
Right before, I was like, Scott went out there right before I went out there.
I was out there.
I was not.
And
I've never been out there before.
I am concerned about that corner. It doesn't look as much of a corner in this picture.
Yeah, I cut off the corner.
But where the easement is and where the trail would go, it makes me really uncomfortable having people on the trail that close to Dayton River Road where you can't see around there. People are whipping through there.
Well, because it's a
but
corner,
you
but
gotta-
it's a hill.
Yeah, and you can't see. And so where the trail, there was a picture.
Yeah, I did
in
not provide the picture. I apologize. I
in
gave it to the council.
Yep, in the council update. I saw that one.
You got that.
Which showed where the trail would go, and it makes me really uncomfortable to think of people walking on that corner down the trail in the front.
I don't see any problem with it. I mean, I pulled out there and the cars are coming. When you decide you gotta go, you gotta go.
No, I know, but you're gonna walk your beautiful granddaughters right next to the road there. Doesn't that make you nervous?
You're gonna be 10 feet off of it.
Not enough. Maybe more than 10 feet, but not enough.
There's gonna be places on this trail that's going to be 10 feet off it's going to be right on the road. It's going to happen.
No, I understand that, but you can't see. That makes me nervous.
I didn't see any problem.
And even Three Rivers,
My
I guess when
concern
you
is
talked to
the
them, said it was a
driveway.
problem too, correct?
Well, they don't want
I
it.
mean,
They don't want it.
their proposal is that they're going to put a bridge there because they think it's not safe for us, for their users to take a big U out and back in. So they'd rather put a bridge in over that
Or
For
they're-
safety
for
reasons.
safety reasons. Yeah. Doesn't mean that they won't do it. I mean, if it comes,
I mean,
everything comes down to dollars. No different than Jerry said earlier tonight. Everything comes down to dollars. So
Yep.
doesn't work. But that's not on us. That's on Three Rivers Park District. So
I don't know. I don't love the idea of this large of a chunk of land.
It's 5.5 acres.
It's big. It's beautiful. But having walked the property, even if they wanted it to go behind, that's not an option. It would
That's
be
not an option.
against their house.
Yeah, it'd be right,
And
yeah.
in the front, because of that curve that again does not look as drastic in this photo, I'm torn, I'll say, but I understand, and for safety reasons, I feel like I'm more of a yes than a no.
Like you're what?
I'm more of a yes than a no.
Well, they want to sell the property. I mean, it's their property, and I guess to me, if it's my property, I can do what I want with it.
So,
That's me.
But what's
And-
different here
But you can't.
is that it changes,
the underlying zoning.
it's not a new owner of that home. It's a completely different use, and the city no longer has any say over that property
I understand that.
forever.
I understand that. That's why it
So-
surprises me that they would sell it to Three Rivers without offering it, somebody would buy that
It's an
property.
easy route out. Three Rivers
Yeah.
is making this the easiest path for people to go.
And Three Rivers is probably not giving you true market. They're probably adding 50 candle or 100. They're, I know what the owner is concerned about is that he thinks the trail is gonna
Devalue.
harm the property value. I don't know that I buy that, but
Yeah, and that trail plan
That was a-
existed
Go ahead.
6 or more years before these people bought that house. So them not knowing there was the possibility of a
right.
trail coming is not on us, it's on them, and I'm sorry that that happened. But that information was readily available when they bought that house.
That was not the stance, going back to you, Dennis, that I had. Was our conversation centered around safety and their
So
concern.
did I.
And I stood
The driveway.
where the trail would be, and I can confidently say that that is not an area that I would walk with my children if it was along the road there.
And I would say that maybe that's fair, but isn't that for Three Rivers to come to us and tell us it's infeasible to put a trail next to the road there?
That's my point.
Yes, I would have liked to
'Cause
hear it
that's-
from them.
That's what we've been trying to drive them to.
That's true, that's true.
Is what's the trail plan and what property do you have to make this thing happen?
Where is it
And
not
it's not
possible?
all of it,
Yeah.
right? And they haven't, I don't know, this just keeps coming up. And I'm gonna say, I will say I have less heartburn over this one than some of the other ones that we've approved. I'm done approving anything, and I've said that before. But I'm going to say these 3 things. I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm opposed to this and any other sale. I'm opposed to losing 33 existing homes in Dayton for a bike trail that can be done with minor easements. It's a bike trail. I'm opposed to Dayton losing all control over this important part of our city forever. And I'm also opposed to anyone spending $25 million plus for 3 miles of bike trail. I think that's absurd. I know everybody says, oh, it's not our money, it doesn't matter.
It is.
It's $25 million.
That's what they're proposing?
I mean,
That's what it's gonna cost them to buy all the property that they want.
Okay.
I think that's a ridiculous use of public funds, and so those are my 3 reasons. They have been all along, and I'm still there. I also don't feel like there's any hardship here with this one, that house is entirely sellable on the open market.
Yep.
You can't watch the news for 15 minutes without hearing from Chris Lindahl and 3 other people that want to buy your house tomorrow with nothing, with you doing nothing. You leave them the keys and you drive away.
Yeah.
Right? So the notion that this is somehow not sellable is absurd to me. Nobody has shown me anything different than that.
What about the safety aspects where that
Then that's
driveway-
on Three Rivers to come back when they show us the plan for the damn trail and say, we can't make this work, it's unsafe. You can't get across this ravine.
Yeah, I'm not really talking about,
Because we are supporting the building of the trail, then show us where it's infeasible to put it for safety or other reasons. And I'm in, I want the bike trail. But this is just buying anything that comes through the door.
Yeah, you're not gonna see a plan, and they're just gonna keep on buying.
Well,
That's their
because
intention.
they don't want to show us a plan.
Right.
We've gotten we don't want to show a plan because then we'll lose our leverage in buying houses from people because they'll know we're buying. Everybody knows they're buying, right? That's, that's nonsense to me. But past that, they're just buying as much land as they can. And at some point, somebody's gonna call a stop to it, and then they're gonna show us a plan, and they're gonna build the road when Hennepin County rebuilds the road. And they won't say that because they don't want to. They want to get as much land out of this as they possibly can, and we're just going along with it. So that's all I got to say.
So I wasn't concerned about the safety of the trail. I mean, Stephanie is, my concern is having, their driveway right there has always, I've thought, been an accident waiting to happen. I don't know that, but having a driveway there, and maybe, that's a poor excuse. I don't know. I just think not having that driveway is an overall benefit. I don't like Three Rivers buying up the land, but this one I'm leaning towards a yes, but only because of that. I don't know.
Cannot the, and this is maybe a
And
Jason
it burns me
question.
that we get nothing out of this. Every property that they buy,
We do get, we
don't get
don't get
get
nothing.
something. It's very small, but we do get something.
What?
We get
What?
3 years worth of taxes for our portion of the taxes for this property in lieu, up front. Again, it's
Like
small.
That's
It's not nothing. so
That's
it's
virtually
That's
nothing.
nothing.
Hey, I'm just giving you the fact that it's not nothing.
That's the
So-
amount of extra credit I
stand
offer my
corrected.
students.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything, but it makes them feel better.
We just talked about a couple $1,000 on something else, and I just want to make sure it's not nothing.
We already own, right, if I'm remembering correctly, the easement's already
Yeah, we
this
already
is
own
there.
it.
It's
right
going there no matter,
It's right away.
The trail is imminent.
right
don't
away,
need-
excuse me, I
no matter
don't know,
what.
there's a difference.
Or I shouldn't say no matter what, because the Superior Partridge still has to pay for putting the trail in.
No,
But the
no,
trail is
but
going in.
we don't need to go, or
No.
no one would need to go to Dan and Debbie and say, hey, we want to purchase, it's already owned, the part for the trail.
Yes.
So it is going whether they,
Yep.
it's not as if it's a property where they could say, nope, I'm not going to sell that to you, and then the trail just dies
happen,
there, and then they flip it on the other side of the road, which I already asked about, and then head it down. Like, it's there.
The trail goes in the backyard if they sell it. It goes in the front yard if they don't.
Correct.
Well, it goes through the middle, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Um,
Comes off the
Or
road
right
if
where the
they
house
sell
is.
it.
I am-
Yeah, right in the middle.
I also did go out, and safety is, because as Stephanie said, that this picture does not show the nature of this curb, and I
Yeah,
think
it's
partly because there's a hill as well. And the thought of, okay, so you're going to go to turn into your driveway. Most people are going to expect you to just turn into your driveway. But if you're about to turn your driveway and then there's people on the trail, you have to come to a complete stop.
In the lane.
In the lane, because it's not like there's a turn lane there. And the people are coming down and around a hill.
Or shoulder.
Yes.
Shoulders like this.
And I do think that from a safety perspective, the location of the driveway is dangerous, period. You add a trail on top of it, I do think there is a genuine safety concern here. That being said, it should not have been, I didn't think of your point, Dennis, and you're 100% right. It should not have been on the property owners to convince us that that was a safety concern. It should have been Three Rivers sitting here explaining to us why this is a safety concern.
Well, what I think it was Three Rivers told them they got to contact the council.
Yeah. Three Rivers told them that they
That
had to
was not-
convince us.
So then where did those graphics come from that you put in the council packet?
The weekly update, talking?
In the update, excuse me.
Yep.
If Three River, okay, now I'm just kind of maybe being a jerk, but if Three Rivers Park District knew that it was enough of an issue to put together options of where the trail would go, they should have. They knew before, maybe Dan and Debbie even knew that it was going to be as big of an issue as it is.
I got the information from John, who meets with Three Rivers Park District on a quarterly basis, just to touch base on what's happening.
Are you wondering why they didn't come to us?
Because I guess
I
where
can
I'm
tell
getting
you
to is if they had that,
It's the
if they
kid-
knew that it was an issue, then why didn't they say something Or
They
did
know-
they, or did we just not?
They know it's a
Nope.
better lever if you
Well,
can
like I
get
said,
the
we-
property owner to do
I
it.
got that, as soon as I got that information, I had it on that same weekly update, so that was the same week I got that information.
And that was after they came in?
That was the
or
week after you met
before?
with them on Friday, I believe, John and Jason, you met with them on Friday, the quarterly update that you have with them, that's when they shared that picture or whatever, with both properties. And I do want to provide information to the council that's not on this support, but I did provide the information back to the other homeowner that it's not supported, so. They're gonna do what they want with that property, but just an FYI. Has nothing to do with this property, but just the other one, so you have a full circle clarification.
So where are we?
So I'm looking for,
Well,
What is the park gonna give us for this?
diddly.
Nothing. They're not gonna
Sorry,
give you
3 years
nothing.
with the taxes.
you'll get 3 years
$5 grand?
worth of, yeah, probably. I mean, again, we probably get maybe $2,000 worth of taxes a year on this property. I don't know the exact number.
Will you build us the fishing pier at Elsie Stevens?
Give us the bathrooms.
I think the bigger issue is we lose control of that piece
Yes.
And
forever.
it's large.
Yes.
And that's, I understand.
And they already own a huge chunk of our city. I mean, at the rate they're going, there's not gonna be a Dayton. It'll just be one giant park. With a bridge and like a 55-mile-per-hour
There we
road.
go. Now we're talking.
So
That's it.
Too
The
early.
rest
No,
of it.
the
Too
park
soon.
won't let them put a road through
No, they
there.
won't. So they'll kill the bridge. Excellent. You know what?
So I'm.
So do you like the river now or do you not?
It's a love-hate, I think.
It's a love. It is
That's
a
what I'm
love-hate
getting at.
relationship.
Okay, sorry.
Beautiful parks.
Good for motion.
Alright,
I don't know.
so at some point, we're gonna have to move a lever. I'm at like 51% yes, only because of the safety.
I agree.
That's exactly what I'm a 51% yes,
Yeah.
but barely.
Just
I kind of hate it.
supremely irks me though, the
I
way
hate-
they did it, and
I almost want to be very well. I don't know.
okay.
I almost wanted to say I'm never saying yes to any more, but like
We
it's-
just did that.
It's a case, we just did that, and here we are saying yes to another one. And we said, and it is a case by case, but it should be Three Rivers making the argument. It should not be the property owners convincing us.
And I can provide that feedback back to the Rivers Park District again.
Well,
Happy to do that.
I'm, like I said, I almost think we need to be very clear, and that to me is some sort of policy document.
Kind of was the last time.
It was.
Last time we approved the two, I said I'll go along with this, but this is the end of it.
This is the end of it.
Now, all of a sudden,
We got another
I
one.
went out there and listened to the
Well-
violin.
But each one is gonna be unique for us to look at. I
Right, but it still ought to be based on need.
Yes.
Do we need this property? And that's on Three Rivers to come and tell us that we can't build this trail unless we have this property. We can't make an easement work.
Can
I'm
we
open to-
table it
I'm open to
until
hear
Three
that.
Rivers comes back? Say we're
Can
not
we
gonna-
have through
Table it
come
for
in
10
and
years. I say that, for me even, that I'm going to vote no. I think should be any doubt about that, but
Yep.
it's not a no, not ever for me on this, because if they show us that this is a problem and the only way to solve it is to own that property, then I'm listening. And I'd be willing to revisit these things as they come up, but they have not done that. They appear to be completely unwilling to do that. And because I don't think it serves their overall goal of owning this whole stretch.
Yeah.
And so, I think the onus is on them, and if we keep saying we're not gonna approve anymore and we keep approving it, then
Right.
they're gonna ignore us anyway. And
It's
it's
just like
all-
telling a kid you can't watch.
They're gonna make their
candy
noise and they're
candy.
gonna say yes.
Well, technically, that's not true, because the other one that came in, we told no, and that they're not gonna move forward with it, so.
I don't.
Technically, that's
and
not
I-
true.
I think we have agreed in the past, in recent past, that if there's a property that needs to be there, we'd say yes. Again, Jordan's property. There's no way that trail, I don't know how you ever have, that gets into another mess.
Yeah.
That's,
They could do a drive-through window and sell stuff as a.
so let's, I'll use your example, Mayor, just to be, devil's advocate on the other side of things. If they came in and did the same thing with Jordan that they're doing with this one and told him to come in and talk, Jerry Jordan to come in and talk to the council, and he didn't say anything about it, the council would be okay with it because we know already that it's a bad property, that's not gonna work. So I just want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples, that we're trying to look at things. Now Dan came in and said, this is not going to work. We agree after we visit the property and a couple of council members. And now we're like, no, it's not great because there was parts that should come in and tell us, which is a valid statement. I don't disagree. But if we're okay with Jerry Jordan's property for the same exact reason, because we know it's not going to work, does that make it better or worse?
Well,
and again, not trying to
that one
be
is-
rude, it's just being devil's advocate.
That one is kind of obvious. This one, I think if there would, to me, if that driveway wasn't a problem, I'd be a solid no.
Sure.
The driveway can be fixed, though. I mean, you can fix that.
It
There's
could be-
60 feet of blacktop there, and they got yellow lines all over the thing. They can get rid of the yellow lines and put some white cones like they do on 121 there, where they took out the right turn lanes.
Yeah, so now we're forcing a homeowner to extend their driveway because we don't want to.
The park's gonna do it, not pay,
Oh,
have
they
the
gotta
park
do it.
pay for it.
Well, I don't think you're forcing them to do anything. They would be a modification that
They have
they
the
would
right of
do
way.
to make it more livable for them, right?
I'm just saying, it sounds like you move the driveway and it makes it way easier. Now we're saying that you have to move your driveway.
No, the park
basically.
doesn't have the right of way.
Yeah,
The right of way's there.
they're
It
not right
exists.
away.
We own the easement technically.
We own the easement.
Wait, easement or right away? Because
Well, it's right of way.
Right.
But yeah,
The park owns the right of way?
No,
we own it.
Yeah. Which we would have to give the park district the easement to put the trailer.
So you're saying that we wouldn't give them the easement unless they move the
well,
driveway?
are you saying you want to kill the whole trail?
No, I want a date on when that trail's gonna be built,
2029.
This part
This
is.
part is.
maybe.
It
They
will
won't,
be.
they won't tell us when it's gonna be built.
2029. I will bet you $1 because I don't bet dollars often, and the staff can verify. I
Where?
don't bet dollars often.
From
I will bet you
Champlin
$1
to-
that they have
Yeah.
that trail built
Because
when
that's
that
where the road
reconstruction
is
happens
being
on that road.
fixed.
Yep, but
I
from
can-
Champlin all the way to,
By
to,
2029, they will have from Champlin to Elsie Stevens at a minimum done. I don't know if they'll go past Elsie Stevens because it needs to connect to somewhere, not dump it in
Well,
nowhere.
in that case, then the county's gotta get together, they can design the whole thing and tell us how they can fit it
You
in
didn't
there.
take my bet for $1 though, Scott. I only
Okay,
bet when I'm a
so
confident man, so
we're
go ahead.
stuck.
What happens if I'm not here?
I don't know. And the dollar goes
Yeah,
on
I
the
can't
pay.
wait.
So Scott, are you a no?
Or you a yes?
I wanna see a plan from Three Rivers. I'll
You
say
did.
no.
Well, or we could
we table
table
it?
it and say, we
A
want,
plan for Three Rivers.
we want.
We want to know why,
Well, we
why
already
you need
know.
it.
You saw the plan,
We
right?
saw the plan.
You saw the
We saw
plan
the plan for this
Yes.
piece.
Yeah.
for this property, yep. And there was
So-
2 plans for if they got the Novak property, which is the south one below this one or not. That was on that.
I can't believe they can't fit it in.
They can
They
fit it in.
can.
It's just not particularly safe.
I say fit it in and make it safe.
And that's the part I don't know if they can fit it in the front yard and make it safe with a house and a driveway in that location. I don't know that they can.
Okay? So
But
table
I'd
it.
like them to tell me that,
Okay,
right?
so is that what we're doing? We're gonna wait
Table
for,
it, and Kelly has
them
to
to
come
make
and
the
convince
claim?
us.
Poor Kelly.
Or do you guys wanna say yes? I mean, how many yeses is there?
There's no solid yes. There's not a single solid yes. We have 3 fence sitters.
Yep.
So.
That are
Straddling.
51, 49, but yet
Yeah.
gonna side with the 49%. It sounds like to me.
This feels like some sort
So
of.
it seems like it's 49-51 if I had to.
That's what I'm saying, around that.
Let's
seems
have,
like
let's
a
have
plan.
Three Rivers pay an engineer to design a safe trail right in front of that property.
okay.
If I would put up a try, does he didn't know?
Does it make sense that we put a policy together for this? Or is that overkill? Is that,
We can put a policy together. If that's what the council would like to have. I
okay,
don't
but
know
at
what
least
it would
then
be.
Three Rivers can,
Clear-cut expectations.
it's very clear that they need to come to us.
So do you have it specific for other governmental agencies, or do you
I
want
would-
it to
yeah.
be?
Any government body
Yeah.
government-
that wants
any
property in the
governmental
city.
body? Okay.
But who else is gonna do that?
I don't know if you want to name the. I don't know if you want to name the policy.
I
Three
guess what I'm
Rivers Park
getting at is,
District
it's,
purchasing policy or
and
something.
that way it,
I like the other governmental agencies.
Does it need to be a policy, or can we just
Well-
have a conversation with them and say, like,
except
this is what our expectations are?
it's
We
just,
have.
it's gonna be easier
writing?
for us to tell residents,
like
look,
that.
if you're getting an offer from Three Rivers, they have to come to us and make the case.
Well, and the reality is also like, this is 5 acres on the Mississippi.
Yep, it's juicy land.
Yeah. There could very well be another buyer who would gladly buy it and have no issue extending the driveway to put the driveway in a spot that makes more sense.
And they got 4 years before it's gonna happen.
Yeah, or won't mind that the trail's there, or doesn't find it an issue at all. This is not a hard to sell piece of property.
I agree.
Well, you guys are 2 hours and 15 minutes overdue. Make a decision.
Well, where are you?
Me?
I'll table it for now.
You'll table it,
Sure.
but if we voted on it,
Where would you be?
where would you be?
I'm gonna say no for now, because I want somebody to tell me that the trail can't be safe if it's there.
So is it better to table it to find that out, or to vote
I
it
don't
down and then have to have it come back? Can it come
Well,
back? It
even
can
if you
come
vote
back.
it down,
It can always come back.
it's not happening
Comes
for
back
4
either
years,
way.
so they can still stay there for 4 years, and 4 years from now, they'll get more money from Three Rivers anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Dan called me again today and said he wants to still
Huh?
stay in Dayton, so I don't think it's his idea to move out of Dayton.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, his idea is to try to get, an established before he's X age. I think that's what his information from me was, that he doesn't want to move in 4 years. He wants to move now so he's able to move and then
Oh.
still be able to enjoy what he has for
He
other
did
space
say
in
that.
Dayton.
Yep.
And so, like I said, I get that council's aspect, I understand. I think a resident has asked a request from the council. I think from their perspective is maybe they want to see that property as a park, and now they
No.
can't. Or maybe they don't.
I didn't get
Maybe
that
they want to
vibe.
live that. I
No,
don't
did
know.
not
I didn't
get that
talk to him
vibe.
at his property, so.
Yeah.
It's the safety. It's
Yeah.
every issue it was the driveway. Even if there was no trail, that driveway is not in a great spot. Period. End of story. A trail or no trail, that driveway is in a terrible spot. And then adding a trail just adds a whole layer of complication to the
The
situation.
driveway's been in an okay spot for the last how many years they've been there?
Well, because they didn't use to have this much traffic. The sheer quantity of traffic and the speed at which they're driving, like,
It hasn't changed that much in
That's-
5 years,
no.
and that's
Okay.
how long they've been there.
I was like, I didn't get the impression they had been there for
I don't think the
20
traffic's an issue
years. That was
myself, but-
there.
It was,
Okay, what do we got? Where are we at?
Huh?
Yeah, so they've been there
it
8 years.
has been 8 years. Okay, I'm gonna call for a motion. Now we can, want to table it, make that motion, but
I'll make a motion to table it. It's just gonna drag it out a little longer.
you love dragging things
We'll
out.
beat this up again for another half an hour.
Except for Kelly will be in front of you and you can beat up
Yes,
her.
we can make
Probably.
it Kelly.
You're getting sassy.
I'll just tell her
It's
again,
bedtime.
Kelly, I want a diagram. Tell me what you're gonna
She
do.
did. I
okay,
think
so
maybe
right
just-
now we have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
So can I clarify what the tabling is for? What would you like to bring back so that I know what I can provide you for the motions?
Three Rivers
Three Rivers, and I don't know.
is
Give us
gonna
something.
explain why they.
I want somebody to tell me
Explain
they
why-
can build a safe trail there.
Three Rivers on a platter.
Yes.
Okay.
No, what we've been asking for all along is a design for the trail,
Yeah. The whole trail.
and and tell us where the roadblocks are
Yeah,
that they need to buy actual property instead of an easement.
Why can't the trail go where the easement is? That's the question.
Yeah.
Right?
So you need a design, you're looking for a design for the entire trail for this parcel to be able to sell.
No, wait.
That's more detailed than what Three Rivers has provided.
Which
Well,
we can request that, I just don't know if
They,
we can provide it.
where's the list of properties that they feel like they cannot do with an easement? We don't have that, and they don't want to provide it.
That is correct.
I mean, for
So
me,
that's what we want right there.
why will the easement not work for this one?
Okay.
There is an easement. Why isn't it not enough?
What is? Dan just doesn't want it there.
Pass that through his park district.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second on tabling this until Three Rivers gives us their spiel.
Yep, that's what I got.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, all those opposed say no. Motion to table, it goes 5-0. And with that, we're in closed session. We will go to the closed session. And do I have something to read here, or can I just read the item right in front of R?
Good 8:30.
Or
You
with
can
R?
read R and S.
Can we stay in closed session for both R and S? We have to do anything silly, we'll come back
I
between.
think you have to come back.
See, who makes up these rules?
Robert.
Robert's dead.
Those are two
No,
separate rules.
this is not Robert's.
Oh,
This is state.
okay, so,
Solicitations that need more shit to do.
Yes,
so in between R and S, we have to come back.
yes.
Okay.
And then you have to kind of summarize what you said in R,
Then we would have to, yeah.
and then go back into closed for S, and then come back out of S, summarize what we did in S, and then officially close the meeting. This is so
Okay,
fun.
so let me read this. Motion to close the meeting pursuant to MN Statute 13D 03 for labor negotiation. And then I need a second.
I'll second.
Sarah.
Sure.
And,
Dave is the first, we'll say.
well,
No.
that would be me, right, since I announced it, or does it kind of, yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's good enough. And, okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. All right, we will go into closed session. session?
This is an open session.
Okay. Okay. Motion to close the meeting we get that going now. Pursuant Minnesota Statute 13D05 subdivision 3C3, a closed session shall be conducted to develop or consider offers or counteroffers for the purchase or sale of real or personal property located at PID 09-120-22-43-0041. So I need a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0. So we are in closed session. We're back in open session, and if there are no objections, we will be adjourned.
Okay, good night.
We're adjourned.